Chapter 15, 21 Misty Sword Art. Chapter 15, 21 Misty Sword Art. It's useless. Although your spatial laws are strong, the level that you comprehended is too low. Give up, said the cold woman indifferently. That might not be the case. Fight again. Yi Yuan's figure moved unease. Plussing phantom kill once more. The cold-looking woman did not speak. The ice domain spread out, the sword tip not leaving Yi Yuan's surroundings. The two people were top experts in the power of laws. It was the first time Yi Yuan's power of law met its match. He urged his movement technique to the limit, but was still unable to break through the woman. Her ice domain was like a large net, binding Yi Yuan's hands and feet. Actually, Yi Yuan was not the woman's match. Yi Yuan's true killing move was using Daybreak under the state of Phantom Kill. Daybreak, this move, shattered myriad moves under the heaven, especially when Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive toward sword moves. He had already found the cold woman's weakness long ago. It was just that this way he would not be able to have comprehensions in spatial laws anymore. He wanted to force himself to the limits, making himself comprehend spatial laws under the state of extremity. Presently, a link already formed between his sword Dao laws and spatial laws. Yi Yuan discovered that communicating with spatial laws through sword Dao laws yielded twice the results with half the effort. Even though his opponent previously was strong, he did not reach the cold woman's level. Facing her, Yi Yuan really brought out all of his strength. Under this kind of state, it was easier for Yi Yuan to break through. Yi Yuan discovered that these ancient geniuses all had unique insights into the power of laws. Just like this woman, being able to integrate sword Dao laws and ice laws to such a degree. She was absolutely an extraordinary talent back then, her strength reigning that era. This kind of exchange was two completely different concepts from Yi Yuan fighting with himself inside the death cultivation s. PTC. Being his own opponent was Serpa s. Sing time and again, a vertical development. But competing with these geniuses was gathering the strong points of everyone, a horizontal development. Yi Yuan could fight with himself nonstop. But it was a rare opportunity to exchange blows with these ancient geniuses. It is no use. Your divine essence is consumed too fast like this. Still don't pull back, you'll die. The woman's icy voice came over. Although the woman was an ice beauty, she clearly had the appreciation of a talent stirred by Yi Yuan, and that was why she would warn like so. Except, Yi Yuan disregarded other people's opinion. He did not listen to her words at all. Humph. Stubborn and thick-headed. When the woman saw that Yi Yuan did not listen to the advice, she did not hold back any more as well, her long sword suddenly accelerating. Sword clear like frost. This sword was the masterpiece of her sword Dao. A bone-piercingly cold sword Dao law came from head-on, making Yi Yuan's phantom kill practically freeze in the air. The scent of death came from the front. Uft. The two people's figures intersected, their movements instantly freezing. Drip, drip. Yi Yuan's abdomen was pierced by a large hole, blood running in torrents. Haha, this kid is finally defeated. Finally defeated. This time it can't be wrong, right? Seeing this scene, Buja started laughing excitedly. Everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. The pressure that Yi Yuan brought to them was too great. Overcoming all difficulties along the way, he actually already killed his way to the 13th round. Especially Defan, he cleared until the 9th round in one go. He was deeply aware of how great the disparity between each round was. One could say that the difficulty rose geometrically, but Yi Yuan actually cleared for more rounds than him. This disparity was too big. Each time Yi Yuan cleared a round, it was like his heart had an additional large mountain, extremely heavy. Now, seeing Yi Yuan get defeated, he could finally let out a sigh of relief. But very soon, their expressions turned stiff on their faces. How is this possible? Ba Tu said in alarm. In the projection, the woman's figure gradually dissipated. This was the hallmark of being killed. It was clear that woman should have one. How? How was she killed? Di Fan said with a puzzled look. In the S.P.A.C., the cold woman's figure condensed once again. Her gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of shock. "You're a madman," the woman said coldly. Yi Yuan's state was somewhat miserable. Even though he already revolved the tyrant dragon regeneration art, the recovery speed clearly could not quite catch up to the speed of the power of Law's destruction. Hearing the woman's words, Yi Yuan smiled tragically and said, "But I won no? Furthermore, I comprehended it. Earlier, when Yi Yuan was pushed to the limit, the initial stage, first layered heaven spatial laws finally reached the realm of grand completion. In that instant, Yi Yuan finally broke through the ice domain ceiling, his figure traversing through S.P.A.C. bizarrely, killing the woman first. However, the woman's sword clear like frost was also not for show. Under that small distance, it still pierced Yi Yuan's abdomen. The final outcome was that Yi Yuan was injured, while the cold woman died. The cold-looking woman's beautiful eyes swiveled, and she said indifferently, "You won. Go to the next round, then. You comprehended spatial laws. Those few people at the back are all not your match anymore." However, the final round Zhengjian is known as Purple Extreme Sex history's strongest. You need to be careful. It said that he's the same as you, also a madman. Yi Yuan's expression turned stern. To be able to make the cold woman so solemn, he was definitely formidable to the extreme. One had to know that this woman's talent was absolutely rare in the world. Being able to comprehend sword Dao laws and ice laws to the third layered heaven at half-step origin deity realm, and merge into one, this was absolutely not what the average person could accomplish. After Yi Yuan came to the heavenspan world, he had also seen quite a few so-called geniuses. He had never encountered any capable of merging the power of laws before. Among the people who came this time, he did not know if there were anyone who could fuse together the power of laws. But Yi Yuan reckoned that there should be no one able to make it to this 13th round. It seemed like he really had to be a little careful with this Zhengjian. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with clasped hands, "Many thanks, I'll be careful." The cold woman nodded slightly and directly transported Yi Yuan away. In the array formation, Yi Yuan's injuries and divine essence were rapidly recovering. What a powerful array formation, to actually be even more powerful than ordinary medicinal pills. This purple extreme sex strength back then was likely extraordinary. Feeling the rapidly recovering injuries, Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion, "Phantom kill coupled with spatial laws, the power is indeed extraordinary. This sword art already can't be called phantom kill anymore. What to call it? This move's mystery lies in its unpredictableness, making the opponent unable to grasp it. Why not call it misty sword art then?" Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Currently, among Yi Yuan's sword arts, it already contained quite a few spatial powers of laws. The original phantom kill move already changed flavors. This was a move that fused sword Dao laws and spatial laws, similar to that of the cold woman's sword clear like frost. With the addition of spatial laws, Yi Yuan's sword move became even more erratic and elusive. Hence, Yi Yuan naming this new move as Misty Sword Art was rather appropriate. Chapter 1522, As Long as You Re-Happy. Chapter 1522, As Long as You Re-Happy. Sure enough, as the woman predicted, battling against a few guardians after her, Yi Yuan was unimpeded all the way. When he finished off the 17th guardian, all of the geniuses outside were all dumbfounded. Di Fan only felt that his mouth was somewhat dry. This Yi Yuan strength was actually powerful to such a degree. He made it to the 9th round. Yi Yuan made it to the 18th round. The disparity between him and a grand completion fiend general was actually as many as 9 people? These 9 people were not merely as simple as doubling. These 9 people at the back, their strength were much stronger compared to the first 9 people. I really don't know just what aspect this guy is strong in. I really want to have a good fight with him when he comes out. Ba Tu's heart was unbearably itchy. He was really somewhat doubting whether or not Yi Yuan's opponents were really the same as theirs, especially that battle where he won against the cold-looking woman. Everyone clearly saw that the woman pierced Yi Yuan's abdomen with a sword. But why was the one who won in the end Yi Yuan? It's the final battle. What the result will be, it will be known very soon. Di Fan said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan looked at this man dressed in black in front of him, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Although the woman was strong, she completely did not give him this kind of powerful sense of oppression. Before seeing Zhang Jian, Yi Yuan also could not imagine that a half-step origin deity martial artist would bring him such a strong pressure. Humph! Those trash actually let a weakling like you make it to my place. Zhang Jian said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan's brows raised up. A weakling, is it? The 17 rounds guardians earlier, all of them were amazingly talented people. Reaching Zhang Jian here, he actually became trash. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said, "They all said that you're a madman. I didn't expect that you're a condescending madman." Zhang Jian was indifferent and still said coldly, "Not that I'm condescending, but you're not fit to enter my eyes at all. I'm invincible in the same rank. You, a mere grand completion heaven glimpse. What right do you have to enter my arcane sights?" Zhang Jian's arrogance billowed to the heavens, completely looking down on Yi Yuan. In his eyes, he had no opponents in the same realm, let alone that Yi Yuan's realm was even a rank lower than his. It was just that these words were somewhat funny in Yi Yuan's ears. Invincible in the same realm, this kind of words, even he did not dare to say. This Zhang Jian actually uttered it shamelessly. The heaven-span world was vast, geniuses as plentiful as oxen hair. Who dared to say that they were invincible in the same rank? He believed that Zhang Jian was definitely a tough character. But to be able to say this kind of words, he was no longer confident, but conceited. Yi Yuan smiled and said, sorry about it, all along. I have never encountered a match in the same rank too. Zhang Jian said disdainfully, is that so? You're very confident. Then I'll utterly destroy your confidence today. Let you know the disparity between genius and mediocrity. Come on, I'm looking forward to it. Genius! Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the tone to express his disdain. He disliked this so-called strongest person greatly. Zhang Jian had a character unmovable, like a mountain. Yi Yuan's provocation did not make him get angry. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows raised up. Zhang Jian's aura actually fell, finally suppressing a grand completion heaven glimpse. Exactly the same as Yi Yuan's. You're very surprised? Zhang Jian said indifferently. Yi Yuan nodded his head honestly and said, indeed, a little surprised. Zhang Jian said, I said before, invincible in the same realm. Still using half-step origin deity to deal with you. What difference is there for me and those trash? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, all right, as long as you're happy. Yi Yuan discovered that there was no way to communicate with this arrogant guy at all. At the outside world, a group of people looked at this scene wide-eyed and tongue-tied, full of puzzlement. CKME, is this guy our dead? To actually suppress his realm to deal with Source Knight? This guy is 2COCKY. This is a typical case of looking for trouble. In a while, see how he dies. Even though D-Fan and Batu, they all felt that Yi Yuan should not make it to this step. Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, they had no objections. Seeing Zhang Jian actually suppress his realm to deal with Yi Yuan, they also felt incredulous. Toward the other people's view, they also expressed their agreement. Well, at this time, 2 short swords appeared in Zhang Jian's hands like a magic trick. His entire person immediately revealed his edge. The swift and fierce aura coming from head-on also made Yi Yuan's countenance change visibly. While this guy was arrogant, his strength was definitely indisputable. Even though the other party suppressed his realm, Yi Yuan did not dare to underestimate it either. Within 10 moves, send you on your way. Understanding sword art, release. Zhang Jian gave a low cry, his entire person DOS. Plussing out akin to a cheetah, arriving in front of Yi Yuan in virtually a blink of an eye. 2 short swords. One slice towards Yi Yuan's throat. One stab straight for Yi Yuan's abdomen. The cooperation seamless. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. The evil extermination sword shooting out strangely. Misty sword art. Zhang Jian only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's long sword actually reached first despite launching later, and already arrived in front of his face. This shock was by no means insignificant. He immediately changed moves, sweeping away Yi Yuan's sword. But this alteration of move lost the initiative. An inch short, an inch of peril. The secret of short swords lied in close-quarters combat. But Yi Yuan relied on the length of his sword and directly suppressed Zhang Jian. Exchanging a move, Zhang Jian was very aggrieved. Lad, it turns out that you comprehended spatial laws. No wonder you're so see Kentucky. It's a shame. Your spatial laws are too shallow. Zhang Jian gave a cold cry, pouncing forward once more. This time, Zhang Jian's speed was swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, instantly seeing through Zhang Jian's actual situation. Short sword laws grand completion, 3rd layered heaven, and integrated grand completion, 3rd layered heaven laws of wind. Furthermore, Zhang Jian's short sword seemed to still have some secrets that he did not see through. Clank, clank, clank. Facing such an expert, Yi Yuan did not dare to hide his strength. The 2 short swords were erratic like his evil extermination sword. A moment of carelessness and it would be fatal. But in the same rank, Yi Yuan really did not fear Zhang Jian. For Yi Yuan to be able to jump realms and battle, what he relied on was not just law's comprehension. There was also his thick divine essence. Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence made his martial techniques inherently incomparably heavy. It had the effect of augmenting his martial technique itself. Hence, for Zhang Jian to want to suppress Yi Yuan under the same realm, it was a very laughable thing. Zhang Jian discovered this point very quickly. No matter how quick his movement technique was, he could only merely catch up to Yi Yuan's speed. He discovered to his dismay that under the same realm, he could not do anything to the other party at all. The 2 people were evenly matched. Clank. The 2 people separated from the clash. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Jian with a smile that was not a smile and said, "It's already been 80 moves, boasted too big, right? This is the invincibility in the same realm that you boasted earlier?" Zhang Jian's face was extremely dark, but he did not know how to refute Yi Yuan's words. This was still the first time in his life not gaining any advantage under the same realm. This kid opposite was powerful beyond imagination. Although unwilling to admit it, he really did boast too much earlier. "Looks like I really underestimated you. Kid, you have the qualifications to be my opponent. However, you also successfully infuriated me. Now I'll use my full power to fight." Zhang Jian said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan grinned and said, "Most welcomed." Chapter 15:23 Understanding Strike. Chapter 15:23 Understanding Strike. Ha ha ha, this last round's guardian is really amusing. To actually overestimate his own ability and suppress his realm. Now he knows Yi Yuan's prowess, right? This is purely being bored and looking for trouble. Being able to make it to the 18th level. Can one's strength be poor? He seems to look down on Source Knight a lot. With this, his face is smacked resoundingly, right? Although they could not hear the conversation inside the SPAC from the general look, one could still infer Zhang Jian's attitude, that arrogant and condescension. One could distinctly feel it even through the projection. Although these geniuses outside disliked Yi Yuan a lot, for Yi Yuan to be able to make it to the 18th round, at any rate he represented them. Zhang Jian could defeat Yi Yuan, even kill Yi Yuan, but could not look down on him. This was slapping all of their faces. Under this kind of strange psychological influence, seeing Zhang Jian get smacked in the face by Yi Yuan, he felt very liberated instead. Source Knight's situation likely isn't good anymore. This 18th round's guardian is indeed powerful. He's not what those people previously could compare to at all, Batu suddenly said. Regarding this, Di Fan clearly also quite agreed and said with a nod, "If my conjectures are right, Source Knight probably already did his best just now." While this guardian still suppressed his realm, Batu said with vicissitudes of emotion, "I really want to enter the place personally and watch this fight. This is absolutely the pinnacle battle of Fiend General Realm. Recovering to half-step Origin Deity Realm, Zhang Jian's entire person gave off an erratic aura. Ready to die?" Zhang Jian gave a cold laugh, his figure gradually becoming blurry. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The misty sword art suddenly unleashed. His entire person similarly vanished. Plussing in place. The two people seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Clank, clank, clank. In the void, metal clashed. Streaks of cold light flashed by from time to time. Two people, one was spatial laws, one was the law of wind. Their movement techniques were both extremely strange. After Zhang Jian recovered to half-step Origin Deity, his entire person's strength immediately soared a great deal. To experts like them, the impact of a minor realm was seriously too great. So fast! Totally can't capture their figures. Turns out that this is their true strength. Too terrifying. Even though I can sense the law undulations, they can insta-kill me by just relying on this movement technique. I really want to know just who has the upper hand right now. At the outside world, those geniuses could not see Yi Yuan duo's battle at all. They could only occasionally catch traces of blurry figures. Such a battle made them incomparably stifled. The same Fiend General Realm. The strength was simply a world of difference. Batu and Di Fan both had solemn faces. Only all the way until this moment were they now convinced that Yi Yuan's strength was really not what they could compare to. The fights previously, Yi Yuan utilizing spatial laws tend to be just that one instant. But now, Yi Yuan virtually operated spatial laws to the limit, his entire person seemingly shuttling through the void. The eminent Orchid Six Suns could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed at all. I understand. Source Knight integrated other powers of laws in his Sword Dao laws. That's why we couldn't see through the mystery. Batu suddenly cried out, having a sudden realization. But straight away his brows furrowed together again, and he racked his brain hard and said, "But what kind of law is it?" "Law of wind." "It's spatial law." Di Fan suddenly spoke up. Batu's gaze turned intent, and he immediately retorted, "Impossible. Spatial laws are one of the two great paramount laws. How can he possibly comprehend it?" Di Fan gave him a glance and said coolly, "You look closely, Source Knight's movement technique disappears and reappears again, not leaving traces, just like traversing through the void. Only spatial laws can do it to this extent. That Guardian's movement technique is also extremely fast. Even though his traces are erratic, there are still traces that can be followed. It should be the law of wind." Di Fan's vision was very sharp. Two mighty experts' showdown forced himself to the limit, finally letting him see through a trace of inkling. Batu looked carefully. Sure enough, it was as Di Fan said, although the two people's figures were unable to be captured. Looking closely, they were indeed slightly different. This shock was by no means insignificant. How is this possible? This guy is also too freakish, right? Batu sucked in a cold breath and said. Fan's expression was likewise very solemn, and he said, "This can explain why he could defeat those guardians previously. His sword looks plain and ordinary. Actually, it's just that are naked, I can't capture it. His sword has actually already said through the void and killed his opponent. No wonder. No wonder. Actually, dealing with those people earlier with his strength was originally very easy. It's just that he wanted to borrow his opponents to practice the sword." Hiss! Batu suddenly felt that this world was filled with malice. How could there be such a freakish existence to actually be able to comprehend spatial laws? Right then, the two people's battle in the projection came to an abrupt halt, revealing their figures. Everyone's faces changed. Source Knight lost. As expected, his realm is at too much of a disadvantage. But being able to do it to the step, he's already very incredible. A freak who comprehended spatial laws. His future accomplishments are limitless. In the projection, Yi Yuan's breathing was chaotic. He was covered with injuries all over. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight. On the other hand, Zhang Jian was completely unscathed. This battle did not seem to have any suspense. "You lost. I admit that you're very decent. Being able to force me to use 80% power, you can be sufficiently proud," Zhang Jian said coldly. Yi Yuan said with a slight pant, "80% power, is it? Why don't you try using 100% of your power?" Yi Yuan did not doubt Zhang Jian's words. Such an arrogant person would not stoop to lying. Zhang Jian's brows furrowed, and he said, "No need. As the round guardian, as long as you can win 80% of my power, it's considered successfully clearing the round. However, you can't do it." Yi Yuan cracked a smile and said, "If I insist on making you use 100% of your power?" Zhang Jian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "In that case, you'll die." Regarding Yi Yuan's strength, he was already very clear. In the battle just now, Yi Yuan already unleashed all of his skill and used Daybreak and the Misty Sword art at the same time, but was unable to break through Zhang Jian's sword net at all. Zhang Jian's power of laws was too powerful, and his realm was also higher than Yi Yuan's. This was practically a certain defeat scenario. "Ha! If you can kill me, feel free to bring it on. Use 100% of your power. Let me take a look at just how formidable you, the proclaimed strongest disciple in the Purple Extreme Sex history, are." Zhang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, "Have you thought it through?" Yi Yuan swung his sword horizontally and said coolly, "Thought it through." Zhang Jian nodded slightly and said, "Many geniuses all die being presumptuous. Clearly you're the same too. Since you seek death wholeheartedly, then I'll see you off." After done talking, Zhang Jian displayed a stance. The aura on his body suddenly changed. Understanding sword art. Understanding strike. Zhang Jian said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he blurted out, "Selfless realm." Chapter 1524, Why Don T. I'll give it a try too. Chapter 1524, Why Don T. I'll give it a try too, amen? What's going on? This Source Knight actually still isn't admitting defeat? They still want to fight again. Could it be that Source Knight still has some trump card? You all look at the Guardian state. It seems to be a bit off. The current Zhang Jian entered a kind of mysterious state. Yi Yuan was too familiar with this state. It was precisely the selfless realm that he had entered twice. A dangerous aura hit him head-on, making Yi Yuan feel a chill run down his spine. No wonder he dares to claim to be invincible in the same realm. He can actually enter the selfless realm at any time. Yi Yuan exclaimed. But at this time, Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. This isn't the perfect state, selfless realm. It's just a critical state between the selfless realm and reality. Furthermore, this state is only applicable to battles. It can let the martial artist unleash strength beyond normal levels when fighting. Hiss! Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath, not expecting that there was still such a martial technique. This is his 100% combat power? Indeed powerful. Yi Yuan muttered. This move is developed by experiencing endless tempering before one can fuse a trace of heavenly Tao into their own heart realm. It has to be someone with great fort. 1, 2 to achieve it. This person was definitely a powerhouse whose fame shook a region when he was alive. Dustless said. Even with Dustless's high standards, he viewed Zheng Jian in a different light too. Although this person's talent in martial arts could not compare to Yi Yuan's, it was also not far away. It came so fast. Yi Yuan was alarmed inwardly. Zheng Jian turned into an afterimage, charging over towards him. 2 short swords resembled 2 sharp fangs, bearing its fangs and brandis. Plussing its claws and charging over towards Yi Yuan. Origin magnetic field open. Misty sword art. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. The misty sword art was displayed once more. At the same time, a powerful gravitational field instantly descended. This came suddenly. Zhang Jian's figure suddenly stopped, becoming much slower all of a sudden. Clank, clank, clank. The 2 people exchanged several dozen sword moves. Yi Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Swiss. Plus Zheng Jian's short sword suddenly accelerated SLAs. Plussing a wound on Yi Yuan's arm. Yi Yuan's figure retreated explosively, but Zheng Jian was unrelenting, following after. The origin magnetic field that had never failed actually only had an effect for 1 breath, and it was cracked by Zheng Jian. His sharp sword light directly tore a gap in the origin magnetic field, slicing the force field into pieces. Zheng Jian's power of laws was too strong, far from what the current Yi Yuan could compare to. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yi Yuan exhausted all of his strength, his figure shuttling through S.P.A.C. nonstop and could only barely protect his vital areas. But the wounds on his body were increasing continuously. Zheng Jian, who was under the state of the selfless realm, was too strong. The kind of battle instinct was virtually unleashed by him to the limit. This had an all-round increase to his combat strength. This kind of feeling was like when Yi Yuan dealt with the clone back then. After he entered the selfless realm, the clone completely became the target to trample on in front of him. So strong! That guardian is simply akin to a different person than from before. What in the world happened? Clearly still the same sword art, same movement technique, but why is it so strong? Ba Tu said in horror. In this place, those who could slightly observe the 2 people's battle traces were just the eminent Orchid 6 sons. Ba Tu, they all watched the projection with unmoving eyes, not daring to miss anything. Because as long as they were distracted momentarily, they would not be able to keep up with the 2 people's tempo anymore. But he could feel that Zheng Jian's strength suddenly soared, becoming a fighting madman. Yi Yuan's situation was becoming worse and worse. Di Fan also watched very close and said in a solemn voice, "He seems to have entered a kind of strange state. Seems like the selfless realm." Ba Tu's expression changed, and he said in shock, "Selfless realm? This isn't possible, right? The selfless realm can be encountered, but cannot be hoped for. Can one casually enter it?" Di Fan's expression was solemn as he said, "Selfless realm naturally can't be casually entered. But I heard that going through special training, one can train fighting instinct to a critical state. Under this critical state, it practically has the effect of selfless realm and can magnify one's strength infinitely. Most likely, that guardian is in this state." Ba Tu was dumbfounded with shock when he heard and said in alarm, "There's actually still such a thing? If no if." Disregarding that the people who know this kind of training method are extremely few. Just this training's terror is what ordinary people can't bear at all. Out of 1,000 people, it's already very impressive to have one survive. This round guardian must have been a madman back then, too. Fan interrupted Ba Tu's words and said solemnly, "Hiss!" Ba Tu drew a cold breath when he heard. This kind of training method was truly too terrifying. Looks like Source Knight is somewhat in danger. Now, even if he wants to stop, it likely won't work anymore too, Ba Tu said emotionally. The pangs of sharp pain coming from his body made Yi Yuan even more awake instead. Selfless realm, is it? Why don't I give it a try too? Yi Yuan had the experience of entering selfless realm twice before. There was also nearly entering selfless realm one time. A genius who understood the selfless realm more than him. One probably could not find a second one in this world. Now he was forced by Zhang Jian to the limits. Even the origin magnetic field was instantly disintegrated. The only method he could think of to resolve it was to enter the selfless realm. But selfless realm could not be entered at will. Entering the selfless realm required very harsh timings. The last time, Yi Yuan only narrowly entered selfless realm under the state of imminent death. At this time, Yi Yuan completely opened up his mind, carefully savoring the state of entering selfless realm the last 2 times. This way, he would not be able to focus fully on dealing with Zhang Jian's attacks. The injuries on his body became more and more concentrated. Heavenly Tao. Selfless realm was conforming to Heavenly Tao. How could it only conform to Heavenly Tao? Yi Yuan emptied himself, adjusting his state of mind bit by bit under this kind of extreme state. Source Knight can't hold on anymore. Within 100 moves, life and death will likely be decided. Fan's words carried some melancholy. After all, Source Knight's talent broadened their horizons. He did not expect that Yi Yuan screwed himself over. 100 moves sounded a lot, but to Yi Yuan and Zhang Jian, it was merely several breaths of time. Their attacks were too quick, swift to the point where ordinary people could not catch it at all. "You're dead." Zhang Jian's voice was akin to a death-hastening talisman, sounding in Yi Yuan's ear. Although he was in a critical state, he still retained his consciousness. This voice was announcing Yi Yuan's death. Zhang Jian's short sword was akin to a bolt of lightning, stabbing toward Yi Yuan's heart. Swiss. H. Plus Zhang Jian only felt pain on his body. He was actually hurt. Zhang Jian's heart sunk. This was Yi Yuan's first time striking his body. His certain kill blow was actually dodged by Yi Yuan, and he even left behind a scar on his body. Zhang Jian suddenly felt something in his heart, his gaze revealing great astonishment. Selfless realm. Chapter 1525 revealed true self. Chapter 1525 revealed true self when the fake selfless realm ran into the real selfless realm. The result was tragic. Zhang Jian discovered to his dismay that his short swords could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves anymore. On the contrary, Yi Yuan caused considerable damage to him from time to time. Under Yi Yuan's persecution, it was hard for Zhang Jian to maintain the state of understanding strike anymore. Under this trade-off, their position directly reversed. At the outside world, when the group of geniuses saw this scene, they immediately felt baffled. It's not right. Fan, the two of them have long exchanged 100 moves already. Why hasn't the victor been decided yet? Fan? Ba Tu turned around to look at Fan, but he discovered that Fan had his eyes glued to the projection, shock written all over his eyes. Hey, what in the world happened? Ba Tu nudged Fan. Fan abruptly startled awake and said with shock, "Selfless realm." Ba Tu said in puzzlement, "I know that it's the selfless realm. Didn't you say it just now that Guardian is in a critical state?" Fan said, "It's the true selfless realm. That Source Knight, he entered selfless realm." What? Got to be kidding. Is selfless realm so easy to enter? Ba Tu jumped up all at once, yelling at the top of his voice. When the others heard this, they all revealed shocked expressions, all staring at D-Fan, wanting to hear his explanation. Among these people, only D-Fan's strength could see through some clue. Same moves, same realm, everything hasn't changed. But Source Knight is now completely Cruce. H.I. plussing the Guardian. Only the selfless realm can accomplish this. D-Fan said in shock. Apart from selfless realm, he seriously could not think of other possibilities. Selfless realm. This Source Knight's talent is truly a bit too freakish, right? His talent in alchemy is already extreme, heaven-defying. Even a group of Fiend Lord powerhouses are very respectful towards him. Didn't expect that he's actually so freakish in martial arts too. Does he still want people to live? When you compare goods, goods have to be thrown away. When you compare people, people have to die. This guy really doesn't give people a way out. It's said that as long as one enters the selfless realm, stepping into Fiend Lord realm is virtually a sure bet. Really envious of him. The group of geniuses either gasped in admiration or envied. They were all existences with many admirers around them in each capital city. But in front of Yi Yuan, they were like goods on a roadside stall. This kind of strong contrast made them very uncomfortable. Even facing the eminent Orchid's 6 sons, they also did not feel that they were too lofty beyond reach. But now they had a feeling that even if they worked hard for all their lives, they could not see the back of Yi Yuan's feet too. This feeling of setback truly made people despair. If let them know that it was already Yi Yuan's 3rd time entering Selfless Realm, no idea how they would feel about it. Under Selfless Realm, Yi Yuan was unprecedentedly powerful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The wounds on Jian's body became more and more. Finally, he had his head pierced by Yi Yuan with one sword. Death. When Jian's body condensed and formed once more, the eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with were full of shock. He who was undefeatable back then was actually defeated by a grand completion fiend general millions of years later. This was an utter defeat. He could not even find an iota of reason to defend himself. At this time, he felt that the arrogant remarks he said to Yi Yuan previously seemed so ridiculous. Invincible in the same realm? He was leapfrogged and defeated by someone. Yi Yuan had yet to recover from the state of Selfless Realm. The Yi Yuan under Selfless Realm state finally thoroughly mastered the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 3rd level cultivation method. He was going to start breaking through. Rumble. The entire hall was quaking. The commotion caused by Yi Yuan's breakthrough was truly too great. Suddenly, D-Fan's expression changed. Hang on, this aura, it's human. Yi Yuan could use the Chaos Heavenspan Canon to imitate fiend essence. But when breaking through, he must recover to the human race state. His Chaos Divine Essence was many levels higher than fiend essence. It was impossible to break through according to the method of fiend essence. Hence, at this time, Yi Yuan finally recovered to the state of a human. Yi Yuan's breakthrough aura broke the fetters of S.P.A.C. transmitting into the hall. D-Fan finally saw through a trace of inkling. How is this possible? This Source Knight is actually a human. This is impossible. How can a human disguise so flawlessly? There were so many Fiend Lord powerhouses outside. Could it be that not one of them saw through it? This is too terrifying. This guy toyed with all of us fiends in the palm of his hand. The others also detected the abnormality, all incomparably shocked. They were truly unable to imagine that a human could actually disguise as a fiend so perfectly. Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus, just as everyone was in a state of disbelief, beams of light fell down in the hall. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and they disappeared from the hall. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch. My B-U-T-T. Wails sounded everywhere. They were actually directly transported out of the ancient ruins. A group of fiend lords looked at the geniuses who fell to the ground rather surprisedly, not understanding what had happened. Defan, what's going on? You all failed the rounds? The Imperial City's Blood Yamahal envoy directly found Defan and asked. But Defan did not answer him right away, but looked around, seemingly looking for some figure. The Blood Yamahal's envoy frowned and said unhappily, Defan, what are you looking at? Defan scanned around and indeed did not discover Yi Yuan's figure and could not help revealing a disappointed look. He let out a sigh and said, Something big happened. Where's Elder Dn? Right then, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Dn's figure appeared. Defan, what happened? Dn said. Defan's expression was solemn, recounting the events that happened inside the ruins. When the group of fiend lords heard, each and every one of them revealed great astonishment, especially Ihan. Her expression became incomparably pale. What did you say? Source Knight, he is a human? That's impossible. An old man gripped Defan's arm, nearly cruce. Plussing his bones. Arg, let go of me. Defan wailed miserably. When the Blood Yamahal's envoy saw that the old man actually became violent, he could not help saying in a great rage, Insolence! Let him go. Heavenstar glared fiercely and shouted, Get lost! The strength of Fiend Lord Ninth-Layered Heaven suddenly erupted, giving everyone a big fright. Fiend Lord Ninth-Layered Heaven. Who is he? Everyone exclaimed. Brat, tell me that what you said earlier is nonsense. Heavenstar said in a cold voice. Defan's face was contorted in pain and could not even speak. At this time, Batu hurriedly came forward and said, Your Excellency, Defan, he didn't lie. So many of us saw it with our own eyes. If not for that Source Knight breaking through realm and could no longer conceal it, we'd still be kept in the dark. Yeah, Your Excellency. We all thought that he was a fiend, but at the final juncture, he broke through to Origin Deity Realm, revealing the aura of a human. Otherwise, we'd still be unaware until now. Another person spoke up. Heavenstar knew that he was likely really deceived. Chapter 1526, Some Experience. 1526, Some Experience. So angry. The Blood Yamahal went through great pains and expended countless material things to actually benefit a human? DN and Heavenstar exchanged a glance, virtually about to break down. Suddenly, Heavenstar's gaze turned to look at Defan and said viciously, You said that he's currently breaking through right now. Defan nodded and said, That's right. He entered the selfless realm and directly broke through the human race's origin deity realm bottleneck. That's how the clue appeared. When Heavenstar heard this, he seethed with killing intent and said, What a terrific human race, lad, to actually dare toy with this old man in the palm of your hand. This old man will see how you see. Finished talking, Heavenstar directly took out several dozen soul-refining lamps and started casting the Blood Soul Curse. Inside the ancient ruins, Dustless suddenly felt something, a hint of a sneer revealing at the corners of his mouth. The soul-suppressing pearl came out of the body and suspended above Yi Yuan's head, emitting a dark red light. Ha! Looks like those fiends know about Yi Yuan's human race, Ident. One, tie already. That old punk actually still dares to cast the Blood Soul Curse, simply seeking death. Don't need to hold back any more this time. Let you eat a big loss. Dustless said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan was currently fully focused on breaking through realm and was completely oblivious toward this. On the soul-suppressing pearl, the dark red light became stronger and stronger, gradually forming a vortex, absorbing soul force crazily. Previously, Dustless was afraid of Heavenstar detecting and intentionally exercised restraint. But now, since the other party already discovered it, he naturally would not be overcautious anymore. Heavenstar activating the Blood Soul Curse was initially because he was in a great rage and wanted to put Yi Yuan to death. But he discovered something wrong very quickly. His soul force actually poured out frenziedly involuntarily, as if being pumped out by someone to draw water. Heaven Star was greatly shocked in his heart and wanted to stop the blood soul curse. But he discovered to his dismay that he could not do it at all. Inside the array formation, Heaven Star surged with vitality, looking incomparably fearsome. Quite a few fiend lords and geniuses were all exclaiming with regards to Heaven Star's powerful strength and did not discover the slightest bit of abnormality. Such a powerful soul force. This lord's strength is likely also in the upper echelons in the Blood Yamahal, right? TSK, I wonder what curse this lord activated. Most likely at this time that Source Knight is feeling very awful, right? Humph. He actually dared to toy with all of us in the palm of his hand. Serves him right to be cursed to death by His Excellency. Heaven Star was shouting frantically in his heart, but he was currently already brought into the gutter and could not even shout. One had to know that his opponent was an Empyrean spirit treasure. Heaven Star's face revealed a savage look. At this rate, his entire person would be sucked dry. Amen. D.N.'s brows furrowed, finally discovering something amiss. Bang, bang, bang. His fingers flicked. Several dozen streams of light fired out, directly shattering those soul-refining lamps into pieces. Woo, woo, woo. Countless, ghostly wails reverberated inside this valley, incomparably shrill and forlorn. Noisy! D.N. flicked his sleeves grandly, directly killing all of those fierce ghosts. Pooh work! Heaven Star directly spewed out a large mouthful of blood. His entire person seemed to have had a great illness, feeble to the extreme. D.N. looked at Heaven Star and said with slightly furrowed brows, "What happened?" Heaven Star said weakly, "Don't know. The other party is like a black hole, continuously devouring my soul force. Couldn't stop even if I wanted to. If you didn't make a move, my fiend soul would likely be directly sucked dry." D.N.'s expression was slightly dark. To be able to suck a fiend lord, ninth-layered heaven powerhouse's fiend soul dry. How formidable the strength did this require? This brat is peculiar. Most likely, there is quite a bit of secret on him. No wonder he could hide from all of us. D.N. said. Heaven Star nodded his head feebly and said, "I was utterly played by this brat." Probably. He didn't get hit by the blood soul curse at all. No wonder when I cast the spell back then, it would expend large amounts of soul force each time. Heaven Star recalled the situation at that time and discovered that he was probably fooled right from the start. At the thought that even the profound Yellow Cauldron was cheated by Yi Yuan, Heaven Star's heart was dripping blood. This trip was really a double loss. D.N.'s brows furrowed and he said in a clear voice, "All disperse. Ihan, you stay." Ihan's expression became fearful, knowing that this calamity likely could not be escaped. The other hall masters knew that they could not poke the bull at this time, all taking their leave, leaving behind just Ihan alone. "Ihan, the matter was caused by you. Now, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Guard here. When that punk comes out, you can only leave after catching him, understood?" D.N. said solemnly. Ihan hurriedly said, "Lord D.N. rest assured. Even if Ihan needs to watch until the seas dry up and rocks decay, I'll capture this brat." D.N. nodded his head and said to Heaven Star, "Let's go back. The secrets on this kid's body might be even more valuable than these ancient ruins. As long as we catch him, everything can be discussed. In order to make provisions for contingencies, I'll send someone else here and lend you a helping hand." Ihan bowed and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." Breaking through to origin deity realm made him have a feeling of peerlessness. At this time, Yi Yuan's divine sea expanded more than 100 times from before. It was just that inside the Dantian SPAC it did not seem like a sea, but like a region of starch paste. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he communicated with Dustless. Senior, is my direction wrong? Why has the divine essence in my divine already almost became a pile of starch paste? Yi Yuan discovered that even though his divine essence was incomparably thick, it became stickier and stickier, completely different from ordinary people's divine essence. Dustless said this, "You're walking a path that predecessors have never walked before. It's not easy for me to judge, but your situation I've indeed never seen before. However, when you created the cultivation method, it could trigger a heaven and earth phenomenon and resonance of the heaven-span mountain. Presumably, this direction wouldn't be wrong." Yi Yuan could not figure out after racking his brains and was very depressed in his heart. His cultivation method was completely derived according to his understanding of the lesser heaven-span mountain. That was a logical derivation. But Yi Yuan's cultivation method clearly contravened common sense and was vastly different from ordinary people. This unwittingly made him somewhat lose confidence, because origin deity to divine lord was an extremely huge chasm. If the cultivation method that he derived was wrong and he was unable to open up a small world, then all of his efforts would turn to naught. This was a very crucial step. Even Yi Yuan could not avoid thinking in terms of gains and losses. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Forget it, a shot arrow cannot be recalled. If I'm really unable to break through to divine Lord Realm, we'll talk again at that time." Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and discovered that Zhang Jian was using a very shocked gaze to look at him. "You won. Congratulations, you can obtain the Purple Extreme, Hall's true inheritance." Zhang Jian said, somewhat lost in deep reverie. His pride was trampled to the ground by Yi Yuan today. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks, Senior Zhang." Zhang Jian hesitated for a moment and said, "How did you do it?" Yi Yuan froze for a moment before realizing that what Zhang Jian was referring to a selfless realm, and said with a smile, "That's nothing. Before this, I've already entered it twice before. So, there's some experience." Zhang Jian was speechless. Chapter 1527, Instantly Understand. Chapter 1527, Instantly Understand, even if trampling others, people should not be trampled like this. This was trampling completely, and then still driving a roller to crush a few more times. Zhang Jian felt that his worldview was collapsing. When did the selfless realm become a cabbage easily found? Back then, in order to master the understanding strike, he had narrowly escaped death no idea how many times, but never entered the state of selfless state once before. But he entered 3 times. 3 times. Selfless realm. Entering once was a massive jackpot. This guy actually entered 3 times. Furthermore, it seemed like there was a trend of becoming smoother and smoother. Was this still humanly possible? Zhang Jian felt that he was simply a joke. That joke that transmigrated through time and SPAC. Genius? In front of this guy before his eyes, the word genius was so laughable. After a long time, Zhang Jian suddenly changed his face and was no longer arrogant and no longer considered everyone and everybody beneath his notice, just like a wise man who had seen through worldly affairs. "Looks like I indeed had a limited outlook. Your talent is unprecedented since time immemorial. I'm already submerged in the long river of history, while you're destined to give off brilliance. Go on." At this moment, Zhang Jian actually smiled. That 10,000-year-old corpse face actually revealed a smile. That was a smile of relief. He seemed to have understood something. Then his figure gradually dissipated and turned into nothingness. Yi Yuan's eyes blurred and he arrived in the hall once more. The current hall already switched scenes. Those arenas had all disappeared, appearing much more empty. "Congratulations on your success in challenging the Purple Extreme Sect's 18 geniuses, becoming the Purple Extreme Sect's successor. Your reward is this hall." The old voice sounded out once more, making Yi Yuan very surprised. Wasn't it said that every 6 rounds had a reward? Why did it become this hall? Yi Yuan had a strange look as he said, This hall, I can't move it away too. Want it for what? Who said that the hall can't be moved? This hall itself is a spatial flying type, true G, OD, mystic treasure. It can be big or small. When big, it can become a magnificent palace. When small, it can become a grain of dust. It can even travel as far as hundreds of millions of miles in a day. Of course, the prerequisite is that you need to have sufficient divine essence stones. A thin and bony old man's phantom appeared and said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said in surprise, So incredible! The old man snorted coldly and said, More than incredible. Back then, my Purple Extreme sect devoted the entire sect's power to forge this true G. Oh, D mystic treasure, wanting to immortalize our legacy. There are extremely powerful killing arrays inside this hall. As long as you have sufficient divine essence stones, even eradicating true G. Oh, DS can be done. It sounded very impressive. Eradicating true G. Oh, DS. Thinking about it made people excited. TK, I seem to have picked up a treasure, Yi Yuan said rather excitedly. The old man said, I'm running out of time. Now, I'll impart you the Purple Extreme Sect's supreme cultivation method. You have to cultivate well and bring my Purple Extreme Sect to greater heights. Yi Yuan froze for a moment and said, Cultivation method? No need. My cultivation method is pretty good. I don't plan on changing cultivation methods. Got to be joking. Supreme cultivation method? In front of the Chaos Heavenspan cannon, it was nothing. When the old man heard that, he said in sullen anger, You obtained my Purple Extreme Sect's inheritance. You must cultivate the Purple Extreme Sect's supreme cultivation method. Otherwise, I'll blot you out. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. This old man was also too unreasonable, right? After a pause, the old man continued. Furthermore, cultivating the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is also saving yourself. There are 3 fiend lord powerhouses standing guard outside. If you don't cultivate the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, you won't be able to refine the Purple Extreme Hall. When this old man dies, the Purple Extreme Hall's array formation will dissipate, and they will rush in. Hearing this, Yi Yuan's heart turned cold, and he immediately changed expressions and said, Then still waiting for what? Come on. The old man smiled slightly and took his time to say, The Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is divided into a total of 6 levels. It can help you cultivate all the way to true G. Oh, D 9th layered heaven. Even the realm of half-step heavenly Empyrean. The pinnacle most existence among grade 6 divine Tao cultivation methods. As long as you cultivate this cultivation method's first level, you'll be able to refine the spirit, source, crystal soul. Except the speed will be very slow. As long as you refine a part of it, you can control the grand array and stop those fiend lords from entering. While talking, a milky white crystal appeared in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said, which is to say that the higher level I cultivate the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, the faster the speed of refining the spirit source crystal soul, right? The old man said yes. But the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra is extensive and profound. Within a short time, the old man had not finished talking and was cut off by Yi Yuan. Then still waiting for what? Bring out the first 3 levels for me. The old man choked and said, Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Your foundation needs to be solid, otherwise, Yi Yuan said speechlessly. I say, senior, did you say that time is limited? Can you hurry up or not? The old man choked again, but this time he still brought out the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra. However, just the first level cultivation method. Countless divine inscriptions appeared in front of Yi Yuan, making people blurry-eyed. However, Yi Yuan just swept a glance and said coolly, Where's the second level cultivation method? The old man still took his time to say, Young man, you only browsed over it once and want to cultivate the second level cultivation method? Better not to reach beyond your grasp. Why did this old man have so much bulls? Hi plus T? Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him and started revolving according to the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra's method. Purple light radiated on Yi Yuan's body, dazzling to the extreme. It was precisely the hallmark of grand completion, first-level cultivation method. Why you are already at grand completion? Could it be that you cultivated the Purple Extreme Heart Sutra in the past before? This isn't possible. The thin old man had been taking his time all along, neither too fast nor too slow. But this time he was visibly moved and even started stammering when speaking. How powerful this Purple Extreme Heart Sutra was. The thin old man was all too clear. Even immensely talented genius disciples had to expend 100 years back then before they could master the first level too. Yi Yuan was an origin deity expert. Cultivating another cultivation method naturally yielded twice the results with half the effort. Even so, he at least had to spend 2 to 3 years' time before he could master the first level too. However, he instantly understood. Yi Yuan was speechless as he said, I say, Senior, time is urgent. Can we stop wasting time? Quick! Bring out the 2 levels of cultivation method at the back and let me take a look. Although Yi Yuan had the Chaos Heaven Span Cannon, he could only cultivate the first 3 levels right now too. As for the back, his realm was not there yet and naturally could not understand it too. With this, the old man finally released the entirety of the 2 levels of cultivation method at the back. After Yi Yuan swept a glance, he directly came before the Spirit Source Crystal Soul and started refining. Watching Yi Yuan refine the Spirit Source Crystal Soul with the 3rd level Purple Extreme Heart Sutra, the thin old man was full of shock. Just what kind of situation was this? Seen before photographic memory with one glance, but never seen before success with a glance. With just a glance, he mastered the extensive and profound Purple Extreme Heart Sutra. Was this guy a monster? How in the world did he do it? Ha ha ha! Truly, heaven doesn't want my Purple Extreme sect to Paris. Plus didn't expect that after countless years, it actually let my Purple Extreme sect find such a heaven-defying successor, said the old man with a big laugh, as his turbid eyes suddenly became bright. Chapter 1528, Huge Fortune. Chapter 1528, Huge Fortune. 3 months later, Yi Yuan finally refined a portion of the Spirit Source Crystal Soul. This great hall's information directly poured into his sea of consciousness. What Yi Yuan controlled right now was just 1/3 of this hall. If he wanted to further control the Purple Extreme Hall, he had to cultivate the follow-up cultivation method. This divine essence stone expenditure is also too terrifying. Yi Yuan was left speechless with wonder. Unleash. Plussing an attack that eradicated first-layered Heaven Divine, Lord once needed to expend 50 million low-grade Divine Essence Stones. This was practically equivalent to a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord Martial Artist's entire net worth, because Yi Yuan had the item. 1. Tie of an alchemist, and his strength was extremely daunting. That was how he easily had several tens of millions of low-grade Divine Essence Stones on him. Ordinary martial artists, like Yi Yuan's realm, to have several hundred thousands of Divine Essence Stones were already pretty good. One had to know martial artists' cultivation required the help of Divine Essence Stones. Purchasing cultivation resources also needed Divine Essence Stones. This was Civ consumable and could not be saved. This was still just first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more horrifying the resources consumed. Additionally, the resources required for flying was also very frightening. The Divine Essence Stones expended for a day's flight at full power would reach 1 million Divine Essence Stones. TSK, this is totally something for rich people to play. Yi Yuan lamented. However, it's indeed a good thing. Dustless praised. Senior, is there a way to save this Purple Extreme sect, Senior? Yi Yuan asked. No way to salvage. Even a more powerful existence can't withstand the ravaging of time too. That's merely a wisp of divine sense. After being sealed for countless years, it's already almost dissipating. Dustless said disconsolately. Like that, huh? That's too bad. Yi Yuan said regretfully. When Yi Yuan returned to reality, he discovered that the thin old man was currently sizing him up with a curious look on his face. Senior, many thanks. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said. The old man smiled and said, the one who should be saying thank you is me. This old man has been sealed for countless years, and it's you who freed me. To be able to encounter a successor like you is my purple extreme, Hall's blessing. This way, this old man can also go in peace. Yi Yuan said in surprise, Senior Yu. The old man smiled and said, the meaning of this old man's existence is to find a suitable successor for the purple extreme Hall. Now that you've appeared, this old man naturally has no need to exist anymore too. This old man's meaning was that he wanted to end himself. According to what was said previously, he had at least a few years to live. But now he did not want to live anymore. While talking, the old man's figure gradually dissipated. Kid, what's your name? The old man asked. Yi Yuan said respectfully, this junior is Yi Yuan. The old man laughed loudly and said, good, very good. Yi Yuan, you won't disappoint this old man. Remember, this old man is called Niesheng, the Purple Extreme Sect's last sect master. Today, this old man can finally atone for my crime. Yi Yuan watched the other party turn into countless light particles, gradually dissipating. He heaved a sigh and said, Senior Niesheng rest A.S. Sure, this junior will definitely bring the Purple Extreme sect to greater heights. Hearing this, Niesheng's face revealed a look of relief and departed with satisfaction. Yi Yuan's mind stirred, appearing an ASPAC inside the Purple Extreme Hall. Looking at the celestial deity artifacts that piled up like mountains, Yi Yuan had a feeling like he was dreaming. TSK, am I considered to be an upstart now? A sect's treasure trove is all here. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion. Cultivation methods, martial techniques, celestial deity artifacts, divine essence stones. These cultivation resources were stored inside this SPAC into categories, making Yi Yuan have a feeling of walking into a treasure vault. Just the low-grade divine essence stones were as many as 5 billion. Of course, this was definitely not the original reserves, although the Purple Extreme Hall had always been in a sealed state. This did not mean that it did not consume divine essence stones. This expenditure was very small, but it could not stand up to the Pa-S Sage of Time. Presumably, back then when Niesheng sealed the Purple Extreme Hall, the number of divine essence stones controlled was definitely rather terrifying. Now, this 5 billion was likely just a fraction of back then. With this 5 billion, it could at least eradicate 100 first-layered Heaven Fiend Lord existences. Of course, the prerequisite was to lure the other party into the Purple Extreme Hall. The Purple Extreme Hall's killing array could only be activated inside the hall. TSK, no wonder the Blood Yama Hall went through so much trouble. 50 to 60 low-grade, divine, Lord, mystic treasures. If this news was known by the outside world, that would be explosive. Inside a miniature SPAC, 50 to 60 low-grade divine Lord mystic treasures were quietly suspended, stirring people's hearts. It was also just Ji Yuan. If it were others, they would probably go crazy. Incomparably valuable divine Lord mystic treasures. There were 50 to 60 articles the moment they came. This was simply an astronomical figure. The value of one divine Lord mystic treasure was at least 10 billion too. Yi Yuan was equivalent to having a wealth of 560 billion all at once. This was not even counting the value of the other cultivation methods and martial techniques. And this was still just the market price. Who would be silly enough to take divine Lord mystic treasures out to sell? Hence, the price of a divine Lord mystic treasure tended to be several times higher than the market price. Yi Yuan was still feeling satisfied because of obtaining the profound yellow cauldron previously, but he did not expect that in a blink of an eye he fell into a divine Lord Mystic treasure ocean. However, these divine Lord Mystic treasures were mostly sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, mainly these weapons. There were even a small number of auxiliary types, but there really wasn't medicinal cauldrons. Divine Lord Mystic treasure medicinal cauldrons were a scarce item in the first place. This was simply a priceless treasure to alchemists. Furthermore, each and every alchemist was extremely wealthy. Hence, the price of medicinal cauldrons could not be judged with common sense at all. The profound yellow cauldron simply had demand but no supply. Yi Yuan carefully investigated these divine Lord Mystic treasures. His mind stirred. A long sword flew into his hand. Jinni sword. Not bad, it's you. Yi Yuan played a bit and was very satisfied with this sword. The evil extermination sword was already somewhat of a hindrance to the current Yi Yuan. When battling with some geniuses, quite a number of people all used celestial deity artifacts. Yi Yuan was at a very big disadvantage. Yi Yuan looked through these divine Lord Mystic treasures. Only this Jinni sword was the most suitable for him. With this Jinni sword, Yi Yuan's combat strength would still soar to a higher level. After all, even among divine Lord Realm powerhouses, there were barely any who could afford to use divine Lord Mystic treasures. You still can't fully refine the Purple Extreme Hall right now. The truly good stuff should be in a higher level S, P, A, C. This bit of treasure is just a speck to a peak true G. Oh, dissect, Dustless said. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, makes sense. However, does the Heaven-span world have sex, this kind of existences, before? Dustless shook his head and said, this I don't know. The time that the Heaven-span world has existed is far too long. Body knows what the ancient times look like at all. Perhaps before forming the current arrangement, the Heaven-span world might have had sex stand in great numbers. This kind of thing, perhaps only transcendent heavenly emperors and Tao ancestors, those kinds of existences would know. Like that, huh? Then the matter of establish. Plussing a sect would likely have some difficulties, Yi Yuan said helplessly. If Yi Yuan started a sect now, it was undoubtedly shattering the existing order. At that time, he would definitely become the target of public wrath. Within a short time, the promise that he made to Niesheng likely could not be carried out. Chapter 1529 The Power of the Purple Extreme Hall. Chapter 1529 The Power of the Purple Extreme Hall. Ihan, it was all thanks to you. Now, you caused me to be dispatched here, together with you. A rugged fiend lord was currently grumbling to Ihan incessantly. Ihan had an indifferent look and did not refute it either. She knew that whatever she said now was all wrong. But could this be blamed on her? Even Lord Heavenstar and Lord D and could not see through the flaws. How could she see through? Who would have thought that a human could actually disguise as a fiend perfectly? Emo Han looked at this scene with a gloating face and did not talk to. He offered to stay behind. Emo Han's grudge toward Yi Yuan was extremely deep. Thinking of that incomparably arrogant appearance of Yi Yuan's, he was unwell from head to toe. Now he could finally make Yi Yuan kneel in front of him to beg for mercy. How could he let this chance slip by? All right, Zichen, you stop complaining too. Want to say who hates that kid the most right now? It's younger sister Ihan. Don't you agree, younger sister Ihan? Emo Han suddenly spoke up. Ihan looked at Emo Han rather surprisedly and said with a nod, what Brother Emo Han said is right. I wish that I can devour his raw flesh right now to vent the hatred in my heart. As long as that punk comes out, I'll let him know what's called a fate worse than death. Just as she was talking, Ihan felt something and looked in the direction of the ruins. Emo Han got a huge shock too and said, the array formation vanished. The three people were first startled, then immediately revealed ecstatic looks. Inside these ancient ruins, there were clearly many treasures hidden. Even if they only obtained a fiend, lord, mystic treasure, it was a tremendous harvest too. Suddenly, Ihan's brows furrowed and she said, "Something's amiss." This array formation was fine, so how could it disappear? Could it be a scam? Emohan also felt that it was rather somewhat odd. After ruminating for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Most likely the inheritance in this ancient ruins is already acquired by Source Knight, that punk. That's why the array formation would disappear." Talking up to here, he laughed savagely and said, "As long as we capture that brat, all of the treasures will all belong to us." The other two people's eyes also shone, revealing incomparably scorching looks. They knew that D-Fan only made it through 8 rounds and already obtained a low-grade divine, lord, mystic treasure. Yi Yuan made it through 18 rounds and also stayed inside for 3 months. The inheritance obtained. Just thinking about it made people feel excited. Ihan suddenly said, "My 2 elder brothers, the treasures are very few. Ihan doesn't want anything. If there are many treasures, Ihan only asks for a fiend, lord, mystic treasure to be by my side. The rest will all belong to the 2 elder brothers. Is that okay?" Ihan was very smart, making concessions in order to gain advantages. She already lowered her ATTI, toed very low, and only asked for 1 fiend, lord, mystic treasure. This request was really not considered overboard. Otherwise, if the 3 people had a dispute, she probably could not even scoop up anything. Emohan 2 people exchanged a glance and said with a nod, "No problem. This request isn't overboard. If there aren't many treasures, we can't get a single one either. All of them have to be presented to the hall. If there are many, there's no cause for much criticism for us to keep a few pieces in private." "Then let's rush in now," Zi-Chen said. Emohan smiled and said, "Russian for what? Isn't it fine to sit and wait here? That brat obtained the inheritance. Could it be that he still won't come out?" Zi-Chen's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "That makes sense." The 3 people exchanged a glance and smiled, immediately vanished. Plussing from where they stood. Not long after, a figure slowly appeared at the hall's entrance. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? After coming out, Yi Yuan appeared very cautious, pulling out the Jinni sword with a vigilant look. When Ihan, 3 people hiding in the void, saw this scene, how could they still endure? They directly revealed themselves, surrounding Yi Yuan. "Master Source Knight, long time no see." Emohan said with a smile that was not a smile. But Ihan said coldly, "Source Knight, you tricked me so bitterly. Today, I'm going to make you regret having been born in this world." Yi Yuan's expression changed. His figure moved swiftly, directly speeding over into the abode. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ihan's mouth, and she said, "Running? Can you run?" As she said, Ihan waved a hand. A powerful world power instantly wrapped Yi Yuan up. She thought that Yi Yuan did not have the leeway to resist in front of the world power at all. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually directly ignored her power of the world and dashed into the ruins? The 3 people's expressions changed. They did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so troublesome. "Chase him!" The 3 people exchanged a glance, immediately making a decision. With this alerting of the enemy, Yi Yuan probably would not come out anymore. Either way, the array formation already disappeared. What did they still have to be afraid of? Swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus swizz. H. Plus 3 figures followed closely behind Yi Yuan, sweeping into the ruins. The 3 people followed Yi Yuan, their speed swift to the extreme. Suddenly, there was a blurry scene before their eyes, arriving inside a great hall. This great hall was a dead end. Yi Yuan had nowhere to run anymore. Ihan sneered and said, "Run. Aren't you very capable at running?" Emohan also smiled and said, "Master Source Knight, we haven't seen each other for 3 months. Isn't coming out to reminiscence about old times good? Run for what? But Zi Chen's expression turned dark, and he said, "Kid, hand over all of the treasures you obtained, and I'll make it painless for you." But entering the hall, Yi Yuan changed expressions. The original tension and vigilance had all but disappeared. What replaced it was indescribable calmness. The calmness of being in control of everything. Hoo-hoo, reminiscing about old days outside. That isn't the way to treat guests. Therefore, I invited the three of you in. Now we can talk about the old days, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. The three people's expressions changed, and Yi Han said in a cold voice, "What do you mean?" Trying to scare us? Kid, with our current distance, as long as I move my finger, you're dead." Mo Han said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Is that so? I don't even need to move a finger, and you'll be dead." When Mo Han heard, he could not refrain from bursting into laughter and said, "This Hall Master really grew up being scared. Then I want to see whether you not taking action is faster, or me making a move is faster." Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of fear and said with a faint smile, "Then your meaning is no need to reminiscence about the old days any more?" Mo Han's expression suddenly became savage, and he shouted fiercely, "Reminiscence your uncle! This Hall Master will tear you into pieces right now." Finished talking, a horrifying aura spread out. Mo Han really extended a finger and pointed at Yi Yuan. But right at this time, an even more horrifying aura suddenly filled the great hall. 3 streaks of flowing light descended from the sky, directly falling towards the 3 people. Mo Han's power of the world had yet to condense. Under this horrifying stream of light, he did not have the slightest strength to resist and was directly annihilated without even crying out. 3 mighty fiend lord powerhouses were obliterated by the purple extreme hall, just like this. Yi Yuan looked at this scene expressionlessly and said with a sigh, "My 150 million divine essence stones. How many spirit medicines could this purchase? Forget it, forget it. Can't stay in this place for too long. Better leave first." Rumble. The incomparably colossal ancient ruins actually shrunk rapidly, making the mountains tremble. Finally, the purple extreme hall turned into a grain of dust and whirled away in the direction of the human race. Chapter 1530 Guide. Chapter 1530 Guide. Outside of the ruins, 2 figures quietly appeared. These 2 people were precisely DN and Heaven Star, who left and returned. After several months of rest and recuperation, Heaven Star's injuries were a little better, but the damage that the soul-suppressing pearl caused to him was too great. Without 30 to 50 years, he could forget about recovering. The 2 people appeared here because they lost contact with Yi Han and the others. Looking at the empty mountains, the 2 people's eyes revealed extreme shock. "I didn't expect that these ancient ruins themselves are the greatest treasure." DN's eyes were filled with regret. If he had long known this was the case, he would guard here without moving a step and absolutely not let the purple extreme hall escape. The corners of Heaven Star's mouth also kept twitching, and he said with gnashed teeth, "That kid has obtained no idea how much benefits. I wish to crush him into dregs right now." The one with the greatest losses was Heaven Star. The blood-soul curse that he had spent an immeasurable price to nurture was already completely destroyed now. He even subserviently gave the profound yellow cauldron to Yi Yuan in order to ingratiate himself to Yi Yuan. Finally, he even had his soul force devoured by the soul-suppressing pearl, almost Paris. Plussing. Now he also discovered that Yi Yuan moved the entire ruins away. How could he not be furious? Poo work. Thinking of the detestable aspects aggravated his injuries. Heaven Star spewed out a mouthful of old blood. DN gave him a glance, rather pitifully, and said with a sigh, "There's some trouble now. There's totally no way to find out this kid's origins." Source Night, this name appeared very suddenly too. Now he's gone. We also don't have any head or tail if we want to track him. Hearing DN's words, Heaven Star almost spewed out another mouthful of old blood. Nothing was more sorrowful than this. He actually did not even know who his opponent was. Could it be that we're going to let him off just like this? Heavenstar said unwillingly. DN smiled coldly and said, "Let him off? How is that possible? Suffering such a huge loss. Do you think that Lord Hallmaster will let him off? Relax, even though there isn't his news for the time being. A genius such as him, the light can't be hidden. How can an alchemist capable of triggering great Tao, heavenly melody, be buried in the dust?" The imperial city's prosperity was far from what capital cities could compare to. Not anybody had the qualifications to enter to. Entering the imperial city required paying divine essence stones. Yi Yuan looked at the clearly marked prices on the city gates, and the corners of his mouth could not help twitching too. 10-day temporary token. 500 low-grade divine essence stones. 1 year temporary token. 5,000 low-grade divine essence stones. 10-year temporary token. 50,000 low-grade divine essence stones. 100-year temporary token. 500,000 low-grade divine essence stones. Permanent token. 50 million low-grade divine essence stones. Inside the imperial city, people without ident. 1. Tai tokens would be directly blotted out. When the token expired, people who remained behind would be directly annihilated. This price, ordinary martial artists could not afford it at all. An origin deity realm martial artist's entire net worth was merely 1 million low-grade divine essence stones. This was also to say that an origin deity realm powerhouse, spending all of his ace sets, could only stay in the imperial city for several hundred years. Several hundred years of time were merely a snap of a finger to an origin deity realm powerhouse. Furthermore, spending so much divine essence stones, it was also just buying an ident. 1. Tai token. Want to survive in the imperial city. One still needed to find a place to stay. That was also another considerable expense. Hence, wanting to stay in the imperial city, one needed to keep making money continuously. But even if it was so expensive, there were still countless powerhouses that flocked here like ducks. Imperial city and capital city were two entirely different concepts. At the beginning of each imperial city's establishment, enormous spirit-gathering formations would be set up underground. The spiritual energy in imperial cities was extremely plentiful. Staying here, even you did not deliberately cultivate, the growth rate of divine essence could also compare to capital cities. Hence, even if this ident. 1. Tai token was more expensive, people would still yearn for this place. And the divine essence stones collected each year by the imperial city's Lord Manor, was an astronomical figure. Next, the city guard selling tokens said lazily, "A 200-year ident. 1 Tai token." Yi Yuan said coolly. That city guard's eyebrows raised, looking at Yi Yuan with some surprise. Rich, when purchasing temporary ident. 1. Tai tokens, most were 1 year or 10-year periods. A 100-year period was seriously too expensive. The average person could not afford it at all. Yi Yuan could feel the richness of the imperial city's spiritual energy. This made him rather moved. If he could, he planned on settling down here. 1 million divine essence stones were just a light drizzle to the Yi Yuan who was in possession of 5 billion. TSK, no idea which capital city's young master this is. So rich. Sigh. The life of a magnate always makes people envy. Comparing people to people is indeed odious. If I had so much money, how good would it be? The city guard gave Yi Yuan a profound glance and handed 2 tokens to him. Yi Yuan received the token indifferently and left. Another hothead. Reckon that a few days after entering the city, he'll be toyed to death by people, the city guard said with a laugh to his companion. That isn't something that we have to worry about. As long as it doesn't cause too much trouble, it's fine, his companion said with a laugh. The two people's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan leaving had a gloating look. Yi Yuan had just entered the city gates, and a bunch of men by the roadside came up to greet. This little brother looks very unfamiliar. First time entering the city, right? Want a guide or not? I'm called Afor. Not that I'm bragging to you. This heavenly eagle imperial city's major streets and small alleys. There isn't one that I'm not familiar with. One day just needs 10 pieces of divine essence stones, equally honest with the elderly and young children. Little brother, don't listen to him talk nonsense. I, Husan, am the know-all here. Little brother, let me be a guide, guarantee your satisfaction. A group of men clamored to get a word in, directly surrounding Yi Yuan in the middle. The imperial city's boundary was too big. It was not what can be familiarized in 2 or 3 days. Many people were only very familiar with a small region after staying here for a year. Therefore, it gave birth to being a guide, this occupation. When newcomers entered the city for the first time, they did not know their way at all. Yi Yuan came to find little Fatty. Without a guide leading the way, he would probably have to take quite a few detours. Yi Yuan swept a glance and directly threw 10 pieces of divine essence stones to that Afor and said coolly, "You then bring me to the myriad treasure tower." This Afor looked very slick. His reaction was very sharp too. With him leading the way, perhaps it could save considerable trouble. Hence, Yi Yuan chose him. Afor received the divine essence stones and said with an excited look, "Okay." Finished talking, Afor led Yi Yuan away. The other guys all revealed disappointed looks. But after the 2 people went far away, they started discussing. What a big, fat sheep. Didn't even bat an eyelid, taking out 1,000,000 divine essence stones. For this punk is too crafty. A moment of carelessness, and he took the lead again. Done with this job, for this kid probably doesn't need to come out and work for a while. Yi Yuan already left and naturally could not hear these people's discussions. Afor was currently introducing to Yi Yuan the imperial city's local customs and practices with spittle flying everywhere. Chapter 1531 Chill at the BALLS. Chapter 1531 Chill at the BALLS. Little brother really has a sharp eye for discerning people. I, Afor, am a famous living map in the southern city. The matters in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. There's none that I don't know. Afor's saliva flew everywhere. Yi Yuan swept a glance over him and said coolly, "Then you tell me about this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City situation." Afor had an excited look as he said, this isn't a problem." Afor started to spew things unceasingly, introducing the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City structure. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was divided into a total of 5 major regions: north, south, east, west for cities, as well as the inner city. Within the imperial city, ranks were extremely stringent. The people of the 4 cities were prohibited from entering the inner city without getting permission. Those who disobey were killed without amnesty. And the prime requirement for entering the inner city was to possess the ident. 1. Tie of a permanent residence, which was also the permanent token. 50 million divine essence stones made the vast majority of the people shrink back. North, south, east, west for cities could be said to be the commoner areas, dragons and carps mingled together. The region that Yi Yuan was at right now was the South City. The South City was ruled by 6 major factions: the Dongfeng family, Zhao family, Sun family, 3 great families, as well as the Dragon Slaying Gang, Silverfeather Gang, as well as the Sun Moon Gang, 3 great gangs. The 3 great families monopolized the South City's economic lifeblood, while the 3 great gangs dominated the market. The 3 people chatted as they walked and already said through quite a few streets. The streets bustled with heavy traffic, very flurries. Plussing. Who's? Plus the 3 people were currently walking when a large group of people rushed out all of a sudden, surrounding the 3 people. When the neighbors saw this scene, quite a few people all gathered together, seemingly already accustomed to it. The Dragon Slaying Gang is bullying newcomers again. This kid is also unlucky. Why did he find Afor? This kid has refined features and bright eyes, looks like a young master. One look, and it's clear that he hasn't seen much of life. No wonder he would fall for it. Hope that this kid is more sensible. Saves himself a bout of beating, too. There was a scar on the face of the person in front, looking very ferocious. He sized Yi Yuan up and down, just like a greedy wild wolf. "Ah, four. This fat sheep that you brought this time looks pretty good," said the scar-faced man with a smile. Ah four went up to greet, subserviently, and said smilingly with an arched waist, "Hall master, who, it's more than pretty good." This kid spent 1,000,000 divine essence stones without even furrowing a brow. The scar-faced man's brows raised up, and he said delightedly, "Yo, it's really a big fist. H. Plus all four, you did a good job this time. Later, you'll get 5,000. The moment Ah four heard, he was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Many thanks, Hall Master Hu. Many thanks, Hall Master Hu." Yi Yuan looked at this scene rather interestedly and said coolly, "So, you're not planning on bringing me to the Myriad Treasure Tower, are you?" The moment the scar-faced man heard this, he laughed loudly and said, "Myriad Treasure Tower? Ha ha ha, we are. Leave behind all the divine essence stones on your body. Grandpa who won't care where you go." Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I say no?" The moment the scar-faced man heard this, he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Every newcomer is very stubborn when they enter the city, but later they become even more obedient, like the dog at my house. For didn't tell you how strong this South City's dragon slaying gang is? And I'm the dragon slaying gang's Azurewood Hall's hall master, Hu Azurewood." Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Dragon slaying gang? Truly a fine name." Yi Yuan was born as half of the dragon race. This bunch of guys actually named the gang Dragon Slaying Gang. Wasn't it coming to slay him? Hu Azurewood laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Is that so? I also feel that the name Dragon Slaying Gang is very domineering. Haha. But even if you curry favor, it's no use too. Hurry up and hand over the divine essence stones on you. Otherwise, your grandpa who will teach you how to behave properly today." A cold light appeared in Yi Yuan's eyes, his figure suddenly disappearing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hu Azurewood had yet to react to what happened, and Yi Yuan stood in front of him once more. His expression turned dark, and he pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "Brat, what are you playing at?" Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said to Long Zhan, "Let's go." Bring him along." Long Zhan nodded and directly reached his hand out and grabbed toward Ah four. Ah four was merely heaven glimpse, realm cultivation. How was he Long Zhan's match? Long Zhan knocked him out with one slap, then dragged him away like dragging a dead dog. "Want to go? Have you asked your grandpa who?" Hu Azurewood shouted loudly and was about to make a move. Suddenly, he felt a chill below his crotch. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding neighbors all started roaring with laughter. Turns out that the moment these dozen over people made their move, their pants all fell down. Now they only felt a chill at their BALLS. Laughing at what? Laugh again, and we'll smash your shops. Hu Azurewood, a big grown man, was plussing scarlet red at this time. But his prestige still had an effect. Everyone indeed did not dare to laugh anymore. It was just that each and every one was stifled until their faces were bright red. Very uncomfortable. He hurriedly picked up his pants and said with a livid look, "This kid's realm isn't high, but his strength is actually so strong. If he wanted to kill us just now, we'd all be dead men now." Hu Azurewood was a middle-stage origin deity expert. The subordinates that he brought even had 5 or 6 initial stage origin deity. This level of strength already could not be ignored in the South City, who knew that they were brought down by a young man with one sword. Hu Azurewood did not see clearly how Yi Yuan drew his sword just now at all. A look of horror appeared in Hu Azurewood's eyes. He, a middle-stage origin deity, actually could not even see how an initial stage origin deity drew his sword. This was too scary. The sight of a dozen over burly men picking up their pants and running on the streets was very spectacular. Ah four slowly woke up. Seeing the ferocious Long John with malice written all over his face, he was immediately frightened out of his wits. "Spare me! Your Excellency, spare me!" This lowly one was compelled against his will too. A four knelt on the ground and begged with snot and tears running. I asked around earlier, the South City doesn't have a myriad treasure tower at all. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's myriad treasure tower is in the inner city. Yi Yuan said coolly. A four trembled all over and said, I have a way of contacting the inner city. I'll definitely help your Excellency contact the myriad treasure tower. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "Talking with smart people is effort-saving. It's just too bad that your judgment is too poor." For cried bitterness when he heard that. How could he have thought that a kid who had just entered Origin Deity would actually have such formidable strength? When Yi Yuan attacked with his sword, he only felt a gust of wind blow past and did not see anything at all. This kind of speed was simply too terrifying. Origin Deity, realm powerhouses attacking. Offer had naturally seen before quite a few, but he had never seen before such terrifying sword arts. If he had long known it was like this, lend him a few galls and he would not dare as well. Your Excellency, it was all Offer who had eyes but couldn't see. But your Excellency rest assured, Offer have never thought of harming your Excellency's life before. Hall Master, who they all are only seeking wealth and won't harm lives. Offer said with a trembling voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you all have killing intent aroused, then it wouldn't be as simple as pants dropping." A four shuddered all over. Only then, knowing that he had already made a trip to the gates of H-E-L-L and back. Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said, "Let's go." A four froze and said, "Go where?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Bring me to the dragon slaying gang's headquarters." Chapter 1532, Your Esteemed Gang. Please change name. Chapter 1532, Your Esteemed Gang. Please change name. Why, Your Excellency, just spare me. When they see that it's me who brought you over, they will kill me. Getting closer and closer to the dragon slaying gang's headquarters. A four's legs went soft and could not walk at all. Long John carried him like carrying a little chick. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and smiled broadly and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" A four's eyes saw black, and he directly fainted. In this imperial city, a heaven glimpse realm martial artist like Ah Four was a small character with only the share of running errands. How could he dare to offend one of the 6 great factions, the Dragon Slaying Gang? As one of the 6 great factions, the Dragon Slaying Gang's headquarters was very grand. On the door plaque, Dragon Slaying Gang, 3 big words were written using a domineering font. Very eye-catching. Outside the headquarters front door, 5 to 6 peak heaven glimpse martial artists were standing guard, giving the impression to deter strangers and giving warning to stay away. Seeing Yi Yuan draw close, even though they discerned that Yi Yuan was an Origin Deity powerhouse, the few people did not take him seriously at all and reproached him. One said, "Didn't you see what place this is? Get lost." Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Raising his hand, it was a slash. Crack! The plaque that had Dragon Slaying Gang, 3 words engraved, immediately turned into a pile of dust. Those few guards got a huge fright, suddenly startling awake and saying with an angry roar, "Punk, are you courting death? Do you know what you've done?" They naturally did not dare to attack Yi Yuan, but they still dared to threaten. Normally, they were all used to playing the tyrant. Yi Yuan swept a glance over them and said coolly, "Get your leader out. I'm finding them to discuss some matters." The 6 people opened their eyes wide, looking at Yi Yuan like looking at a fool. This guy destroyed the Dragon Slaying Gang's doorhead and did not think about escaping, but actually still wanted to see the leader. Was this tired of living? "P-Punk, you wait. Don't run if you have the guts," said a guard. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, I won't run." The guard said to the others, "You all keep an eye on him. Don't let him run. I'll go and find 5th head over." Before long, the guard led a big man with a stocky and imposing build toward them. Presumably, it was that whatever fifth head. The fifth head had a fierce-looking body, faintly exuding golden light. Clearly, he was a body refinement expert. "Fifth head, it's that kid. He smashed our signboard without saying a word when he came over," said the guard and pointed at Yi Yuan. When he saw Yi Yuan, he immediately roared loudly, "Hoi! Where did this brat come from, to dare smash my dragon-slaying gang's signboard? Prepare to die, chasing thunder heaven, splitting fist." The fifth head was clearly a barbaric man. Giving no chance to explain, he directly smashed a fist toward Yi Yuan. With this, the fifth head radiated resplendently with golden light. His fleshy body actually already reached late-stage third transformation. This level of body refinement strength virtually swept across all in the same rank. Boom! The place where Yi Yuan was standing previously immediately had a large pit smashed out by the fifth head. Humph! Blind and reckless brat became a meat pancake now, right? Come, men, clean it up. The fifth head patted his hands and said lightly, "Fifth head, be behind." The guard had an expression like he saw a ghost and said quiveringly. The fifth head suddenly trembled, turning around to look. He discovered that a sharp, long sword was currently pointed between his eyebrows. The power of laws leaking out on the tip of the sword made the fifth head palpitate. Such swift speed! He, a late-stage third transformation golden body, actually could not keep up with an initial stage heaven glimpse's speed. This was too terrifying. A powerful physical body did not mean being impervious to swords and spears. The head was clearly still a vulnerable spot of a body refinement powerhouse. As long as Yi Yuan's divine essence urged, he would take flight to the land of immortals. The fifth head broke out in a cold sweat and said stammeringly, "Little brother, if there's anything, we can sort it out." Yi Yuan said coolly, "I wanted to talk nicely. It was you who didn't give me the chance." Finished talking, Yi Yuan put away the sword and stood there. The fifth head's heart turned fearful. An initial stage origin deity actually had such daunting strength. Could it be that this guy came out of the inner city? In the fifth head's view, only those peak geniuses in the inner city had such terrifying strength. For a moment, many thoughts flashed across in the fifth head's heart. The muscles on the fifth head's face twitched several times, and he said with an awkward smile, "This, little brother, you tore down our signboard the moment you came up. It makes it very hard for Meng Hua." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I'm very understanding, so you're not dead yet." The fifth head had an Imbara, said look and said, "Little brother, I wonder what you tore down our signboard first. Could it be that our dragon-slaying gang offended little brother? Which B, A-S-T-A-R-D was it? As long as little brother says it out, I'll definitely beat that B, A-S-T-A-R-D to death." Yi Yuan smiled and said there was indeed someone who blocked the road to commit highway robbery, saying that it was to teach newcomers. Meng Hua's expression turned stiff and said, "A newcomer? You didn't come out of the inner city?" Yi Yuan said, "It's my first day entering the city today. Didn't expect that I encounter your esteemed gang's preferential treatment." Meng Hua was speechless. Robbing rich newcomers. This was something that all of the gangs would do. He did not expect that they actually kicked a metal plate this time. The strength of this kid in front of him, even though the dragon-slaying gang did not fear him, he reckoned that it at least needed the third head to take care of him too. But speaking of it, it was coincidental. The first few heads went to discuss matters with the Silver Feather Gang today, and were all not around. But I didn't come here today for this matter. Yi Yuan continued talking. Meng Hu was stunned. Not this matter? Little brother, feel free to say what you have. Our dragon-slaying gang still has some power in the South City. As long as we can do it, we definitely won't refuse. Meng Hu patted his chest and said, while Meng Hu was rash, he was not stupid. Yi Yuan had such terrifying strength at a young age. At least in this South City, few people could do anything to him, as long as he was willing to join any faction. That was a hegemon of a region. These kinds of people were not good to offend. At least before the boss returned, they could not offend. He could not suppress this kid. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a smile, "That's good then. I want your esteemed gang to please change name." Meng Ho was stunned. His expression suddenly turned dark, and he said, "Punk, the name Dragon Slaying Gang has already been used for several thousand years. You're deliberately finding fault?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Nay, it's just that your name has violated my taboo." Meng Ho's face turned dark, and he said, "What a joke! Who the hell are you? Violated your taboo, and we have to change name? If I say no?" Meng Ho was a man with a hot-blooded nature too. It was impossible to change names because of a word from Yi Yuan. Moreover, this was also not something that he could make the call on. But changing names, this kind of thing, had too much impact on the gang. The few heads absolutely would not change the name easily. Moreover, even if they really changed the name, it also could not be changed because of a brat. If this were to spread out, how would their dragon-slaying gang still keep a foothold in the South City? Yi Yuan said indifferently, "Give you guys 3 days to consider. After 3 days, I'll come again. If you guys are still not willing to change that name when the time comes, then all of your branches will be eliminated. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and give it a try." Chapter 1533 I am not here to compete. Chapter 1533 I am not here to compete, MN? Change name? Just an initial stage origin deity? Oh well, fifth, are you teasing me? The Dragon Slaying Gang's boss, Yu Qingfeng, looked at Meng Ho with a suspicious look, incredulity written all over his face. An initial stage origin deity, making the Dragon Slaying Gang change name. Oh well, fifth actually did not slap him to death with one slap. Furthermore, why do they have to change their name? Dragon Slaying Gang, it sounded so domineering. Meng Ho's expression was very ugly. He did not wish to admit that Yi Yuan's strength was greater than him. That was too shameful. A late-stage, third, transformation golden body actually lost to an initial stage origin deity realm. If this incident were to spread out, he would become the entire South City's laughingstock. You don't know, big brother. This kid's movement technique is very fast. A moment of carelessness, and he slipped past. Even though our headquarters isn't afraid of him, it's hard to say for the branches below. Meng, whose eyes swiveled around, changing to a roundabout way of saying things. The people who saw this incident, he sent down a gag order. Either way, if that punk dared to come 3 days later, it was also death. Big brother Yu Qingfeng was a half-step divine, Lord Powerhouse. Even if that punk could go to the heavens, boss could also smack him down. But Yu Qingfeng waved his hand and said, "Ignore him. A little brat. How big a wave can he stir up? The day after tomorrow, we're going to negotiate with the Silver Feather Gang about the jurisdiction of the Qianting 3 streets. That's the major matter. Qianting 3 streets. That was the juncture area of the Dragon Slaying Gang and Silver Feather Gang, 2 great gangs, and also the wealthiest 3 streets, collectively known as the Qiantian 3 streets. Both forces had been playing games all along. For the sake of these 3 streets, they had come to blows no idea how many times and had never decided on the owners. I plus P of these 3 streets. Today, Yu Qingfeng brought people to go and negotiate. It was in order to settle the Silver Feather Gang. But the result was very obvious, parting on a sour note. The moment Meng Ho heard this, he also came around and said solemnly, "Why didn't agree on it today? That bunch of grandsons. Got to give them a good one this time." Yu Qingfeng said, "Now, the conflict lies with the Qianting Middle Street. The Silver Feather Gang, that bunch of BASTARDS, insists on monopolizing the Qianting Middle Street. Qianting Middle Street, they occupy 2 at once. They really dared to open their mouths." The moment Meng Ho heard, he was greatly enraged and said, "DAM, and it? The chanting 3 streets were originally our territory. They still went from bad to worse. Boss, let Meng Hu go and take the charge this time. I will beat all of them down. One should not look at how Meng Hu had just had a late-stage, 3rd transformation golden body. His strength was actually very formidable. Facing off with a grand completion origin deity, he could also rely on his powerful physical body to forcefully contend. It was just too bad that who he encountered was Yi Yuan. His speed was crushed until not even dregs remained in front of Yi Yuan. A hint of fierceness flashed across in Yu Qingfeng's eyes, and he said, "Ha! This is also the last negotiation. If they still continue to pester with unreasonable demands, the negotiations the day after tomorrow will be when we lose all decorum." Yi Yuan entered an inn and asked for 2 rooms. One for himself. Long Zhan brought Ah For to stay in the other. The intestines of the Ah For who just woke up turned green with regret, feeling like the entire world was collapsing. Why was he blind? To provoke such an ominous G.O.D. Even if he could escape the calamity this time, the dragon-slaying gang, that bunch of fellows, would not let him off either, because he still had to bring Yi Yuan to go and wipe out the dragon-slaying gang's branches. Counting on the dragon-slaying gang to change names? Better save it. As for Yi Yuan, he let Ah For bring him to purchase a batch of rank 3 spirit medicines in the South City and plunged into the great undertaking of researching 3-star divine pills. Along the way, Yi Yuan had long already fully digested 3-star divine pills' theoretical knowledge and also purchased many spirit medicines along the way. Regarding 3-star divine pills, Yi Yuan could be said to improve at G.O.D. speed. Yi Yuan discovered that ever since triggering the great Tao heavenly melody the last time, his alchemy Tao seemed to have entered a brand new realm. Regarding the cultivation of 3-star divine pills, Yi Yuan's speed was much faster than before instead. Now, with the purple extreme hull, this flying sharp weapon, Yi Yuan could spare even more time to understand alchemy Tao. Flying for several years along the way, Yi Yuan spent several decades inside the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. His current alchemy strength was already sufficient to insta-kill a group of 3-star alchemy G.O.D.S. But regarding research of alchemy Tao, Yi Yuan never knew exhaustion. These 3 days' time, he did not plan on wasting it either. Hence, he entered the world-suppressing steel's S.P.A.C. to cultivate again. 3 days later, Yi Yuan slowly went to the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters by himself. It was still those few guards, but when Yi Yuan saw them, he discovered that these guards all had very fluid tiered expressions and could not help being somewhat perplexed. His strength was not to the extent of making the dragon-slaying gang panic like this, right? "Hey, I came again. Go and get your boss over. Just say that the one who asked you all to change names came," Yi Yuan said coolly. One of the guards had a panicky look and immediately went in to report. Before long, 2 leader-like, middle-aged men came out of the headquarters. "Third brother, it's this kid." Meng Hu pointed at Yi Yuan and said. Third head frowned and looked at Yi Yuan and said with anger on his face, "Kid, you're tired of living, right? To actually dare make fun of our dragon-slaying gang?" Yi Yuan gave the third head a glance and looked at Meng Hu again, saying, "Then your meaning is that you're not changing it? Change your head. Your grandpa Fan is currently P.I.S. said today and has nowhere to vent. You, kid, knocked onto the spearhead. I will twist your head off right now and let you know the outcome of making fun of my dragon-slaying gang." Third head gave a loud roar and directly brandished a large broad blade, hacking down towards Yi Yuan's head. Yi Yuan's brows raised up. He noticed the injuries on this third head's body did not seem to be light. Clank! The third head's endlessly howling blade actually hit nothing. "Third brother, be careful. He's behind you." Meng Hu cried out in shock. The third head got a big shock and hurriedly turned around and swung his blade. Clank! 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 A series of metal class. H.I. Plussing sounds made everyone dumbfounded. An initial stage origin deity actually fought with the grand completion origin deity third head until neither could gain the upper hand? Where did this kid pop out from? The more third head fought, the more alarmed he got. He actually could not quite keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. This kid's movement technique was erratic like a ghost, coming and going like a shadow. Clearly looked like the sword was still very far away. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. Too bizarre. He was still scolding OL fifth useless previously. Only now did he know this kid's terror. Stop! Third head shouted loudly, pulling apart distance from Yi Yuan. Boy, you're very strong. But if I wasn't injured, you wouldn't be my match at all. The third head said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, I'm not here to compete with you. I'm here to get you guys to change names. It looks like you guys take my warning to be like water rolling off a duck's back. Very good. Starting from tomorrow, have your branches be prepared. I'll go and tear them down one by one. The third head's expression turned stiff and was really quite scared in his heart. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too scary. Even if he was not his match, if Yi Yuan wanted to leave, he could not stop it either. Right at this time, a guard suddenly ran out and shouted, Third head, fifth head! Second head, he's almost on his last legs. Chapter 1534 Offended People. 1534 offended people. The third head and the fifth head's expressions changed drastically at the same time, turned around, and was about to enter the headquarters. Kid, Grandpa Fan has no time to reason it out with you today. My bro is going to die. Whatever there is, talk another day. Third head said a sentence to Yi Yuan and turned around, going to enter inside. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. It looked like this dragon-slaying gang seemed to have just experienced a great battle. No wonder the injuries on this third head's body were not light. He ruminated a little and suddenly spoke up. Hey, why don't I go in and take a look too? I'm an alchemist. My standard is still okay. Yi Yuan was afraid that the other party did not like him and added a sentence, blowing his own trumpet a bit while he was at it. The third head was stunned and said angrily, Punk, I don't have time to waste with you here. Scram further away from me. Yi Yuan smiled without any care and said, Going to die either way. You just treat it as a Hail Mary effort. If I can really save him, but you don't let me save, then your second head will also be angry until he climbs out of the grave to scold you if he dies. The third head choked and did not have time to think too much, and said vigilantly, Punk, I'm warning you, Big Brother is inside too. He's a half-step divine, Lord Powerhouse. If you dare to play tricks, I guarantee that I'll die until not even dregs remain. Yi Yuan smiled and followed the two people in the dragon-slaying gang's headquarters. On the bed, a burly man was on his dying breath. It was evident that his hours were numbered. Master Wu Feng, could it be that there's really no way? My second brother, in order to block this arrow, otherwise the one who's dead should be me. Master Wu Feng, as long as you can save me, I can agree to any terms. A middle-aged man had very red eyes and was currently pleading to an old man for help. This middle-aged man should be the dragon-slaying gang's boss, that half-step divine Lord Powerhouse. Master Wu Feng shook his head and said, Everyone should be aware of the thunder-chasing arrow's prowess. The second head's heart meridians have already been severed. Furthermore, there's the crimson fire bone corroding poison on the arrowhead. This old man has already tried his best. Chief Head, please restrain your grief and accord with inevitable changes. The moment these words came out, the Chief Head's eyes revealed a look of despair. Tears actually already welled up in his eyes. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being slightly surprised. This scene did not seem to be fake, but true sentiments flowing. It made Yi Yuan give rise to some favorable impression towards this dragon-slaying gang. Why not? I give it a try. Yi Yuan glanced at the second head lying on the bed and suddenly spoke up. The moment he spoke up, everyone looked over. Who is he? The chief head's gaze turned intent and said suspiciously. The third head's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, Big brother, he's that punk who wants us to change names. The chief head's expression turned dark and he said with a cold shout, Messing around! Right now, everyone was overwhelmed with grief and indignation, but he let an enemy enter inside here. Was this trying to be funny? The chief head felt a wave of irritation in his head. Lifting his hand, it was a palm, striking toward Yi Yuan. The palm of a half-step divine Lord Powerhouse. The commotion was extremely shocking. He could not find a venue to give vent under his violent rage, and just nice used Yi Yuan to vent. But Yi Yuan was immovable like a mountain as he opened his mouth and said indifferently, Hey, if you kill me, he's really going to die. The chief head's palm wind abruptly stopped, and he said in a solemn voice, You can really save me? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Of course I can save him, but I have a condition, you know it. Chief head's expression turned stiff. A strange expression involuntarily surfaced on his face. Did the name that was used for several thousand years really have to be changed? The chief head's expression turned dark as he said, If you can really save my brother, what's the harm in changing names? At this time, Wu Feng suddenly spoke up. Chief Head is truly laughing it off too easily. This kid is merely initial stage origin deity. Could it be that he can still compare to this old man in alchemy? Even this old man is at his wit's end. What method can he have? The chief head's expression changed, and he thought, yeah, this guy wouldn't be intentionally making a fool out of him, right? Master Wu Feng was a high-rank 3-star alchemist. In the land of the South City, there was none who was more powerful than him. Even he was helpless. Could this kid still ascend to the heavens? Brat, you dare to mess with me? The chief head's expression turned sullen, his gaze staring at Yi Yuan sternly as he said those words. The chief head gave a cold snort and was just about to fly off the handle, but heard the third head say, Boss, why not let him try? This kid is peculiar. The chief head froze, revealing a look of surprise. He knew that OL third was prudent and would not shoot his mouth off. Could it be that this kid really had some skills? Wu Feng snorted coldly and said, Third head, you're insulting this old man here. Forget it. Since you guys don't trust this old man, then this old man is also making a fool of myself by staying here. Goodbye. Also, since you guys believe a brat who's still wet behind the ears, then be willing to believe this old man, then in the future, don't come and find this old man anymore. Finished talking, Wu Feng flicked his sleeves and left. The moment Chief Head heard, his expression could not help changing drastically. Wu Feng's status in the South City was unmatched. Saying that he was the South City's #1 alchemist was also not over the top. His calling power was extremely strong. In order to build relations with Wu Feng, the Dragon Slaying Gang had to spend a large amount of divine essence stones every year to be able to invite him. Otherwise, how could Wu Feng be what the average person could invite? Offending this great deity, the Dragon Slaying Gang's days in the future would be tough. The chief head hurriedly chased after and said, Master Wu Feng, we were also worried about second brother's life. That's why we would be like this. We really didn't have the intention of disrespecting Master. Master, please don't get angry. Wu Feng gave a cold laugh and said, That's your business. What has it got to do with me? Do you think that alchemy skills can be learned in a day or two? It's already not bad for such a kid who's still wet behind his ears to be able to refine medicinal pills. Still want to save people? Hoo-hoo. This old man will leave my words here if he can save your second brother. This old man will pluck his head off for him to kick like a ball. Humph. Finished talking. He did not care about the chief head either, directly flicking his sleeves and leaving. Who was he, Wu Feng? That was a golden signboard of the South City. The Dragon Slaying Gang's decision was simply slapping his face. He had just sentenced the second head to death. In the end, this bunch of fellows found someone to save me. Furthermore, it was even a little kid. This was simply preposterous. The chief head's expression was ugly to the extreme. He turned around and glared furiously at Yi Yuan and said, "Kid, it's all thanks to you. If I find out that you're messing with my dragon-slaying gang, I'll pluck your head off and go apologize to Master Wu Feng and ask for punishment." Yi Yuan gave the chief head a glance and said with a smile, "When most people talk to me like this, they will be put into the blacklist by me. Even if you were to kneel down and beg me, I won't agree to save him either. But looking on the account of your brotherhood, this young master, I won't fuss about this." The chief head's face turned black, gloomy to the extreme. This kid was too pretentious. He nearly believed it. Why would OL Third believe this kid? He needed to ask him properly in a while. "Go, prepare a clean basin for me. Fortunately, this young master is carrying quite a few spirit medicines on me. But the spirit medicines cost. You guys have to pay." Yi Yuan said to the chief head. Everyone's faces choked up. Was this kid reliable? Chapter 1535, if it's severed, just join it back. Chapter 1535, if it's severed, just join it back. The chief head and his brothers exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. Why did saving people need a basin? "OL Third, what is this kid doing?" the chief head asked softly. At this time, Yi Yuan was already diagnosing the second head's pulse. The third head had a baffled look and said, "How would I know? If I were to know, I can already save second brother. F***CKME. You're also too irresponsible here. You found him." The chief head's ALLS went wide and he said, "Feels like this kid is very unreliable. What the HELL is wrong with you to insist on letting him try?" The third head said, "I exchanged blows with him outside just now. I fought to a draw with him." The chief head's gaze turned sharp, revealing a shocked expression. An initial stage origin deity fought to a draw with OL Third? No wonder OL Third said that this kid was peculiar. Third head continued talking. He said, "To have such terrifying strength at a young age, I guess that this kid's origins background is definitely powerful. So maybe he really has a way to do it?" The chief head's gaze looked at Yi Yuan with a glimmer and stopped talking. Before long, a clean basin was brought over. Yi Yuan also slowly stood up and came to the basin. It was only to see him knead a seal with his hand. A pile of spirit medicines appeared in the basin. Yi Yuan's palm shook. Those spirit medicines were directly shattered into dust. Stalks of spirit medicines became a pile of powder. The chief head glanced at the second head, his eyes slightly red, and asked Yi Yuan that little brother, Master Wu Feng, said that second head's heart meridians are already severed. Can he really be saved? Everyone there was a cultivator and naturally knew what heart meridian being severed meant. Even for deity realm powerhouses, once the power of laws severed the heart meridians, it was certain death too. This kind of damage was irreversible. Hence, that was why Wu Feng said that there was no way. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "If it's severed, just join it back." Join it back? If the heart meridian is severed, it can still be joined back? The chief head had never heard before that there was actually still such a miraculous method. While talking, Yi Yuan placed both hands in the basin. Those powder adhered to his hands. Yi Yuan came before the bed and pressed both hands on the second head's chest. A surge of divine essence undulation lit up on Yi Yuan's body. Clouds of mist gradually appeared at Yi Yuan's palm area. Before long, Yi Yuan stood up again, sucked up some more powder and rinsed and repeated. This, doing what here? No idea. Never seen before this kind of healing method. Shouldn't it be feeding medicinal pills to second brother? This kid wouldn't really be messing with us, right? Just using divine essence to steam a little like this can bring second brother back. The few brothers all chimed in, very pessimistic about Yi Yuan's approach. They naturally could not tell how delicate the work of Yi Yuan's hands were. Yi Yuan organically fused together the spirit medicines on his hands with divine essence, then sent the medicinal strength into the second head's heart meridians through the pores. The second head's heart meridians were already severed. Even if he consumed medicinal pills, it was also not possible to make a full circulatory cycle. But Yi Yuan could help the second head to absorb the medicinal strength using this kind of method. And this would repair the already severed heart meridians unceasingly under Yi Yuan's catalyzing. Yi Yuan slowly expelled the power of laws that were wreaking havoc in the heart meridians with these spirit medicines, then carried out repairs. The requirement towards divine essence manipulation was exquisite to the point where it made one's hair stand on end. Ordinary alchemists, even 4-star alchemy DS, could not possibly do it to Yi Yuan's extent too. Yi Yuan's method of manipulating divine essence came from endless tempering. In Yi Yuan's view, the path of medicinal pills was never just refining pills. Time slowly trickled by. The bottom of that basin of spirit medicine powder could be seen very quickly. See, cough, cough, cough. Suddenly an intense bout of cough came out of the second head's mouth. When the few brothers saw this scene, each and every one of them roused themselves up. Really brought back to life? My G. Oh, D. This kid's level is actually even more formidable than Wu Feng's. The third had opened his mouth wide and could not close his mouth for a long time. Pooh. Wu Feng's standard isn't even fit to carry shoes for this kid. That Wu Feng said it like he's oh so important, and even said what pluck his head off to kick like a ball. I want to see whether he really plucks his head off or not. Oh well, fifth, Menghua said. Too magical. It's still my first time seeing that someone could still be saved when their heart meridians are severed. This key, this master is really too amazing. The chief head also exclaimed in wonder. Seeing the second head wake up, the self-reproach in chief head's heart also lessened considerably. This arrow was too sneaky. If not for second head blocking it for him, the one lying here right now would be him. At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up. The few brothers immediately gathered over. Key. Master, how's my second brother? Chief head asked anxiously. Yi Yuan said coolly, the arrow wound is already fine, heart meridian is already joined up. But this poison is a little powerful. Prepare a room for me, I want to refine pills. Don't let anyone come and disturb me. In addition, my spirit medicines and medicinal pills are very expensive. On the account that it's our first time working together, I'll charge you guys 3 million divine essence stones then. Hiss! 5 million divine essence stones. Why don't you go and rob? Meng, whose eyes went wide. He was taken aback with fright by this price. Ordinary 3-star divine pills. The price was also just between 300,000 divine essence stones to 1 million divine essence stones. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, it was 5 to 10 times the price. The other brothers also felt their flesh hurt, but Chief had only furrowed his brows, then said, "Oh well, fifth, shut up. What price master wants to put, that's how much it is. 5 million divine essence stones will pay." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's still Chief Head who is gallant. When you all see the medicinal pill, you'll know that it's worth the money." After Yi Yuan left, OL Fifth said indignantly, "Big brother, he's clearly demanding an exorbitant price here." OL Third also said, "Yeah, big brother, we can give him 5 million divine essence stones, but our gang's name can't be changed." Chief Head snorted coldly and said, "Is OL Second's life just worth a mere 5 million? Amen? Any one of your lives is priceless in my eyes. What does a mere 5 million count for?" With this cold snort, everyone did not dare to speak anymore. At this time, the OL Second on the bed finally woke up. "OL Second, you're awake. That's really great," Chief Head said with an excited look. The second head's eyes were a little dazed as he struggled to say, I got hit by the chasing thunder arrow and actually didn't die?" Meng, who laughed loudly, and said, "Ha ha ha! You were originally dead for sure, but ran into an incredible master who brought you back to life." A hint of surprise flashed across in Second Head's eyes, and he looked at Chief Head. Chief Head nodded and said with a smile, "What OL Fifth said is right. OL Second, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, Big Brother's life will probably be done for. This life Big Brother owes you." Second Head forced a smile and said, "Big Brother, do we brothers still have to say this sort of distant words?" Chapter 1536, Conferring Name. Chapter 1536, Conferring Name Yi Yuan, making people not disturb, was not really because he was afraid of people disturbing, but that his medicinal cauldron was too shocking. Once the matter that he had a divine Lord mystic treasure on him leaked out, what he would face would likely be the frenzied pursuit of divine Lord realm powerhouses. In this heavenly eagle imperial city where divine lords walked everywhere, Yi Yuan did not dare to be careless. After 2 hours, a newly refined detoxification pill was completed. This was the detoxification pill that Yi Yuan developed himself. It was very different from the rank 3 detoxification pill in the world. Divine grade. When the Chief Head saw the pill, his 2 eyes gave off rays of brilliant light. A rank 3 divine grade divine pill, this was not what anybody could refine. Wu Feng was known as the South City's #1 alchemist. At the very most, he could only refine superior grade divine pills. Just this even needed a massive burst of luck. But this young man in front of him, the moment he made his move, it was divine grade. The Chief Head drew a breath of cold air, endlessly shocked as he looked at Yi Yuan. But he discovered the problem very soon and could not help saying puzzledly, "Master, what medicinal pill is this?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Detoxification pill. What medicinal pill can it be still? Could it be that I'm letting him eat a medicinal pill to increase cultivation right now? Not eating? Give back to me if not eating." The Chief Head's hand hurriedly shrank back, and he said awkwardly, "And Master, I didn't mean that. Master might not be aware, the crimson fire bone corroding poison is very powerful. Ordinary detoxification pills can't cure it. Only by prescribing the right remedy for it, one can cure the poison." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and was just about to lose his temper when the Chief Head directly came to the bedside subserviently and stuffed the medicinal pill down the Second Head's mouth. He only questioned it instinctively. After all, the crimson fire bone corroding poison's power was rather famous. But he discovered very quickly that his doubts were totally unjustified. The master even joined back the heart meridians. Could this medicinal pill be a bluff? Furthermore, it was a divine grade medicinal pill. Sure enough, the Second Head, whose complexion was black, took a turn for the better very soon. The medicinal pill's efficacy was amazingly good. What a powerful detoxification pill. This. Just how long has it been? Second Brother's poison is actually gone. Yeah, even the crimson fire bone corroding poison's detoxification pill doesn't have such a fast effect too. What detoxification pill is this? It's too exaggerated. Compared to this, those detoxification pills on the market are simply traws. Plus, the few brothers cried out with exclamations, all stunned by Yi Yuan's detoxification pill. These gangs, lived a life on the edge every day. Getting injured and poisoned was all too normal. If there was such a medicinal pill, who would still be afraid of getting poisoned? Thud! After the Second Head got up, he immediately knelt down in front of Yi Yuan and said respectfully, "Many thanks for Master's life-saving grace. Zhu Yong won't ever forget it." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Don't need to thank me. I didn't treat you without conditions." As he said, his gaze looked towards the Chief Head and said, "Chief Head, don't forget our agreement." Chief Head was also forthright, nodding, and said, "I, Xingguan, am a man of his word. Since I promised Master Yi, I naturally won't renege. But this Xing has a presumptuous request. Yi Yuan thought nothing of it and said coolly, "Tell me about it." Chief Head said, "I heard that Master Yi has just entered Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. I wonder if you have a place to go to?" Yi Yuan froze and said, "Place to go? There is. It's just that it seems like I can't go in right now." These few days, he already had off or take care of this matter, but it seemed like it could not be resolved in a short while. The difficulty of entering the inner city seemed to be even greater than he imagined. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City made clear distinctions. Inner city and outer cities were like two different worlds. Inner city was the place where the Imperial City's elites were located. Chief Head said, "Since that's the case, Master, you needs a place to stay as well. Why not join our dragon, our gang, how's that?" "Master, rest assured. All of your expenses will be borne by us." Yi Yuan gave Xing Guan a glance with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You all bear it? Do you know how much divine essence stones are needed to raise a 3-star alchemy God?" Chief Head's expression could not help choking up, revealing a blush. He was just harboring the thought of giving it a try. Indeed, it could not work out. Master Ye's level was much more formidable than Wu Feng. How could he take fancy on the dragon-slaying gang? Even though alchemists were very rich, they burned even more money. If they could afford to raise, they would have long raised one. Why would they wait until now? Those capable of raising alchemists were just the 3 great families, this kind of major families with deep foundations. Even though their 3 gangs were part of the 6 great factions, compared to the 3 great families, they were still much worse. The streets that the 3 major gangs managed, those were all side streets that the 3 great families did not take fancy on. The truly prosperous areas were all controlled in the hands of the 3 great families. Chief Head had an Imbara. Said, "Look," as he said, "this." It was this Xing who was rash. Hope that Master Yi doesn't take offense. How could Yi Yuan not know what ideas Xing Guan had? They offended Wu Feng to the core this time and was afraid of being suppressed by Wu Feng. That was why he would hope for him to stay. Wu Feng was known as the South City's #1 alchemist. He naturally had immense summoning power. If he could not treat the second head, then forget it. Xing, when they all going to admit their mistake and gift some divine essence stones. Only then they could resolve the issue. But he treated the second head. Wu Feng definitely would not spare any effort to suppress the dragon-slaying gang for the sake of his face. At that time, their situation would be awkward. Wu Feng, this kind of existence, was what any party wanted to rope in. Hence, the current dragon-slaying gang situation was very pessimistic. The current Xing Guan could not bring out the air of a half-step divine lord in front of Yi Yuan at all. Alchemists were this awesome. Even if his realm was not as high as yours, you did not dare to offend either. Especially when Yi Yuan was the dragon-slaying gang's only hope now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Letting me stay behind, it's also not impossible. But I won't join in your gang's struggles. In addition, you guys prepare a shop for me." Xing Guan's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. The other few brothers similarly had stunned faces. Their eyes, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of incredulity. They agreed just like this? Originally, they already lost all hope. They did not expect that Yi Yuan did a 180-degree turn and actually agreed to it. Immediately, their faces revealed a look of wild elation. "Haha, no problem. Whatever you need, Master, you feel free to open your mouth." "Oh, right, since Master requests us to change names, then why not confer a name?" Xing Guan said with great joy. Yi Yuan agreeing to Xing Guan naturally had his considerations. He discovered that wanting to enter the inner city was really a very difficult thing. That for probably could not be counted on. The myriad treasure tower was probably a first-rate major force in the inner city too. For this kind of small fish, how could he get in contact with that kind of existence? Since that was the case, he might as well find a place to settle down first. Although this dragon-slaying gang was of lowly status, They were faithful and loyal to friends, and also quite trustworthy, making Yi Yuan feel pretty good. Since he was unable to enter the inner city, let the myriad treasure tower come find him then. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, a sudden clap of thunder out of the blue. Why not? Use the name Thunderclap Gang then. Chapter 1537 will grant all requests. Chapter 1537 will grant all requests. Day Hall was the South City's largest medicinal hall. Wu Feng was the #1 person here. As the South City's #1 medicinal hall, Day Hall naturally had unceasing traffic. Their business very popular. What did you say? Zhu Yongtian didn't die? Wu Feng looked at the manager opposite, shock filling his eyes. The manager nodded and said, not only did he not die, but he's also already full of vitality and vigor. He was seen going to a branch hall this morning, talking in a jovial manner. It was like he wasn't seriously injured on the verge of death at all. Wu Feng's gaze turned intent, and he shook his head and said, impossible. I personally diagnosed his pulse. His heart meridians were already fully severed. Even immortals would be hard-pressed to save him. It's just 3 days' time. So how can he possibly be robust and lively already? The manager smiled bitterly and said, I've already sent people to inquire about it. Zhu Yongtian is really already well. Furthermore, the crimson fire bone corroding poison in his body is already fully removed. Wu Feng's expression changed, his brows furrowing tightly until creases could be seen, and he said in a solemn voice, Is it possible? Was he really brought back to life by that brat? A brat who's still wet behind the ears. How can he possibly have such capability? The manager was puzzled as he said, Brother Wu Feng, the kid that you're talking about is? Wu Feng froze, shook his head, and said nothing. Starting from today, Day Hall, as well as all of the Dongfang family's medicinal halls, will discontinue all cooperation with the dragon-slaying gang, banning the sale of medicinal pills to them. Humph! Since they look down on this old man, then they will have to suffer this old man's wrath. The manager's expression changed, and he said with difficulty, Brother Wu Feng, the dragon-slaying gang, is our major client. This isn't too good, right? Wu Feng snorted coldly and said, Why? Don't I even have this bit of authority? The manager smiled bitterly and said, Brother Wu Feng is too serious. You naturally have this authority. All right then, it will be as Brother Wu Feng said. Wu Feng's status in the Dongfang family was too high. Even though he was Day Hall's manager, he could not offend this great deity. It was just that he was very curious who could make the Wu Feng, who had always been proud of his success, take up arms and go to war. What did you say? Zhu Yongtian actually didn't die? How is this possible? My thunder-chasing arrow has never failed before. When the Sun Moon Gang's second head, He Shao, heard this news, his first reaction was to not believe it. Thunder-chasing arrow, the momentum was akin to chasing thunder. None could withstand its onslaught. Although He Shao was just a grand completion origin deity, by relying on the thunder-chasing arrow, shooting a half-step divine Lord Dead was nothing difficult, as long as he was given an adequate opportunity. The Silver Feather Gang spent a huge price before inviting He Shao to take action, but did not expect for it to fall short of success at the last stage. Xing Guan was not shot dead. Now, even the Zhu Yongtian who helped him block the arrow actually survived too. How could this not shock him? Ha! Zhu Yongtian has already appeared in public. It can't be faked. Furthermore, there's an even more explosive news. The Dragon-Slaying Gang changed names to Thunderclap Gang. The Silver Feather Gang's chief head, Luo Yu, said. He Zhao's expression changed, showing a look of surprise on his face. What the H.E.L. I was this dragon-slaying gang up to? You came to find me today to take about this? I've already taken action. Zhu Yongtian not dying, the responsibility of this matter isn't on me. Could it be that your Silver Feather Gang wants to go back on your word? After the initial shock, He Shao recovered the demeanor of a fierce and ambitious person. Luo Yu smiled and said, Rest assured, chanting 3 streets, there's one for you guys. I came today to find you to discuss cooperation. Once the chief head breaks through to Divine Lord Realm, he can't interfere with the South City's matters anymore. Before this, our 2 gangs should still cooperate sincerely and wipe out the Thunderclap gang first. What do you think, future chief head? Among the 3 gangs, the Sun Moon Gang's strength was the greatest. The Sun Moon Gang's chief head strength was already infinitely close to the Divine Lord Realm and might break through at any time. These few years he had always been in the state of close seclusion, and He Zhao's strength was also virtually on par with half-step Divine Lord. According to the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's rules, Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were not to intervene in the outer city's affairs. When the time came, He Zhao would be the Sun Moon Gang's chief head. He Zhao gave Luo Yu a very meaningful glance and said, "Are you making a show of goodwill to our Sun Moon Gang?" Luo Yu smiled and said, "Fine birds choose the tree to perch on. Our 3 major gangs have fought in the open and in the dark these few years. But in the eyes of the 3 great families, we're merely a bunch of motley crew. Now we finally produced a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. This also makes us have the feeling of leaning against a big tree." When he said this, Luo Yu felt many vicissitudes of emotion too. The 3 major gangs' power being inferior to the 3 great families was because they did not have a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse as a backer. The 3 great chiefs were all competing to see who could break through to Divine Lord Realm first these few years. Looking at it now, it was naturally the Sun Moon Gang's chief who was a notch higher. Even though Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were not to directly intervene in the outer city's matters, manipulating in secret was definitely there. Otherwise, on what basis could the 3 great families suppress them? When He Zhao heard this, he could not help saying with a smile, "It's still Chief Head Luo who recognizes the facts of the situation, unlike that Xingguan who's impervious to all reason. But Xingguan's strength is indeed very formidable, not easy to deal with." Luo Yu smiled and said, "In the past he isn't easy to deal with, but now no idea why. Xingguan offended Master Wufeng. Now Dai Hall and Dongfeng family's businesses have already utterly boycotted the Thunderclap gang. Without the Dongfeng family's protection, could he, Xingguan, still overturn the heavens?" He Zhao's brows raised up and he said, "Is this real?" Luo Yu smiled and said, "More real than real gold." The 2 people looked at each other and smiled. On Cinnamon Street, a handsome-looking youth brought along a young book attendant, and they were currently wandering on the streets one. "Ms. Young Master, it's getting late. We should go back," the book attendant said. That youth had refined features and bright eyes, the skin color fair. One look, and it was a woman cross-dressed as a man. But even if it was cross-dressing and not applying makeup, it could not block her beauty too. The youth glared and scolded. "Little Huan, is your skin itching again? We're running away from home here. Running away from home, understand? Go back? Go back for what? Walk right into a trap?" Little Huan pursed her lips and did not dare to say a word more. Suddenly, the youth raised her head and saw, "Will grant all requests," for big words, written on a small medicine shop, and could not help revealing a look of disdain. Such a small medicine shop probably doesn't even have a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. to actually dare claim to grant all requests. This young master wants to see how you grant all requests. While talking, the youth raised her feet and went straight into the medicine shop. "Shopkeeper, your front door writes, 'Will grant all requests. Can you refine all medicinal pills?'" The youth directly opened her mouth and asked. The shopkeeper hurriedly came out to greet and appeared slightly embarrassed. Said as he said, "This should be Ken?" The shopkeeper seriously could not carry on talking. Yesterday, the chief had brought a young man over, saying that this medicine shop was up to him to take charge. In the end, the first thing that this young man did was to hang a "Will grant all requests" plaque at the entrance. His sweat poured profusely back then. The tone was a little too big, right? Even though this young man was an initial stage origin deity, he was too young, too boastful. You look, this plaque had not been hung for long, and someone came over to find fault, right? Ken, you're the shopkeeper, you're asking me? Ha! You all really have such high-sounding sentiments. Is this to offend all of your peers? The youth said with a cold smile. One book attendants were basically young servant boys who were also study partners to their young masters. Chapter 1538. Didn't he expect that? It's so easy. Chapter 1538. Didn't he expect that? It's so easy the shopkeeper had an embarrass, said Look, stammering and somewhat unable to speak. Will grant all request. These words, no medicine shop dared to say it. If they treated someone to death or could not refine the medicinal pill, that would really be smacking their own face swollen. Furthermore, Cinnamon Street was out of the way. This small shop of theirs did not attract people's attention. Otherwise, this place would have long been rallied and attacked by their peers. But the shopkeeper knew that this kind of thing could not be avoided. It would be known by people sooner or later. And this youth was likely the first one dropping in to find fault. Hey, shopkeeper, I'm asking you something, talk. Since you guys will grant all requests, then I'll request for a pill right now. Do you dare to accept, shopkeeper? The youth had an overbearing appearance, forcing the shopkeeper back several steps. The shopkeeper also wanted to say yes, but he did not have the confidence. One look, and it was clear that this youth was a wealthy young master. He was clearly here to cause trouble. So, how could the medicinal pill he requested be easy to refine? This, the shopkeeper's head was full of sweat, not knowing how he should answer. The corners of the youth's mouth curled, and she said disdainfully, If you don't have the ability, pretending to be capable for what? Hey, this young master will tear down your signboard. Why, young master, this isn't good, right? Little Juan felt very embarrassed, said by her young master's overbearing appearance, and urged, What's not good? They dared to make this boast. Do they still not let people tear down this plaque? The youth said unrelentingly. Right then, a young man came out from behind the screen, opened his mouth, and said indifferently, Miss, what medicinal pill you want to ask for? Just feel free to say. Tearing down people's signboard at the drop of a hat, this isn't good. Yi Yuan's words were said very calmly, seemingly forgotten that he had just torn down people's signboard a few days ago and even forced them to change their gang's name. This was voluntary, not forced. That youth could not help being somewhat surprised when she saw Yi Yuan see through her at one glance. Soon after, she was a little angry. This guy, the logic of not exposing when seen through, did he not understand? But saw the corners of her mouth curl, and she said disdainfully, And I was wondering, this signboard was hung by you, right? Yi Yuan said without any change in countenance, So what if yes? So what? Hoo-hoo. What a big tone. Do you think that you're the medicine ancestor? Will grant all requests. This young lady will tear down this signboard of yours today. Yi Yuan said coolly, Tearing down my signboard, you need to have the ability to do it. Huh. Look at you, Brett. Age isn't old. Tone really isn't small. You wait. This girl suddenly turned around and ran out of the hall, coming to the street. Cupping her hands around her mouth, she shouted loudly, Hey, everyone come over and take a look. Everyone come and see. With her shouting, there were immediately quite a few people who were drawn over. Even though Cinnamon Street was in a remote place, it more or less had some popularity. Otherwise, the Thunderclap gang would not open a small shop here either. The girl sneered coldly and thought to herself, Aren't you very COCKY? So many people watching when you can't refine the medicinal pill in a while. I want to see how you clean up the mess. This signboard of yours. This young lady is bent on tearing it down today. Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper's heart thumped and secretly thought to himself that it was over. But an imperceptible smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. This seemed to be pretty good too. Little Juan had an embarrass, said look and said to Yi Yuan, "This, sir, really sorry. My family's young lady has a personality that craves for the world to be plunged into chaos." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "No harm, let her make trouble." The shopkeeper gave Yi Yuan a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, "You're about to fold up for good soon. Still let her cause trouble." With this, he was going to lose his job. Seeing everyone gather over, the girl was pleased with herself inwardly, but her face was indignant as she said, "Everyone, look at this small shop. It actually writes, 'Will grant all requests.' I think this medicinal shop's Alchemist must be very impressive. Today, this young master will let everyone test the water. Let everyone see if this little medicine shop is really a lair of undiscovered talents." With her shouting, it immediately caught everyone's attention. When did this plaque of Miracle Hand Parlor hang up? How come I didn't know? Will grant all requests. What high-sounding sentiments. Those major medicinal shops in the inner city don't dare to hang this kind of plaque too, right? Miracle Hand Parlor was this small medicine shop's name. It had also been on Cinnamon Street for some years already. Everyone had long become used to it. The shopkeeper quietly hung this plaque out, afraid of drawing people's attention. Now it was good. This Law S.I.E. directly attracted all the people here. A look of despair appeared on the shopkeeper's face. This Law S.I.E. was too ruthless. Done talking, that girl turned around and said to Yi Yuan, "Hey, kid, dare to come out or not? In front of everyone, let's take a look at how impressive this will grant all requests of yours is." Yi Yuan smiled slightly and slowly came out. He clasped his hands at everyone and said, "How do you do, neighbors? This Miracle Hand Parlor will be managed by me, Yi Yuan, in the future. Whatever rare or puzzling illness everybody has, pill refinement and medicine, you can all come and find me. Below rank 4, all demands will be satisfied. 1. This kid really dares to brag. Below rank 4, all demands will be satisfied. This boast is brag too hard, right? Isn't the Miracle Hand Parlor the dragon slaying gang's territory? Where did this punk pop out from?" Yi Yuan's words made everyone burst into an uproar all at once. The girl narrowed her eyes, looking at Yi Yuan with a sneer in her heart, still pretending, "In a while, I see how you wind up the matter. Kid, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Master Yi, since you're so incredible, then I'll request a pill from you right now." That girl said. Yi Yuan did a go-ahead hand gesture and said, "Requesting pill, prepare your own spirit medicine and pill formula. Rank 3 divine pills starts from 1,000,000 divine essence stones." Hiss! The moment these words came out, that girl could not help opening her mouth wide and said in shock, 1,000,000 divine essence stones? Why don't you go and rob people?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "My medicinal pills are worth this price." Wildly arrogant, truly wildly conceited. Master Wu Feng's medicinal pills were not so expensive either. This kid was crazy for money, right? Looking at Yi Yuan's appearance that asked for a beating, that girl could not help feeling exasperated and said, "Fine. I, Ning Siu, want to try what kind of medicinal pill you can refine. Here, pill formula and spirit medicines are all inside this storage ring. If you can't refine, I'll smash your signboard on the spot." Yi Yuan received the storage ring and took out the pill formula and took a look, involuntarily showing a look of surprise on his face. When Ning Siu saw Yi Yuan's expression, she could not help saying with a cold smile, "How is it? Stunned, right? Watch me smash your signboard." Done talking, she leaped up and was going to smash the signboard. But her body had just flew into midair and had her ankle caught by Yi Yuan and was forcefully dragged down. "You, so many people are watching. You dare to go back on your word?" Ning Siu said angrily. Yi Yuan glanced at her indifferently and said, "When did I say that I can't refine it?" Ning Siu sneered and said, "Your expression just now already betrayed your thoughts." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, I thought that you'd give me some difficult problem. Didn't expect that it's so easy. 1 rank 4 equals 4 star. For some reason, author actually seemed to use this more than the star system. Previously, I've been converting it to star, but now I think I'll translate it as it is. Just take note that they mean the same level. Chapter 1539 Gale Celestial Stone Pill. Chapter 1539 Gale Celestial Stone Pill easy? You're saying that the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill is easy? Ha! Truly shameless boasting. Ning Xiu was utterly speechless. She really did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. To actually be this arrogant. Meridian Heaven Heart Pill was a middle grade, rank 3 divine pill. Furthermore, it was a very difficult to refine type among rank 3 middle grade divine pills. Ning Xiu's talent was extremely high. One should not look at how she was young. She was already a middle rank 3-star alchemy G. OD. This Meridian Heaven Heart Pill was precisely the medicinal pill that she failed to refine for a long time. This medicinal pill's refinement difficulty was immense. Even if Ning Xiu's master refined it, he could only occasionally refine one to superior grade. One had to know her master was a 4-star alchemy G. OD. This KY boy in front of her was actually so arrogant. Yi Yuan gave Ning Xiu a glance and said smilingly, Meridian Heaven Heart Pill. The refinement fee is 2 million divine essence stones. Do you have them? Ning Xiu glared and said angrily, Don't you look down on people? Isn't it a mere 2 million divine essence stones? This young master is poor until I'm only left with divine essence stones. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, All right then, you wait. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and entered the inner hall. Although 2 hours said, everyone did not leave. Instead, there was a trend of gathering more and more. Will grant all requests, this gimmick was indeed rather beckoning. Everyone all wanted to see if this ridiculously young alchemist really had the standard, or was a half bucket of water slows. Plussing around. But everyone was very pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Such a young alchemist, even if he was really a 3-star alchemist, it was also impossible to have a very high standard. Since Ning Xiu came to kick down the dojo, the pill formula that she took out definitely was not some commonplace pill formula. Ordinary alchemists probably could not refine it. But at this time, Yi Yuan slowly came out from the inner hall. Seeing Yi Yuan come out so quickly, Ning Xiu's face revealed a smug smile. Kid, can't refine it, right? Did you ruin all of my spirit medicines? The Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, this level of medicinal pill, how can it be what any random Tom, Dick, and Harry can refine? Ning Xiu said, smugly, this Meridian Heaven Heart Pill. Even if her master came to refine it, the process still needed half a day's time too. Refining it in 2 hours. Ning Xiu did not even consider this being possible at all. This kid is totally putting up an act. Still will grant all requests. What a joke! Isn't that so? No idea where the dragon slaying gang found this kid either. Isn't this asking for trouble? The Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, I heard before. It's a very difficult to refine middle grade, rank 3 divine pill. This brat's hair isn't even fully grown. Can he refine it? Come. Let's smash the signboard together. Isn't this making fun of us? Ning Xiu was all roused up when she heard and said delightedly, You don't have any objection about me SMAs. Plussing the signboard now, right? Oh, right, my spirit medicine's money. You got to compensate me. A total of 500,000 divine essence stones. As she said, Ning Xiu was going to smash the signboard. Ning Xiu's body had just risen to midair and then was dragged down by Yi Yuan. She could not help saying in exasperation, You punk, are you courting death? Yi Yuan ignored her, but stretched his hand out and said, Give it. Ning Xiu froze and said, Give what? Yi Yuan said, 2 million divine essence stones. Ning Xiu blew her top all at once and bellowed, You didn't even refine the medicinal pill and still want to ask me for divine essence stones? You're not duping people. You're a scam shop. Yi Yuan said coolly. Who told you that I didn't refine it? Ning Siyu snickered and said, Rubbish. Plus 2 hours, you can refine the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill? If you were to refine it, I'll eat the medicine cauldron. Yi Yuan fished out a small jade box. The moment the jade box opened, a medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind instantly spread out. Ning Siyu's smile immediately froze there, looking at that dark red medicinal pill in disbelief. This is impossible. Divine grade Meridian Heaven Heart Pill? Why were you? Where did you get it from? Ning Siyu was like a startled little rabbit, at a loss on what to do and where to go. Her master could not even refine a heaven-grade Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, let alone divine grade. This kid actually brought a divine grade out. This is really a divine grade medicinal pill. Are my eyes failing me? A 3-star alchemy G. Oh, do you refined a rank 3 divine grade divine pill? The Meridian Heaven Heart Pill isn't an ordinary medicinal pill. He can actually refine a divine grade. This is too fake, right? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Divine grade medicinal pills were extremely rare and also not what they could afford. But now this young man actually took out a divine grade divine pill. Ning Siyu reached her hand out, wanting to take the medicinal pill. But Yi Yuan pulled his hand back and Ning Siyu grabbed thin air. Want the medicinal pill? Pay money. Yi Yuan said coolly. Ning Siyu pursed her mouth and threw a storage ring to Yi Yuan. SNATC. Hang the jade box over, she said. Take it. Look at that money face appearance of yours. Humph. Observing the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill closely, it was indeed divine grade. The medicinal pill was still steaming. Clearly, it had just come out of the furnace. This was really refined that this kid. Tanic waves surged in Ning Siyu's heart. The difficulty of the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, she was all too clear. She had already attempted to refine this medicinal pill for several years, but she had never succeeded before. But this kid refined it in 2 hours. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You must have cheated. Ning Siyu suddenly said. Little Huan was also incredibly shocked at one side, but Ning Siyu's endless pestering. She really could not look on anymore. Young master, shut up. Ning Siyu shouted at Little Huan, then turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Kid, there must be something shady involved. I don't believe that you can refine a divine grade Meridian Heaven Heart Pill. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, Believing it or not is up to you. Our transaction is already done. So infuriating. Can you, this punk, not be so KY or not? Kid, I still want to ask for a kind of medicinal pill. If you can even refine this medicinal pill, I'll believe that you can really grant all requests. Otherwise, I'm still going to smash your signboard. Ning Siyu said. Yi Yuan was amused and said, smilingly, As long as there's business, I won't refuse the arrival. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ning Siyu's mouth, and she said, This is the Gale Celestial Stone Pills, Pill Formula, and Spirit Medicines. If you can refine it, I'll immediately get lost. Hiss! Gale Celestial Stone Pill. What background does this brat have to actually have this pill formula? Gale Celestial Stone Pill. It's said to be a medicinal pill that can help martial artists comprehend the law of wind, being incomparably profound. This medicinal pill isn't available on the market at all. This medicinal pill is famous for being hard to refine. Heard that even for 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, it's very hard to refine. This young man is in trouble now. Yi Yuan received the pill formula and browsed it over. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, A little interesting. Ning Siyu sneered and said, Do you dare to accept or not? Yi Yuan smiled and said, What's not to dare? But this medicinal pill isn't cheap. Ning Xiu snorted coldly and said, If you can really refine it, money is no object. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, All right then, 8 million divine essence stones. Chapter 1540 Chaos, Heavenly Star Art. Chapter 1540 Chaos, Heavenly Star Art. Hiss! 8 million divine essence stones. This is a robbery. Crazy, crazy. A medicinal pill, 8 million divine essence stones. This kid is crazily thinking about money. Ha! Demanding an exorbitant price, got to have the ability to take it as well. Yi Yuan's quoted price directly made everyone burst into an uproar. 8 million for one medicinal pill. This was not even counting the spirit medicine's cost. This was simply a sky-high price. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there was also barely any medicinal pill that could sell at the price of 8 million. This kid absolutely went crazy thinking about money. The corners of Ning Xiu's mouth twitched, and she said, If you can really refine it, so what if 8 million? But I have a request. You must refine the pill in front of everybody. She did not believe that Yi Yuan could really refine a divine-grade, divine pill, something that even Master could not refine. How could Yi Yuan possibly refine it? Moreover, this Gale's celestial stone pill's difficulty was G. Oh, D knows how many times harder than the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. Even for her master, the chances of refining were very small too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Deal. I'll come in then. Ning Xiu followed Yi Yuan inside angrily. The others exchanged glances and also entered in a single line. The Miracle Hand Parlor was not big. Yi Yuan's pill refining room was also not that luxurious. With so many people entering it, it seemed a little packed. These people all extended their heads, wanting to see how Yi Yuan refined pills. Just now, this young man took out a rank 3 divine-grade divine pill. When Ning Xiu saw this simple and crude pill refining room, she could not help pursing her mouth. This run-down place, could it really give birth to some legendary existence? What Yi Yuan used was a celestial deity, artifact, medicinal cauldron. The profound yellow cauldron naturally could not be taken out in front of everyone. Either way, the celestial deity artifacts inside the purple extreme hall were a lot. There were still other medicinal cauldrons. Gale, celestial stone pill. Dustless mentioned it to him before, but did not have the pill formula. This would be Yi Yuan's first time refining one. After doing the prep work, he started meditating, deducing the pill formula in his head. The spirit medicines that Ning Xiu prepared were only sufficient to refine twice. It was still a little difficult for him to want to refine it within 2 tries. Of course, this was so to other people. Ning Xiu looked at Yi Yuan and had a contemptuous look. This guy was definitely posturing. This room was full of people. Did meditation not require a quiet environment? Do you have to be so amateur? If you can deduce the pill formula under this kind of environment, that would really be seeing ghosts. Ning Xiu pursed her mouth and said disdainfully, Putting on an act. I want to see how long you can maintain it. She already determined now that Yi Yuan was totally a layman. As for that medicinal pill earlier, it might have been stolen from somewhere. Roughly 2 hours later, Yi Yuan slowly got up and arrived before the medicinal cauldron. Everyone held their breaths, quietly waiting for Yi Yuan to refine pills. Yi Yuan's palm shook, shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. The excess spirit medicines, Yi Yuan lightly flicked, directly sending into another container. Very soon, the 2 medicinal embryos were condensed finish. The entire process was natural and smooth, finished in one go. A hint of surprise flashed across in Ning Xiu's eyes. Yi Yuan's method had indeed astonished her. Except, was this medicinal embryo really reliable? That casual flick could expel the excess spirit medicines? At least, her master could not achieve such precise control. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was not considered some incredible skill to alchemy G. Oh, DS. But Yi Yuan's shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was vastly different from ordinary alchemy G. Oh, DS. A feeling of consciousness flowed. Refining pills using consciousness flow? Her. Pill refinement was an extremely rigorous study. Could consciousness flow refine the medicinal pill one? TSK, who doesn't know how to act cool. Ning Xiu said, scornfully. However, Yi Yuan already entered pill refinement state. Ning Xiu's ridicule. He did not hear a single word. Yi Yuan held his palm out. A pale white flame appeared in his palm. Snicker. A rank 2 divine fire? Want to refine the Gale celestial stone pill. This guy is joking around, right? Seeing the cleansing sandal sacred flame in Yi Yuan's palm, Ning Xiu immediately laughed. Rank 2 divine fires, regardless of whether in terms of temperature or sustainability, it did not reach the requirement of refining rank 3 divine pills at all. The Gale celestial stone pill, this level of medicinal pill, the requirement of the flame itself was exceedingly high. For rank 2 divine fires to want to refine the Gale celestial stone pill, it was simply a fool's talk. Under Yi Yuan's painstaking nurturing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame had long broken through rank 1 divine fire as well, reaching rank 2. It was just that the cleansing sandal sacred flame's advancement speed clearly could not catch up to Yi Yuan's speed of breaking through. His palm urged, the cleansing sandal sacred flame entered inside the medicinal cauldron. Pooh. The cleansing sandal sacred flame emitted light, exploding sounds. The temperature of the medicinal cauldron suddenly soared. Flame explosion art. A surge of scorching temperature hit from head on, making everyone's faces suddenly change. Is this a rank 2 divine fire? Why would it have such a horrifying temperature? This temperature has probably already reached the level of rank 3 divine fire, right? A rank 2 divine fire giving off a rank 3 divine fire's temperature? Is this a joke? Waves of exclamations emitted from the crowd. Ning Xiu also had shock written all over her face. Even though it just barely reached the temperature of rank 3 divine fires, it had indeed reached it. How did this guy do it? Yi Yuan only developed this flame explosion art in order to compensate for the inadequacies of his divine fire. Yi Yuan could let each fire seedling undergo a small-scale explosion with terrifying control, letting the divine fire's overall temperature rise a level from there. This was Yi Yuan's action that could not be helped. But in everyone's view, it was an inconceivable thing. Ning Xiu's eyes glimmered, discovering a trace of inkling very soon, and could not help having a look of surprise. The little fire seedlings that this kind of art of flame explosion required to control was a very horrifying number. This guy's control over flames had simply reached the acme of perfection. It was just that, if using this method, would he still have energy to go and control the pill refinement? Controlling flames and controlling the pill refinement, these were two things and needed to be done separately. Without a doubt, this method of controlling fire needed to expend tremendous energy. Then what would Yi Yuan use to refine pills? A hint of a gloating smile flashed across the corners of Ning Xiu's mouth. What was the use of being good at fire control? Forming the pill was the crux. But very soon, her smile turned stiff on her face. Inside the entire room, a mysterious aura started filling the air. This aura was like wine fragrance, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Chaos Heavenly Star Art. Yi Yuan shouted lightly, his entire person seemingly turning into a region of chaos, giving people the feeling of beholding a great mountain. Ning Xiu's eyes became somewhat misty, as if she was drunk. Her entire person was immersed in the sea of Tao, unable to extricate herself. As for the rest, they were even more like so. Inside this pill refinement room, the aura of great Tao pervaded the air. Chaos Heavenly Star Art was the alchemy technique that Yi Yuan developed. It was also the extension of his alchemy Tao when he was a mortal realm. If his alchemy skill was a tender seedling in the past, then his current alchemy skill was a great tree currently growing tall and strong. 1. I don't know what this consciousness flow means, but it doesn't appear anymore. Chapter 1541, Are You a Monster? Chapter 1541, Are You a Monster? Yi Yuan gained enlightenment on great Tao with alchemy and developed the Chaos Heavenspan canon. He naturally walked further along the alchemy path too. After the 10 directions heaven seizing art, Yi Yuan created the Chaos Heavenly Star art with the Chaos Heavenspan canon as the foundation, especially after the great Tao Heavenly Melody the last time. This alchemy skill became even more unfathomable. As soon as it was used, it would trigger great Tao. Suddenly, the aura of great Tao poured into the medicinal cauldron frenziedly. Everyone returned to serenity. That misty look of Ning Siyu's finally recovered clarity. Just now, what happened? What a mysterious feeling. I feel like I seem to have understood something. Ning Siyu said in shock. What a mysterious feeling. I clearly don't know how to refine pills. But why do I feel like I seem to know how to refine pills? Just now, what in the world happened? What a magical alchemy technique. Everyone seemed to have experienced a fleeting dream. Now, they had a feeling as if waking up from a dream. Yi Yuan pointed at the medicinal pill in the jade box and said to Ning Siyu, Your Gale Celestial Stone Pill, pay up! The moment Ning Siyu looked at it, her eyes went wide. How is this possible? Peak heaven grade. Just a bit more, just a little bit more. Are you still human? Ning Siyu's voice. The pitch gradually became higher and higher. She felt that she must have seen a fake medicinal pill. This guy actually refined a peak heaven grade Gale Celestial Stone Pill. Furthermore, it was even his first time refining. Ning Siyu felt that her head could not quite wrap itself around it. Everything in front of her was too surreal. She watched Yi Yuan refine pills with her own eyes. This absolutely could not be falsified. Also, that mysterious feeling just now, what was with that? Ning Siyu looked at Yi Yuan, feeling that this youth was so mysterious. Amen. This is the first time I'm refining it. I'm still a little unfamiliar with the pill. You can leave the other medicinal embryo here. Tomorrow, I'll help you refine once more. It should be able to reach divine grade, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ning Siyu used a gaze like she had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan. She seriously could not find the words to describe the astonishment in her heart currently anymore. When did refining divine grade medicinal pills become so casual? At this moment, the shopkeeper's face revealed a red glow, looking excited. He really did not think that this young lad who was new was actually an expert who kept his own counsel. No, wait, it was a super-duper expert. What kind of expert could refine divine-grade medicinal pills like cabbages? Even 4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS could not do it too, right? At this time, he felt that this will grant all requests signboard was genuine fame following real achievement, living up to its reputation. All along, the Miracle Hand Parlor was half dead. But the shopkeeper was clear that the Miracle Hand Parlor would soon become the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's hottest medicinal shop. Everybody saw it, right? Our master, Yi, has true capabilities. Everyone, remember, all requests will be granted. In the future, if everyone has any needs, feel free to come to the Miracle Hand Parlor. It's getting late now. Everyone can all disperse then, said the shopkeeper as he smiled from ear to ear. Everyone experienced boundless shock and left the Miracle Hand Parlor. Ning Siyu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she did not know where to begin. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Siyu and said suspiciously, "What? It can't be that you don't have divine essence stones, right?" Ning Siyu's expression changed, and she suddenly put on a smile and said with a fawning look, "This!" Came out in a hurry. "Why not? How about this? I see that your little medicine shop is lacking manpower too. I'll be a little medicine boy for you." Yi Yuan looked at Ning Siyu meaningfully and said, "You want to learn alchemy from me?" Ning Siyu instantly turned into a fangirl. Pulling Yi Yuan's hand and swinging, she said, "Your pill refinement is really too incredible. I idolize you to death. I discovered that I've fallen in love with alchemy." Yi Yuan shook her hand off and said with a disgusted look, "What does you falling in love with alchemy have got to do with me? Give me the money." Not that Yi Yuan was greedy for money, but that his current expenditures were too great. The cost of rank 3 spirit medicines was far from what rank 1 and 2 spirit medicines could compare to. The spirit medicines of a medicinal pill, like the Gale Celestial Stone pill, the cost price would likely cost several million divine essence stones. Along the way, in order to research rank 3 spirit medicines, he already spent no less than over 1 billion divine essence stones. Adding in the flight expenditure along the way, he was only left with 2 to 3 billion divine essence stones now. It looked like a very large sum. Actually, it was already consuming without producing. Hence, the money that should be charged, he naturally must charge Ning Siyu. 8 million to buy a medicinal pill sounded very scary. Actually, it was not considered expensive for divine-grade medicinal pills, because one could not buy it at all. The Gale Celestial Stone Pill's divine-grade medicinal pill, even 4-star Alchemy G. Oh, DS could not refine it. Ning Siyu said with a resentful look, "Stinky fellow who's oblivious to flirting. Want money, don't have it. Want my life, there's one. Up to you." As she said this, Ning Siyu directly made a grabbing move toward the medicinal pill. Unexpectedly, Yi Yuan was even faster than her, directly putting away the medicinal pill and medicinal embryo. "If no money, I'll keep these 2 medicinal pills. 2 Gale Celestial Stone pills. The price shouldn't be lower than 8 million, Yi Yuan said, coolly. Ning Siyu's expression changed, and she said, "You? No way. This medicinal pill, you can't take it away." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax. Even if you give me more, I'll return them to you. I said 8 million, it means 8 million. I won't take a single cent more from you." Ning Siyu said exasperatedly, "No way. The Gale Celestial Stone Pills spirit medicines I've collected for a long time. That's for my big brother to use. You can't sell it." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's none of my business." Ning Siyu gritted her teeth and said, "It's you who forced me. Look out for my sword." Done talking. Ning Siyu stabbed toward Yi Yuan with a sword. Clank. Yi Yuan stood firm. Finger lightly flicking on the flat of the blade, directly shocking the long sword until it slipped out of the hand. Ning Siyu was shocked until her wrist went numb, and she said in surprise, "Are you a monster? Alchemy strength is so formidable. Martial arts is actually this strong too?" Ning Siyu was an origin deity, not saying that she was one of the best among peers, but she was also not what an initial stage origin deity could casually defeat. But Yi Yuan actually just lightly flicked a bit and flicked her sword flying. Once this guy really made a move, how terrifying would that be? Regardless of whether it was alchemy or martial arts, Ning Siyu had always been very confident in her talent. She was not very hardworking in cultivation, but her strength was much stronger than her peers. All the way until today, she ran into Yi Yuan. This hateful guy shattered her confidence into pieces. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with her and said coolly, "Go on." Ning Siyu gritted her teeth and stomped her feet angrily and said, "Fine, I'll pay up. Here, there's 4 million in here, all for you. Now, I'm penniless and have nowhere to go anymore. You have to take me in." "Ouch. Let me go. Quickly, let me go. You. What are you going to do?" Yi Yuan directly picked Ning Siyu up and walked outside the door. Bang! Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of being Compa cyanate toward girls, directly throwing Ning Siyu out. Chapter 1540 To My Territory, I Make the Call. Chapter 1540 To My Territory, I Make the Call will grant all requests? Ha! Truly shameless boast. This old man has immersed in alchemy for so many years, and still doesn't dare to say this kind of big talk. No need to go and care about him. In a few days, their signboard will get smashed. Spreading from mouth to mouth, the news of miracle hand parlors will grant all requests signboard spread out very quickly. Wu Feng heard about this miracle hand parlor very soon. But regarding the will grant all requests signboard, he scoffed in derision. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to claim to grant all requests. Master, really don't need to care? I heard somebody saw that the presiding alchemist actually refined a rank 3 divine grade divine pill, said the manager. Wu Feng snickered when he heard that and said, rank 3 divine grade divine pill? Something that propagates erroneously. You actually believe it too. Would someone capable of refining rank 3 divine grade divine pills be inside a small medicine shop in the South City? But the manager said, Master, I say, could it be that kid who cured Zhu Yongtian? That miracle hand parlor is the current Thunderclap gang's business. Wu Feng's expression turned stiff, instantly becoming incomparably ugly. That being said, it was really possible. Humph! Isn't he very capable? Then we'll send a big gift over. I want to see how he grants all requests. Wu Feng said with a cold smile. The Sun Moon Gang's headquarters, Luo Yu and He Xiao, were also very interested in this newly emerged miracle hand parlor. I've already inquired. Master Wu Feng already sentenced Zhu Yongtian to death. It seems like he was brought back to life by this newcomer kid from the miracle hand parlor. Luo Yu's expression was somewhat ugly. This kid that popped out of no idea where actually ruined their good thing. Zhu Yongtian was Xingguan's right-hand man. His death was a tremendous loss to the Thunderclap gang. He did not expect that Zhu Yongtian was actually saved by someone in the end. Furthermore, he was even BRIMMING with vitality now, so how could this not anger Luo Yu? He Xiao smiled and said, This kid has such high-sounding sentiments. Don't talk about Master Wu Feng. Even those masters in the inner city don't dare to hang such a signboard too. Luo Yu said, he's still young in the end. Saving Zhu Yongtian, he thinks that he's an alchemy divine physician already. This kid went crazy wanting to be famous, right? He Xiao said, since he wants to become famous, then let's help him. The two people exchanged a glance, revealing a knowing smile. Ning Xiu looked at the Yi Yuan currently diagnosing people's pulse, a hint of fascination revealing in her eyes. Was this guy really around the same age as her? Why could he be impressive to such a degree? These few days, she followed along by Yi Yuan's side, becoming a little medicine boy who filled prescriptions and refined medicine. But she actually did not have any complaints at all. Under her endless pestering, Yi Yuan finally agreed to let her stay. Once the news of the will grant all requests signboard spread out, the guests who dropped in naturally could not dispense with. In between this, there were naturally quite a few complicated and rare illnesses, and also quite a few martial artists who were heavily injured and on the verge of death. But arriving in front of Yi Yuan, not a single one could actually stump him. One could say it was curing the illness when the medicine took effect. The will grant all requests signboard was really not joking around, at least all the way until now. A situation that could stump Yi Yuan had not occurred yet. Ning Xiu's own alchemy standard was already very high. The majority of the situation here, she could resolve it. But there were that few cases. She was really helpless to do anything. However, Yi Yuan had the power to transform something rotten into magical. Until now, no accidents had occurred. Furthermore, each one that came to the miracle hand parlor, Yi Yuan could virtually do it perfectly. Ning Xiu touched her own heart and asked herself, even those that she could handle, she could not do it as well as Yi Yuan too. No, should say way worse. This guy was simply not human. Over a few days, Ning Xiu was already thoroughly subdued by Yi Yuan. Even though this guy boasted a lot, he really has the capital to boast. Ning Xiu said to herself. Little Huan looked at Ning Xiu, feeling that she did not quite recognize her young lady anymore. Was this still that lawless and rampant young lady? These few days her young lord was well behaved like a little maid in front of Master Yi. If Master Yi asked her to go east, she absolutely would not dare to go west. Even the young lady's master did not have this ability to subdue her too. However, Master Yi was really too incredible. Seemed even more incredible than the young lady's master. Get lost. All get lost for me. I want to see a doctor. So the others all scrammed to the back. Suddenly, 3 to 5 burly men barged right into Miracle Hand Parlor, driving all of the people outside. Bang! The burly man in the lead directly slapped a palm on the table, shattering the table to pieces, and said highly spiritedly, "Brat, attend to me first!" Yi Yuan currently had his eyes closed, reading someone's pulse. He did not even lift his eyelids and said indifferently, "Your illness can't be cured, leave." That burly man was stunned and said, "Mother asterisk her, you didn't even open your eyes. How do you know that my illness can't be cured? Don't you claim to grant all requests? Why, it's bluffing people. I will smash your signboard right now. Who asked you to cheat people?" Yi Yuan still said unhurriedly, "Idiocy can't be cured. There's only reincarnating anew. Ha ha ha." Yi Yuan's words immediately tickled everyone. The burly man's face turned red, and he bellowed, "All shut up for your father! Who dares to laugh again? Your father will make you never able to laugh out loud." Everyone's face changed, all shutting their mouths sensibly. Everyone all recognized who this burly man was. He was the Silver Feather Gang's 6th head, Chun Biao, a guy who killed people without batting an eyelid. If he said to kill people, it was never joking around with you. "Kid, you dare to fool me? Do you know who I am?" Chun Biao pointed at Yi Yuan, already reaching his nose. Yi Yuan said calmly, "Don't care who you are. Go to the back and queue up. Those who cause trouble here. There's no treatment without exception." Chun Biao was just about to fly off the handle when a hulking man barged in from outside. "Chun Biao, you dare to cause trouble in our Thunderclap Gang's territory? Do you believe that I'll exterminate you right now?" This hulking man was none other than precisely Meng Huo. He heard that Chun Biao came to the Miracle Hand Parlor in great haste, and he immediately brought people to rush over. Chun Biao's eyes swiveled, and he said with a smile, "Your father isn't causing trouble. Your father came to see a doctor today. I have a brother who got a strange illness that can't be cured no matter what. When we heard that this Miracle Hand Parlor will grant all requests, we came to see a doctor." The moment Meng Huo heard, his brows involuntarily knitted together and looked toward the stretcher that Chun Biao brought. A middle-aged man laid on the stretcher, his complexion waxy, both eyes deeply sunken, already on his dying breath. He was clear in his heart. This guy definitely came specially to find trouble. This illness was probably not that easy to treat. Then what's with this? Meng Huo pointed at the shattered table and said in a deep voice. Chun Biao said coolly, "Wasn't I worried about my brother's safety and was somewhat anxious?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Want to see a doctor, queue up. Not seeing, get lost." Chun Biao said in a cold voice, "Humph. There's still so many people in front. If my brother were to die, can you shoulder the responsibility?" Yi Yuan said without a care, "If he dies, he dies. What has it got to do with me? My territory, I make the call. Queuing up is my rule here. I'm not going to see you. You can get lost already." Chapter 1543, Everyone Coming to Make Trouble. Chapter 1543, Everyone Coming to Make Trouble. Chun Biao's expression changed a few times. Finally, he gave a cold snort and went to the back to queue up obediently. The boss made it clear the important thing was to smash the signboard, not cause trouble. In the words of the chief head, since they dare to put up a will grant all requests signboard, they must be able to withstand exposure to the elements. That guy on the stretcher was the big gift that the boss carefully prepared. When Meng Huo saw Chun Biao retreat, being well-behaved, he had an even more foreboding premonition. Chun Biao's temper was very similar to his, with both being the impatient and hot-tempered type. Normally, he would have long come to blows. There must be something strange for things to be this abnormal. That guy on the stretcher was probably not easy to treat. Meng, who looked over toward Yi Yuan rather worriedly, and discovered that Yi Yuan's expression was normal and did not seem to care at all. Even though he was very confident in Yi Yuan, to an alchemist, to not know something was quite normal. Treating one strange and difficult disease did not mean that he was omnipotent. Yi Yuan being able to cure Zhu Yongtian did not mean he could treat everybody. Regarding Yi Yuan hanging this plaque, Meng was still begged to differ in his heart. Not just him, everyone including their boss, they were all rather worried. After all, once this plaque was hung, who they would offend would not be one or two people. Most likely, the entire South City, even the entire Imperial City's alchemists would come to find trouble. Ning Xiu, go and make a medicinal soup according to this prescription and let him drink it. Yi Yuan casually wrote a prescription and instructed Ning Xiu to go and do things. All right. Ning Xiu got up excitedly and received the prescription from Yi Yuan's hands, and she went to boil the medicine subserviently. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being incomparably shocked. This La S was a middle-stage origin deity to actually be ordered about by Master Yi. Looking at the La S's appearance, she even seemed to be enjoying it. A few days in, Ning Xiu's standard still obtained Yi Yuan's recognition. Although a little impetuous, she was indeed a good sapling, having a very high level of comprehension. Brewing medicine with her middle-rank 3-star Alchemy D status was naturally wasting talented people for trivial tasks. Next, Yi Yuan said indifferently. At this time, another group of people poured in. Seeing this group of people, Meng's brows furrowed even tighter. The arrival was the Sun Moon Gang's fifth head, Ding Song. Behind this group of people, a foolish-looking young man was brought along, saliva drooling. Seeing this simpleton, Meng's heart abruptly sunk. He naturally recognized this simpleton. That was the eldest son of the Qian family within the Sun Moon Gang's sphere of influence, Qian Ping. Since birth, Qian Ping was a simpleton all the way until now. The children of deity realm powerhouses would rarely have simpletons appear. But Qian Ping was a simpleton, because the Qian family's family had only had this one son. In order to treat this son's intellectual disability, the divine essence stones he spent were an astronomical figure. The top alchemists in the outer cities, including Master Wu Feng, had all treated Qian Ping before, but they were all helpless. It was said that Qian Ping was born with his divine soul incomplete, and that was why it caused his intellect level to be low. But inherent divine soul inadequacy, this was an ailment that all alchemists found hard to overcome. How could it be that easy to cure? Forget about Wu Feng. Even if a 4-star Alchemy D came, they would be helpless too. Meng, whose face fell, and he said, Ding Song, you want to come and cause trouble too? But Ding Song was different from Qin Biao's rashness and said with a smile, What are you saying? This miracle hand parlor is famous now. I'm bringing Boss Qian over to see a doctor. How can it be said to be causing trouble? But if this will grant all requests signboard of yours is fake, then everyone won't be able to accept it either, right? This card he played, including Qin Biao's earlier, caused jeerings from everyone. Meng, who gritted his teeth and said, Ding Song, you're clearly looking for fault here. Qian Ping is born with his divine soul incomplete. There's no cure at all. You brought him here. What is it if not harboring ulterior motives? The corners of Ding Song's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, Meng Hua, I don't understand what you said. Will grant all requests. These 4 words, is it said for fun? Now, we have a request for Master Yi. Shouldn't he definitely agree to it? Or is it that your miracle hand parlor signboard is deceiving everyone? Meng, who could not help choking, he was rendered speechless by what Ding Song said. He currently felt that Yi Yuan was simply shooting himself in the foot here. Hanging such a plaque, wasn't it giving people a reason to act? He had yet to think of a way to answer when another wave of people came in. Yo, this small medicine shop is so crowded today. the person in front said with a playful smile. This person, Mangwin naturally knew him as well. He was called Huang Haoran and had a very close relations. H.I.+P with Daihul. Looking at the person Huang Haoran brought, Meng Huo's expression was somber to the extreme. This guy definitely came on behalf of Wu Feng. Wu Feng taking action was different from other people making a move. He himself was the pinnacle most 3-star alchemy G.O.D. He was all too familiar with alchemy. What illness was easy to treat, what ailment was not easy to treat, he was really clear of things. This person that Huang Haoran brought, Meng Huo knew him too. He was Huang Haoran's nephew, called Huang Qian. A few years ago, Huang Qian went to a mystic realm to search for treasures and narrowly escaped with his life. But ever since then, not only did he lose his cultivation completely, his entire person seemed to have lost his soul as well, becoming a walking corpse. Huang Haoran regarded this nephew very highly. He even brought Huang Qian to find Wu Feng before, but Wu Feng did not find out the reason for his problem. Later, Wu Feng even invited the other West City and North City's alchemy experts over to take a look. And, body could find any problem. Hence, this dragged out for quite a number of years. Meng Huo was seething with hatred in his heart. Their Thunderclap gang did not offend Master Wu Feng either. They merely had Yi Yuan save second brother. Was there a need to be like this? Could it be that they had to passively watch second brother die? This Master Wu Feng actually hated them, so much out of jealousy. This made Meng Huo very vexed. They had spent quite a number of divine essence stones to show filial respect to Wu Feng these few years. They did not expect that he suddenly turned hostile at the drop of a hat. Furthermore, did this bunch of guys make an appointment to come and find trouble together today? Meng Huo very much wanted to chase all these guys away. He used a probing glance to look at Yi Yuan, but he discovered that Yi Yuan was very absorbed and did not care about these people at all. This is Master Yi? Truly, heroes come from youngsters, will grant all requests. Haha, impressive. Impressive. Huang Haoran said with an amused look. Anybody could discern the sarcasm in these words. However, this was not over yet. Heavenly Fragrance Parlor, 5 Flavor Pavilion, etc., the South City's famous major medicine shops, all sent people over. Some were seeking pills, some were treating illnesses. But without a doubt, they were all some extremely difficult, strange, and complicated ailments. These major medicine shops were all under the 3 great families' command, their strength immense. Even though their presiding alchemist was not as impressive as Wu Feng, they were not far off too. These people seemed to have agreed upon it, all gathering in Miracle Hand Parlor. Clearly, this will grant all requests of Yi Yuan's had incurred public wrath. When Meng Huo saw this scene, he could not help feeling a headache. Opening the door and doing business, he had no reason to chase people away. What the H.E.L. is this Master Yi doing? This is totally drawing aggro. How will the Thunderclap gang still make a living in South City in the future? Meng Huo was virtually going crazy. But by the side, Ning Xiu looked at this scene rather amusedly, her beautiful eyes staring at Yi Yuan, wanting to see what he would do. Chapter 1544, Open Your Dog Eyes and Take a Look. Chapter 1544, Open Your Dog Eyes and Take a Look. At Daihul, Wu Feng had been waiting for the news over there all along. Hearing about the Miracle Hand Parlor situation, Wu Feng was delighted. Hoo-hoo, this old man didn't expect it. This kid incurred public wrath. I want to see how he cleans up the mess today. Wu Feng said with a grin. The manager was also very surprised by this situation, currently. He did not expect that of the South City's 6 major forces, the 3 great families and 2 major gangs, all made a move against a puny little Miracle Hand Parlor. But thinking about it, the manager also felt at ease. This punk was too arrogant, insisting on hanging what will grant all requests plaque. Wasn't this looking for a fight? Master played a vicious move this time. That Huang Qian, even 4-star Alchemy G. Oh, DS are helpless. If that boy can be saved, it would be preposterous, the manager said with a smile. Wu Feng smiled and said, Ha! That kid is too arrogant. I'm teaching him how to behave. This heaven-span world is too big. He has only lived for a few days. The illnesses that he hasn't seen are too many to actually dare boast so shamelessly. The things that Meng Hui knew were just a bit. Back then, when Wu Feng promised Huang Haoren, it was not just because he had a good relations. H.I.+P. with Huang Haoren. It was also because his stubborn temper flared up at that time, insisting on overcoming this difficult hurdle. Alchemists were all a little stubborn. Wu Feng was no exception either. Such a hard-to-come-by symptom. Wu Feng naturally wanted to overcome it. For the sake of Huang Qian, Wu Feng did not even scruple to bring him into the inner city's pill tower, asking his master for help. In the end, he still could not find out anything about the condition. Wu Feng's master was a pill tower's 4-star Alchemy G. Even he could not do anything about it. Could this kid then? He would not believe it, even if he was beaten to death. At this time, Inner City's pill tower, a benign-looking old man was currently lecturing a young man. Already found out about your younger sister's news. She's currently at the South City's Cinnamon Street. You go and bring her back, the old man said. The young man had a look of embarrassment and said with a bow, Master Xianyu, my sister is too mischievous and has troubled master. Xianyu smiled and said, Your sister is all right in everything. She's just a little too condescending. Her alchemy talent is indeed incomparable. But this path isn't what talent alone can determine. Other people's talent is inferior to hers, but others are more hard-working than her. The young man sweat profusely and said, Master lectured justly. Capturing her back this time, I'll definitely discipline her well. Xianyu smiled and said, You don't have to be like this. That S's personality, you know it. The more stubborn you're with her, the more stubborn she is to you. You don't need to forcefully bring her back as well. Let her suffer a bit of hards. H.I.+P. outside. It might be a good thing for her. The Pill Towers compet. 1. Tie-in is about to start. You just bring her back before the compet. 1. Tie-in, and that will do. The young man bowed and said yes. Inside the Miracle Hand Parlor, Yi Yuan's speed of diagnosing and treating was very fast. Chun Biao, Ding Song, and the rest had already waited for a very long time. But the expressions on their faces were somewhat different from when they just came. Those people queued in front of them could be said to have their symptoms vanish as the medicine took effect. And the people who requested pills, what they got were actually all divine-grade medicinal pills. Divine grade. Even though what Yi Yuan refined today were all not some too difficult to refine medicinal pills, divine-grade medicinal pills, this in itself already indicated many problems. This guy really had the ability. But very soon, Chun Biao and Ding Song felt at ease. To be able to bring Zhu Yongtian back to life, Yi Yuan's strength was definitely extraordinary. They were very confident in their coming to find trouble today. What the 3 great families and 2 major gangs sent here today were all famous, complicated, and strange ailments of the South City. The numerous big-shot Alchemy G. DS of South City were unable to resolve them. Finally, it was Chun Biao's turn. Carry him over, Yi Yuan said coolly. Chun Biao did a hand gesture and ordered people to carry in front of Yi Yuan. Kid, if my brother has his diagnosis and treatment delayed, I will smash this shop of yours. Chun Biao threatened him. The moment Meng Hui heard, he flared up and said with a cold smile, You just try making a move. Do you really take my thunderclap gang to have no one? But Chun Biao said indifferently, Since I brought the person in, then his life is your responsibility. If he dies, it means that your will grant all requests signboard is a sham. Why can't I smash it? Meng Hui could not help choking when he heard that, and said in a cold voice, Master, ye hasn't treated him yet. Of course it doesn't count. Chun Biao, if you dare to make trouble, Do you believe that you can't walk out of Cinnamon Street today or not? Chun Biao directly took out a divine artifact and said with a cold smile, "Your father doesn't believe it. What can you do to me?" The others also all watched the two people fight gloatingly, smiles all over their faces. Those present currently all hoped for the miracle hand parlor to close up shop. They naturally stood on Chun Biao's side. Furthermore, the three great families and two major gangs moving out collectively also drew quite a number of people to surround and watch. Normally, these people would have long flown off the handle and drove everyone away. But today, they wanted to see the appearance of the miracle hand parlor getting disgraced. Fifth head, this is your mistake. Since he came in, then you guys naturally have to take responsibility. Yeah, saying it like this isn't fair. No matter which medicinal shop you go to, when the person enters the door, curing or killing is all a matter of the alchemist's level. This person looks like he already can't make it. You guys still wanted him to wait in line. Isn't this harming people? The onlookers also clamored to get a word in, saying until Meng Hua was livid with rage. "All right, carry away!" Right then, Yuan suddenly spoke up. Everyone was stunned. A hint of a smug smile revealed on the faces Ding Song, Huang Haoren, and the rest. Resolved it so quickly. This guy was an utter fraud. Ha ha ha. Brothers, smash for me. Smash it hard. Just this level still will grant all requests. After staring blankly, Chun Biao let out a loud laugh and immediately instructed his subordinates to make a scene. "You dare!" Right then, a pretty figure stepped forward bravely, standing in front of Chun Biao. "Where did this girlie come from? Don't want to live anymore? You guys failed to save him and still don't let us smash the shop?" Chun Biao glared fiercely and roared at Ning Xiu. But Ning Xiu was completely fearless and said with a disdainful smile, "Open your dog eyes and take a look. He's already brought back to life. What qualifications do you have to smash the shop?" Everyone froze once more. Chun Biao said with a big laugh, "Brought back to life? He's still lying. You're fine?" When Chun Biao was laughing hard, that middle-aged man on the stretcher slowly opened his eyes and actually got up on his own. When everyone saw this scene, they all clicked their tongues in wonder. The waxen complexion on the middle-aged man's face disappeared. His face was still a little haggard, but his whole person looked like he was no longer in jeopardy. What's going on here? CK me, this is also too magical. In but a few sentences' time he cured the person? This master you really isn't boasted out. His means are simply fantastical. The looks of amazement on everyone's faces could not be concealed no matter what. Astonishment was written all over Chun Biao's face. Only now did he understand that Yi Yuan's meaning was that the person was cured and could be carried away, and not can't be cured and to be carried away. This was too freaking *T. An illness that was not cured after wandering more than half of the South City's medicine shops. But coming here, and in the time it took to say a few sentences, it was then cured? Chapter 1545, Preposterous Prices. Chapter 1545, Preposterous Prices. 6 million divine essence stones. Pay up, Yuan said indifferently. He could not be bothered with Chun Biao's astonishment. The moment these words came out, Chun Biao's eyes became wide saucers. 6 million? You just casually fiddled a bit, and it's 6 million? You're robbing money. Chun Biao said in shock. Yi Yuan used a look like looking at a fool to look at him, and said coolly, "Casually fiddled a bit? Then why don't I put this thing back for him? You see if you have the ability to get out." While talking, Yi Yuan held his palm out. A transparent little bug appeared on his palm. Yi Yuan put a restriction on this little bug, making it unable to escape. That little bug was colliding randomly everywhere inside the restriction. Everyone all drew a cold breath when they saw. Ning Xiu said with a cold smile, "This bug is called Myriad Corpse Tendon Biting Worm, hidden inside some ancient powerhouses' ancient tombs. It loves to devour martial artists' meridians the most. Furthermore, once it enters the meridians, it's like a bone-infesting maggot, very hard to force it out. In the entire outer city, apart from Master Yi, and, oh, body can save him. 6 million to buy a life, and you still find it expensive? Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiu, being rather surprised, not expecting that this lass was actually so knowledgeable. He had just listened to Dustless's introduction before he knew that this thing was called the myriad corpse tendon-biting worm too. Actually, Ning Xiu was even more surprised than Yi Yuan. While she knew about this myriad corpse tendon-biting worm, she also knew that it was extremely troublesome. Even if her master can, he might not have the confidence to force this thing out. She did not expect that Yi Yuan just pressed a few times on that person's body and he forced this thing out. This level of skill was simply inconceivable. Chun Biao's expression changed repeatedly and said in a solemn voice, "I'm resigned to my bad luck. Wu Zhao, this is your life, so you pay up yourself." Wu Zhao said with a bitter face, I don't have that many divine essence stones." Chun Biao said with a cold smile, "Then it's none of my business. Let's go." Chun Biao gave a big wave of his hand and was about to bring people away. But Yi Yuan said coldly, "You brought him to see the doctor, so it's naturally you who pays." Chun Biao laughed coldly and said, "Your father just isn't going to pay. What can you do to me?" Swizz. H. Plus Yi Yuan suddenly slammed a punch out. It was just that this punch was like a turtle in Chun Biao's view. Just an initial stage origin deity. He also dared to use force against him. He also mustered up a punch and smashed towards Yi Yuan. This punch of his was powerful and heavy. Even if it could not kill Yi Yuan, it was also more than enough for him to chew on. Ding Song and the rest also looked at Yi Yuan gloatingly, clearly feeling that Yi Yuan was overestimating his own ability a little. But a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Meng Hua's mouth. He had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before and was aware of the strangeness of Yi Yuan's movement technique. Bang! Just as the two fists were about to intersect, Yi Yuan's fist disappeared bizarrely and directly appeared in front of Chun Biao's face, blasting him, his figure flying out. This punch directly beat Chun Biao's face until it was a blurry mess of flesh and blood, and he did not come back to his senses for a while. Meng Hua detained this guy. Let their chief head bring divine essence stones to redeem him, Yi Yuan said coolly. Meng Hua had an excited look and immediately stepped forward and sealed Chun Biao's divine sea, wanting to detain him. Everyone looked at this scene with immense astonishment, all wondering whether or not their eyesight was failing. An initial stage origin deity stunned a late stage origin deity with one punch. This Master Yi was someone who did not reveal his true self. By the time Chun Biao reacted, he was already restrained by Meng Hua. He finally felt a trace of panic. I have money. I'll pay the money. Pay the money. Chun Biao's heart was dripping blood. Originally, he thought that it was an almost guaranteed successful mission. He did not expect that now it actually became like this. What did that kid do just now? Why did his fist suddenly disappear? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said coolly, "Those without money can get lost. I'm not running a charity hall here." Ding Song did not take it seriously and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Isn't it just 6 million divine essence stones? Our boss Qian has plenty of money." Huang Haran also said, "Just 6 million, it's not considered expensive." Yi Yuan shot a glance at them and said, "This innate, incomplete, divine essence, 20 million. This one is day halls, right? 50 million. Also, that side, they're 10 million and 13 million respectively. Those who want to see a doctor, prepare the divine essence stones. If you don't have money, please leave." Hiss! The people surrounding and watching felt a chill when they heard. This was simply charging preposterously. Seeing a doctor needed 50 million? 50 million was simply an astronomical figure to an origin deity powerhouse. When Boss Chen heard the price of 20 million, he also grimaced in pain. This was virtually all of his assets. But he resolved his heart and said, "As long as, master, ye can save my son, 20 million it is then." The heavenly fragrance parlor and 5-flavor pavilion waited over and also agreed. It was just that the price of 50 million intimidated Huang Haoran. Even if he sold himself, he could not take out so much money too. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said directly to Boss Chen, "You go and raise the money first. I have to bring your son in." Boss Chen was just about to agree, but he heard Ding Song say, "Hang on. 20 million isn't a small sum. What if Boss Chen raises the money, but you can't cure Qianping's illness? What then?" Yi Yuan gave him a cold glance and said coolly, "Are you questioning me?" Ding Song involuntarily choked up. Questioning an alchemist, this was a big taboo. Since they came to see a doctor, they naturally had to trust the other party. But when Boss Chen saw the situation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Master Yi, don't hesitate to treat. I'll go and raise the money right now." Finished talking, Boss Chen directly turned around and went out. After Yi Yuan brought Qianping into the inner hall, there were immediately animated discussions in the lobby. Holish *T. This consultation is also too expensive, right? This is bankrupting a family's fortune. What the hell? I do you understand? Master, Yi is taking them down a notch here. These people are clearly here to make a scene. His fees are naturally high. Not quite so. What these few factions brought are all the South City's famous complicated and strange illnesses. If it were that easy to treat, it would have long been treated. After roughly 4 hours, Yi Yuan brought Qianping out of the inner hall. At the back, Ning Xiu's gaze was full of shock. Clearly, everything that happened in the inner hall utterly astounded her. Father! Qianping used a shaky tone and called out at Boss Chen. Boss Chen's entire body trembled, tears instantly bursting out of his eyes. His son was really cured. At this moment, Qianping's eyes were radiant, totally different from that foolish look previously. Pinger, you're really fine already? Boss Chen still did not quite dare to believe it until now. Qianping nodded and said, "Master Yi is truly Ji. Oh, delight. He has already compensated for my divine soul. This child is now no different from a normal person." Good. Really great. Tears poured down Boss Chen's old face, his long-cherished wish finally fulfilled at this moment. Qianping's divine soul was incomplete, but his memories these few years were still present. The father and son, 2 people, hugged each other and cried, making everyone shed a few silent tears. They all knew how much effort and price Boss Chen expended for the sake of today. "Father, from this day forth, this child will definitely carry out filial piety to the 2 of you. Pinger definitely won't disappoint you." Qianping said and wept bitterly. Chapter 1546, Foul-Mouthed. Chapter 1546, Foul-Mouthed. Quick, Pinger, quickly kowtow toward Master Yi. Master Yi gave the grace of rebirth to our Qian family. Boss Qian said to his son, the divine essence stones that he spent over so many years were more than 20 million. Even though 20 million was a lot, to be able to save his son, everything was worth it. Hence, not only did Boss Qian not complain about it being expensive, he was instead overflowing with grat. 1. 2 toward Yi Yuan. Yes, father. Qianping voiced his assent and was just about to bow his head, but then he heard Ding Song snorted coldly. Ding Song said, "He received money and saved people, it's his duty. What's there to be grateful about? Since you're cured, you father and son can go back." Boss Qian's expression changed, aware that Ding Song got angry, so he could only bring Qianping back, even though the Qian family was a well-known tyke. And they relied on the Sun Moon Gang to survive. How could they dare to offend Ding Song? Ding Song did not have the intention of leaving. He and Qin Biao, whose face was covered in blood, both stayed behind. They did not believe that Yi Yuan could really resolve all of these problems. They also understood that the hardest one here was still Huang Qian. This point, some inkling could be seen from Yi Yuan's asking price. Huang Haoren already went to find Wu Feng. It was just that he did not know whether Wu Feng would give this sum of money or not. A sky-high price of 50 million was not what anybody could take out. However, this sum of money was definitely no problem for Wu Feng. It just depended on whether he was willing or not. At this time, the other two families' divine essence stones were also brought here. Same as Qian Ping, their patients were brought into the inner hall. The Miracle Hand Parlor's shopkeeper collected money today until his hands were cramping. He had lived for most of his life and had never seen before so much money. In less than a day's time, they already earned 50 million divine essence stones. There was still a huge sum of 50 million that might still be on the way right now. 100 million. Since the Miracle Hand Parlor opened shop, the total divine essence stones gained was less than even a fraction of today's sales. The shopkeeper had lived for so long, and it was his first time feeling that earning money was so easy. At this time, Huang Haoren rushed over hurriedly. A hint of surprise flashed across the faces of Ding Song and the rest. Looks like Master Wu Feng really paid this sum of money. TSK, 50 million. What a huge deal. It seemed like Master Wu Feng was also very confident in this problem that he had schemed. This also made everyone have an additional trace of confidence in their hearts. From the start until now, Yi Yuan already beat their confidence until there was not a patch of skin left whole. And, Body could have expected that this Master Yi was actually so incredible. Really will grant all requests. Even the idiocy of Boss Qian's son was cured. After 2 hours, those two people brought inside by Yi Yuan also came out. All cured. Master Yi is really incredible. Whatever strange and difficult illness, he can cure them. This will grant all requests signboard really lives up to its reputation. No matter what the final result is, Master Ye's strength is already indisputable. Probably even Master Wu Feng can't match up to him as well. But I feel that this Huang Qian, he probably can't cure him. For Master Wu Feng to dare make this heavy bet, there must be something that we don't know. Perhaps he has already found a 4-star alchemy G. D to take a look at it before. It's also not impossible. After all, Master Wu Feng came out of the pill tower. No matter what, the Miracle Hand Parlor's reputation was thoroughly established today. Even though this will grant all requests was very offensive to the eyes, without a doubt, Master Yi had the capital to be arrogant. Everyone all understood in their hearts. After today, Master Wu Feng's Tea of number 1 Alchemist of South City would likely change owners. 5 major forces joined hands to come and find trouble today, but they did not expect that it established Master Yi Yuan's fame. Huang Haoren was conflicted in his heart. He was aware of Wu Feng's goal, but Huang Qian was the nephew that he valued the most. When he heard that Yi Yuan had even cured Qian Ping, he involuntarily gave rise to a trace of hope in his heart. Yi Yuan glanced at Huang Haoren nonchalantly and said, "Brought the divine essence stones?" Huang Haoren said, "Brought it. As long as you can cure Huang Qian, 50 million will be presented in full." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Bring him over then." Huang Haoren led the zombie-like Huang Qian and came before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan started diagnosing his pulse. Traces of divine essence probed into Huang Qian's body. Very soon, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. When Ding Song, Qin Biao, and the rest saw the scene, their brows could not help raising. Finally, stump this brat. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes, as if running into some big problem. Time slowly trickled by. In a twinkle, for hours past said. Yi Yuan never opened his eyes. Ding Song and the rest finally could not hold back anymore. "Hey, can you do it or not? Stop pretending over there. You've already diagnosed the pulse for 4 hours. Ding Song suddenly shouted, "Are you trying to drive all of us away by dawdling? Ha ha! This shop of yours, I will smash it today." Chun Biao also said, "Kid, stop feigning. I've never seen before that diagnosing a pulse can take 4 hours. Brothers, attack for me. SMAs. H." Plus, the group of people was long impatient from waiting. With Ding Song taking the lead, they immediately exploded. 5 major forces, a total of no less than 30 people came today, all watching here. When they made a move all at once, Meng Huo alone could not stop it. "I see who dares to move." At this time, Ning Siyu's long sword flashed, glaring at Ding Song and the rest. Regarding Yi Yuan's lack of activities, she was also burning with anxiety. But she believed that Yi Yuan definitely was not buying time but really diagnosing the pulse. One could only say that this person's condition was indeed very complicated. As Master Ye's little medicine boy, she could not watch this group of people smash the store. In the crowd, a young man looked at Ning Siyu with some surprise. His own younger sister's performance, he took it all into his sights today. At first, he even somewhat doubted if he found the wrong person or not. Ning Siyu actually did not have any complaints at all being ordered about by Yi Yuan. Normally, when she learned alchemy at her master there would be a whole string of complaints about doing a bit more work. But now, she actually even made a move for the sake of this young man. "Oh ho, what a pretty little lot, SS. You won't have a good end following this liar. Why not follow your Grandpa Biao? Serve Grandpa Biao comfortably, and you'll have endless glory and wealth." "Haha." Qin Biao laughed loudly and said, "A middle-stage origin deity, little girl." He did not take her seriously at all. Not everyone was Yi Yuan, able to blast him flying with one punch. Slap. No idea where a slap came from. Chun Biao flew right out of the door, flying onto the street. "Goodness, 6th head is dead." Outside, someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone hurriedly went to the street and took a look, discovering that Chun Biao had already breathed his last. He was actually slapped to death by someone with one slap. Everyone exchanged glances, completely not knowing what had happened. Chun Biao was a late-stage origin deity powerhouse. He was actually slapped to death with one slap? Furthermore, who in the world took action? But right at this time, Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes. Ning Siyu suddenly detected the abnormality behind her and could not help turning to look, and said with pleasant surprise, "Master Yi, is there a chance?" Chapter 1547 Annex. Chapter 1547 Annex. You all wait here. I'll go refine medicinal pills. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly. Everyone's face turned somber and could not help looking at Yi Yuan with surprise. Could it be that this kid really had a way to cure Huang Qian? No way. He must be pretending to be calm. But now, seeing Qin Biao get smacked to death with one slap, and, oh, body dared to move anymore. Yi Yuan gave Ning Fengrong a very meaningful glance, turned around, and went into the inner hall. Ning Fengrong was shocked inwardly. Could it be that this kid saw through that it was him who took action? He shouldn't be able to, right? No one present could perceive it, yet this kid could discern it? However, this kid is really very impressive. That punch from before should be of spatial laws, right? Truly remarkable. Disregarding that his alchemy talent is heaven-defying, his martial arts talent is also this terrifying. Truly a freak. Ning Siyu also wanted to follow Yi Yuan in, but was rejected by Yi Yuan with words. The refinement this time. Yi Yuan had to use the profound yellow cauldron, and naturally could not let Ning Siyu watch by the side. TCH, don't look then, what's the big deal? Ning Siyu stomped her feet angrily. Sun Moon Gang's headquarters. A middle-aged man slowly walked out of the hidden chamber. Seeing this middle-aged man, He Zhao's face revealed a look of wild elation. Congratulations to Big Brother for breaking through the shackles, becoming a divine Lord Powerhouse. He Xiao said with joy all over his face. This middle-aged man was precisely the Sun Moon Gang's chief head, Xiao Ryu. He went into a 10-year terminal seclusion and finally broke free of the shackles today, breaking through the calm, becoming a divine Lord realm existence admired by tens of thousands of people. This was a tremendous leap. It could be said to be soaring to the heavens in one bound. Origin deity realm was no different from ants to divine Lord realm. Xiao Ryu was in high and vigorous spirits, his entire persons bearing worlds apart from before. Hoo-hoo, second brother, it's been hard on you these few years, Xiao Ryu said with a faint smile. Standing in front of Xiao Ryu, He Xiao felt tremendous pressure. He knew that this big brother of his was no longer that big brother in the past. What's big brother saying? Isn't this what I should do? He Xiao hurriedly said. Xiao Ryu chuckled and said with boundless enthusiasm, Second brother, I know that it wasn't easy on you these few years. But starting from today, this South City will be monopolized by our Sun Moon Gang alone. At least, we have to stand as equals with the three great families. In the future, the Sun Moon Gang is yours. He Xiao was wildly elated in his heart, but he did not dare to show it on his face and hurriedly said, Big brother is too serious. You'll always be the Sun Moon Gang's boss. I'm only helping big brother manage it a bit. Xiao Ryu glanced at He Xiao, very satisfied with his attitude, and said with a laugh, Haha, you and I are brothers for how many years already? Do we still need to distinguish between you and me? While the two people were talking, Luo Yu came to visit. Xiao Ryu smiled and said, Go, gobble up this Silver Feather Gang first. He Xiao smiled slightly, nodded his head, and followed after. When Luo Yu saw Xiao Ryu, his shock could not be any greater. He did not think that Xiao Ryu really broke through. These half-step divine lords, would have someone go into closed seclusion to break through at every turn. But less than a fraction were really able to break through. Although the hope of Xiao Ryu breaking through was high, it was also just merely hopeful. Breaking through to divine Lord Realm was too difficult. Luo Yu did not expect that Xiao Ryu really broke through to divine Lord Realm in one go. Henceforth, the heavens of the South City had changed. Head Luo seems to be very surprised. Xiao Ryu looked at Luo Yu and said with a smile that was not a smile. Luo Yu's expression was very ugly, and he said awkwardly, I indeed very surprised. I didn't expect that we fought for so many years, but now it's such a result. Luo Yu had a bitter taste in his mouth. This result was really very harsh to the taste. Xiao Ryu smiled and said, Fought for so many years, there should be a result too. Chief Head Luo, I wonder how you choose now? Luo Yu smiled bitterly and said, Do I still have a choice? If I don't agree, I probably can't get out of this door today, right? Xiao Ryu laughed loudly and said, He who understands the times is a wise man. Head Luo has always been a resourceful person among the three of us. Presumably, you won't do foolish things. He Xiao suddenly said, Brother Luo coming to my Sun Moon Gang, could it be that the Miracle Hand Parlor's matter has a conclusion? He Xiao had always been waiting for Xiao Ryu to exit seclusion. Regarding the Miracle Hand Parlor's matters, he was really not very clear. Luo Yu coming over at this time, it was most likely because of the Miracle Hand Parlor's matter. Miracle Hand Parlor? Isn't that a small medicine shop run by the Dragon Slaying Gang? Xiao Ryu said with a frown. He Xiao nodded and said, Big brother isn't aware the recent period of time, a considerable change happened to the South City. And these changes all unfolded around this tiny little Miracle Hand Parlor. He Xiao briefly recounted the matter of the Dragon Slaying Gang changing names, and the matter of the Miracle Hand Parlor shooting to fame recently. Xiao Ryu clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard this. He laughed and then said, A mere initial stage origin deity can actually stir up a storm in the South City. Really not bad. Our South City's three gangs are really missing a powerful alchemist. Luo Yu's expression changed, and he said with an ugly expression, Brother Xiao, this kid just killed my sixth brother. Xiao Ryu said coolly, "You came to find He Xiao because you wanted to join hands with him to exterminate the dragon-slaying gang together." Luo Yu's expression changed several times, and he said with a nod, "Xingguan's character, Brother Xiao is aware too. He definitely won't agree to merge into the Sun Moon Gang. Why not directly exterminate them?" Humph! Xiao Ryu gave a cold snort. The power of the world suddenly erupted, immediately sending Luo Yu flying out. "Poo work!" Luo Yu immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood mist, suffering serious injuries. The might of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses was dreadfully appalling. "What I want to do, it still isn't your turn to come and teach. Hearing you guys say it, I'm still very interested in that kid. If he really doesn't know how to appreciate favors, just eradicate him." Xiao Ryu said in a cold voice. Luo Yu was incomparably shocked in his heart. This was the power of a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. This was the strength that he desired. He was not reconciled, but the situation was stronger than the person. In front of Xiao Ryu's absolute strength, he could only yield. It was this Luo who was impetuous. "Everything is up to Brother Xiao." With extreme humiliation, Luo Yu bowed. Everyone looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands, marveling endlessly. The fragrance emitting off that medicinal pill made them immensely intoxicated. This medicinal pill, they did not recognize it, but it was undoubtedly divine grade. Ning Xiu did not recognize it either, but the undulation coming from the medicinal pill made her very certain that this medicinal pill was definitely very hard to refine. Even harder to refine than the Gale Celestial Stone Pill. No, wait, the Gale Celestial Stone Pill was not on the same level as this medicinal pill at all. When Yi Yuan refined the Gale Celestial Stone Pill, his breathing was steady. A situation where his divine essence was inadequate did not happen at all. But now, Yi Yuan's entire person had chaotic breathing, his footsteps woozy. Clearly, it was the manifestation of excessive consumption of divine essence. This medicinal pill was absolutely not simple. "Ning Xiu, feed him the medicinal pill and help him refine the power of the medicinal pill with divine essence," Yi Yuan said. "Oh." Ning Xiu received the medicinal pill and fed it to Huang Qian, her palm urging. She started to help him refine the medicinal pill with divine essence. Very soon, a scene that made everyone exclaim in amazement occurred. Chapter 1548, Heavenly Blood, Marrow-Changing Pill. Chapter 1548, Heavenly Blood, Marrow-Changing Pill. Huang Qian's entire body started trembling violently, golden blood seeping out from head to toe. His entire person became a blood person, looking incomparably savage, shaking people to the core. This appearance looked too miserable. However, rays of golden light emitted from Huang Qian's whole body. He actually appeared extremely sacred. This to and fro gave people an intense contrast, making everyone all somewhat uncertain what it meant. They were all very curious what kind of medicinal pill Yi Yuan gave Huang Qian to eat. "Ning Xiu, you can back away now. He's about to go crazy. And you, suppress him. Don't let him hurt people," Yi Yuan said to Huang Haoren. At this time, the expression on Huang Qian's face was contorted, his entire person already on the verge of rampaging. Huang Qian was an origin deity realm powerhouse too, his strength not weak. Once he rampaged, destructive power was still very great. When Huang Haoren saw his nephew's anguished expression, he had a look of worry. "And Master Yi, is he all right?" Huang Haoren asked worriedly. At this very moment, he already completely tossed Wu Feng's mission to the back of his mind. Yi Yuan said calmly he got inflicted by an ancient strange poison called purple quill marrow extermination. The divine marrow in his entire body is already completely necrotic. His divine blood is also virtually crippled. Drag for another 3 to 5 months, and his divine sense will be directly wiped out. The heavenly blood marrow-changing pill can forcefully change his meridians and wash his marrow, replacing all of the divine blood in his whole body. Ning Siyu suddenly thought of something, opened her mouth wide, and cried out in shock. Purple quill marrow extermination! What he got inflicted with was actually the purple quill marrow extermination. I've always thought that this poison was just a legend. I didn't think that it actually really exists. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, You know the purple quill marrow extermination? Ning Siyu's eyes revealed a look of shock, and she said, I saw before sporadic records in a CLA. Sick, saying that this poison is different from ordinary poison. The toxicity penetrates deep into the bone marrow and is capable of letting the divine blood all turn necrotic. There's no cure at all. In the ancient era, many 4-star, 5-star, even higher realm alchemy DS have all attempted to overcome this poison, but body could do it at all. You can really save him? This Ning Siyu was really surprising to have actually even heard of this poison before. But Ning Siyu's words made everyone incredibly shocked. Although divine rank poison had no comparison with mortal poison, the principle was the same, both aiming to destroy the martial artist's physiological functions. Even if martial artists broke through to deity realm, their physiological functions were also roughly the same as mortals. Divine marrow created divine blood feedback to divine marrow. The recovery ability of deity realm powerhouses was extremely strong. Even if half of the body was destroyed, they could still recover. But this required divine blood to rebuild the divine marrow. However, if a kind of poison could penetrate deep into the marrow and kill all of the divine blood's functions, then it would be powerless to save the situation. Because if these divine blood already lost its activity, there was no way to regenerate at all. This poison was extremely difficult to create, but once inflicted, it was also exceedingly difficult to remove. One could say that there was no cure. Purple quill marrow extermination was this kind of poison. Yi Yuan only confirmed this poison through Dustless, but Dustless was also at a loss on what to do against this poison. Hearing Ning Siyu's words, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Only then did they know the prowess that Huang Qian got inflicted with. A poison that could destroy the bone marrow was absolutely incomparably terrifying. Yi Yuan nodded and said, If my conjectures are right, Huang Qian should have been poisoned in some ancient ruins. At that time, he might not have taken it seriously. But after coming back, the moment the poison erupted, it became like this. Huang Haren's entire body trembled, and he said with a nod, Master Yi has the ability to divine the unknown. Huang Qian only became like this precisely after an expedition. But body could find the cause of his illness. I didn't expect that he was actually inflicted with such a terrifying poison. Master, is this heavenly blood marrow-changing pill really useful? Yi Yuan said coolly, Relax. If it's useless, you can take away the 50 million. Actually, the spirit medicines that this medicinal pill requires, the value is already no less than 20 million. I only have this one portion on me. Charging you 50 million isn't considered expensive. Hiss! Everyone all drew a cold breath. A rank 3 divine pill. Just the cost was no less than 20 million. It could be seen how precious this medicinal pill was. Heavenly blood marrow-changing pill. It sounds like it's going to replace all of Huang Qian's divine marrow. Can this kind of thing really be done? Not just changing the divine marrow, it also needs to change the blood. This kind of means is simply inconceivable. Never heard of this medicinal pill before. But looking at Huang Qian's appearance, it seems very agonizing. It wouldn't be that the divine marrow fails to be changed and the person dies first, right? Changing marrow, this sort of thing, was simply unheard of. This domain was already an incomprehensible existence to ordinary martial artists. Arg! Huang Qian suddenly let out a miserable scream. his entire person turning into an afterimage Russ. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan seemed to have long predicted it. Pointing through the air, he directly tapped Huang Qian, flying. Restrain him, don't let him move. Take note, don't touch his blood. There's poison. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Huang Haoren's expression changed, the aura on his body suddenly erupting, immediately firing out several beams of light, binding Huang Qian up. Yi Yuan's palm flipped. A pale white flame immediately flew out. Boom! Huang Qian's entire person turned into a fire person. Huang Haoren got a huge shock and roared, Master Yi, what are you doing? Ning Siyu's gaze flickered, and she said in a cold voice, Shut up! Restrain him properly. His blood is highly toxic. If it isn't purged cleanly, body will be spared here. Everyone's faces changed, only realizing how terrifying this poison was. One could say, death upon touch. Yi Yuan did not answer, controlling the flame non-stop, purging all of the poisonous blood forced out of Huang Qian's body. No idea how long had passed, said either. Yi Yuan's palm pulled back. The cleansing sandal sacred flame on Huang Qian's body receded like the tide. Huang Haoren's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan in incredible shock. On Huang Qian's body, there was actually not a trace of scorch mark at all. What terrifying fire-controlling arts! Even though it's a rank 2 divine fire, the temperature pushes straight to rank 3 divine fire. It actually didn't even leave behind a trace of burn mark. This really broadened my horizons today. Master Ye's means are simply fantastical. No wonder he dares to hang the will grant all requests signboard. I feel that this signboard isn't exaggerated at all now. However, is he saved or not? Why do I feel that Huang Qian is no longer alive? Huang Qian had already thoroughly ceased breathing, lying on the ground and not moving at all. But he was burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame for an hour, and actually did not even leave behind any burn marks. This made everyone extremely amazed. But currently, the aura on Huang Qian's body was feeble to the extreme. Huang Haoren also did not know whether Huang Qian was saved or not. But right then, powerful spiritual energy gathered from all directions with Huang Qian at the center. Everyone opened their eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. This was him going to break through? Chapter 1549, slightly larger, and Chapter 1549, slightly larger, and when the spiritual energy completely dissipated, the aura on Huang Qian's body already became stronger. Although he was still unconscious, everyone knew that he was already saved. He can also break through while asleep. Why doesn't this kind of good thing happen to me? Screw off. This is thanks to Master Ye's medicinal pill. This is cleansing the marrow, letting that boy cast off his old self and be reborn anew. This medicinal pill is really too heaven-defying. Not only can it cure poison, but it can also actually help him break through. These 50 million divine essence stones are definitely worth the money. Right at this time, Huang Qian slowly opened his eyes. Second uncle? What's wrong with me? Huang Qian said with a dazed look. Huang Haoren had a broad smile on his face and said, Qian, you quickly check if there is still anything off with your body? Huang Qian was uncertain what it meant, but still complied with his words and checked and said with a frown, It's not right. Huang Haoren's expression changed, and he said anxiously, What's wrong? With Huang Qian saying so, the rest also became nervous, especially Ding Song and the rest. Each and every one of them were inexplicably delighted, perking their ears up. I feel that I seem to have been remolded anew. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is much faster than in the past. My cultivation talent seems to have improved considerably from before. What in the world happened, second uncle? Huang Qian suddenly said with an excited look. Everyone was speechless. This was called not right. Clap. Huang Haoren directly gave Huang Qian a slap and said crossly, "You little punk, you're trying to scare your second uncle? I asked you to check if something is wrong with your body. This is called something wrong?" Although Huang Qian's current strength was already almost catching up to Huang Haoren, in front of Huang Haoren, he did not seem to have the awareness of a powerhouse. Huang Qian smiled bitterly and said, "It is something wrong. Why would my cultivation talent improve so much out of the blue?" Huang Haoren was dumbstruck for a while and discovered that what Huang Qian said seemed to be very logical. He had just woken up and suddenly discovered that his talent improved a lot. Wasn't this something wrong? Huang Haoren was incredibly shocked in his heart. He did not expect that the heavenly blood, marrow-changing pill was actually so heaven-defying. This kind of transformation was simply being reborn anew. One had to know cultivation talent. This thing was the hardest to change. A medicinal pill, not only could it purge an incurable poison, it could even improve cultivation talent. Spending these 50 million divine essence stones, it was definitely worthwhile. Except Master Wu Feng that side, it was hard for Huang Haoren to deal with him. Huang Haoren was full of bitterness in his heart, but also knew that this kind of thing ultimately could not be avoided. The surrounding onlookers looked at Huang Qian with envious faces. This guy's luck was simply off the charts to actually be able to meet Master Yi, this kind of alchemy divine physician. This was the fortune cultivated for several lifetimes. As for Ding Song and the rest, their faces became ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan treating Huang Qian was equivalent to officially announcing that their action of looking for trouble today failed. They finally witnessed Yi Yuan's strength. This guy was simply a freak, sweeping across the entire South City with his strength alone. Today, Yi Yuan was equivalent to sweeping away the faces of all the alchemists in the South City. Didn't you guys come to find trouble? What now? Now, they thoroughly blew up the reputation of the Miracle Hand Parlor. They could predict that before tomorrow morning, the news of Yi Yuan single-handedly challenging the 5 major factions would spread throughout the entire South City, even the entire outer city. Miracle Hand Parlor would definitely become the hottest medicine shop in the South City. Little punk, why haven't you gone to thank Master Yi yet? If not for Master Yi S.N.A.T.C. hang you from the jaws of death, you'd have entered the gates of H.E.L.L. in a few days. You got poisoned by an ancient strange poison. Even 4-star alchemy G.O.D.S. are powerless to do anything. It was Master Yi who cured you. Huang Haoren scolded. Although he was scolding, the joy on Huang Haoren's face could not be concealed no matter what. Buzz! Huang Haoren's words ignited everyone. Master Wu Feng, indeed, got a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. to come and look before. Turns out that this is where Master Wu Feng's confidence lies. It's just that he probably never thought that a poison, even a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. could do nothing about, was actually cured by Master Yi. More than that, Huang Qian, this kid, simply hit the jackpot. Putting aside curing the poison, he even saved many years of bitter cultivation. Now, even his cultivation talent has been enhanced. I feel that 50 million divine essence stones were simply too cheap. Master Yi charged a conscience price. A commotion broke out inside the Miracle Hand Parlor all at once. Only then did they know that Huang Qian had indeed gotten a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. to take a look before. That was a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. Same as martial arts realm. The disparity between 4-star alchemy G.O.D.S. and 3-star alchemy G.O.D.S. was also immense. However, Yi Yuan completed the task that even a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. could not complete. How could this not astonish them? Ning Siyu's gaze never left Yi Yuan's body from the very beginning. Others did not know how terrifying this purple quill marrow extermination poison was, but she knew. This poison was a difficult problem throughout the ages. No one had ever resolved it before, but Yi Yuan did it. Just which step did this guy walk until on the path of alchemy? Master Yi? Huang Qian looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. This ridiculously young kid was the person who cured him? But he naturally did not have any doubts about Huang Haren's words. Immediately bowing down to salute and said, Huang Qian gives his thanks to Master Ye's life-saving grace. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, clear applause sounded out. A powerful aura suddenly appeared in the miracle hand parlor, Cruz. Plussing everyone until they could not catch their breath. Divine Lord Realm Powerhouse. Somebody exclaimed, such a powerful aura, it could only be a Divine Lord Realm Powerhouse. Xiao Ryu divided the crowd and slowly walked into the lobby. An aura that showed disdain on all under the heavens was displayed in its entirety. Xiao Ryu, you broke through to Divine Lord Realm? When Menghua saw that familiar figure, his complexion was white as a sheet, his eyes full of disbelief. It had always been said that Xiao Ryu was in a close seclusion to break through to the Divine Lord Realm. But few would believe that he could really break through to the Divine Lord Realm. But now he really broke through. This was simply devastating news to the Thunderclap gang. Humph! Xiao Ryu snorted coldly, directly sending Menghua flying. Is this Divine Lord's name what you can call directly? Xiao Ryu said in a cold voice. This blow of Xiao Ryu's was much stronger than Luo Yu's, immediately dealing heavy injuries to Menghua. He turned to look at Yi Yuan and said with a light smile, Master, Yi is truly impressive. A poison that even a 4-star alchemy D can't resolve. You actually resolved it. Your esteemed self's alchemy, Tao attainments, are simply transcendent. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows and said in a solemn voice, You injured my people in my medicine shop? Xiao Ryu was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, A mere ant if injured, then he's injured. What's the big deal? From Xiao Ryu's tone, Yi Yuan could infer his objective of coming. But this guy was truly a little too rampant. He would not think that he was invincible because he broke through to the Divine Lord Realm, right? You also just transformed from an ant being C. KY for what? Moreover, you're merely a slightly larger ant right now. Yi Yuan said disgruntledly. Chapter 1550 you, re very brave. Chapter 1550 you. Re very brave. Xiao Ryu's face darkened. The people surrounding and watching all sucked in a cold breath. This master, you is really too awesome to actually dare talk this way to a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Punk, you're very proud. But you indeed have the capital to be prideful. I'll give you a chance. Join our Sun Moon gang. In the future, this land of the South City, you can roam as you please. Absolutely no one will dare to find trouble with you like today, Xiao Ryu said and forcefully pressed down the anger in his heart. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Are you soliciting me here? Xiao Ryu said coolly, This Divine Lord successfully breaking through today. It's a sign that the other two gangs are doomed. You have no future following Xingguan. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, I think that you're misunderstanding something. You're still not qualified enough to solicit me. The people surrounding and watching did not even dare to breathe loudly. But their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of admiration. This provocation was too ruthless. Xiao Ryu's face fell and he said, Are you refusing a toast, only to drink a forfeit? But Ning Siyu suddenly spoke up at this time and said, Master Ye's alchemy standard is also more than enough to enter the Pill Tower. Just the likes of you, a measly little first-layered heaven divine lord. What qualifications do you have to solicit him? Xiao Ryu was so angry. He went through untold hards, HI plus PS, and finally broke through to Divine Lord Realm. Originally, he thought that anyone would have to make a detour around him when they saw him. He did not expect that two hotheads jumped out today and did not take him seriously at all. Was Divine Lord Realm so worthless? Ha ha ha. A measly little first-layered heaven divine lord. Little girl, What high-sounding sentiments. Entering the pill tower? He got to have the life to enter it too. Since you guys don't know how to appreciate favors, then this divine lord will destroy your miracle hand parlor today. See what you guys have to be unbridled. Xiao Ryu laughed from extreme fury, hating these two fellows who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth to the extreme. A surge of world power rippled out, akin to a huge flood wave, directly sending all the people around him flying. A guy who hasn't seen the world before. Breaking through to the divine Lord realm, and you're flaunting your prowess. You're this bit of strength got to tuck your tail between your legs and behave when placed in the inner city. If you dare to touch a single strand of hair of this young lady, do you believe that someone will come and annihilate you straight away? Facing Xiao Ryu's powerful pressure, Ning Siyu's complexion was somewhat pale, but her words were still full of contempt. Clearly, she did not take Xiao Ryu, this divine Lord Realm powerhouse, seriously at all. Xiao Ryu's heart thumped, thinking to himself, could it be that this lass comes from the inner city and her status is extraordinary? But he denied this very quickly. The inner city's darling daughters, each and every one of them was incomparably arrogant. How could they possibly come to such a small medicine shop to be a little medicine attendant? This La S must be making an empty show of strength. Using the inner city to scare this divine lord. Do you take me to be scared from young? This divine lord will exterminate you, La SS, today. I want to see whether or not someone will really come and annihilate me. Xiao Ryu snorted coldly. A palm struck toward Ning Siyu with overwhelming momentum. Boom! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Xiao Ryu's figure flew out backward, directly blasted onto the streets. Xiao Ryu's internal organs were in shock. His entire person struck silly. He stood up rather shakingly, and he looked at a young person in front of him with immense shock. How could there be a divine, Lord, realm, powerhouse here? Who did you say you were going to exterminate just now? Ning Fangrong's eyes were like torches, looking down on Xiao Ryu, his eyes full of killing intent. Ning Siyu was first stunned, then immediately revealed a look of wild elation. Russ, plussing forward to pull Ning Fangrong's arm, she said, Big brother, why did you come? Ning Fangrong gave her a doting glance and said, If I don't come, weren't you going to get bullied by people? Hee, it's still big brother who's the best. Ning Siyu said in a spoiled manner. Ning Fangrong rubbed Ning Siyu's head dotingly but turned his head around. His expression was cold as he said to Xiao Ryu, I'm asking you, who are you going to exterminate, Xiao Ryu's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that a divine Lord Realm powerhouse suddenly popped out in the crowd. One should not look at how the other party was young. His strength was much greater than his. This person was totally not what he, a rookie who just broke through, could compete with. He had just uttered the big talk. Who knew that someone really jumped out to annihilate him straight away? Who could understand this kind of bitterness? Where was the so-called invincible in the South City? The so-called sweeping across the South City and unifying the three gangs? Such a young divine Lord Powerhouse. His status was clearly extraordinary. He definitely came out of the inner city. Moreover, it was definitely a major faction in the inner city. That little girl's status was really extraordinary. But such a little girl, why would she be ordered around like a maidservant in such a small medicine shop? Are you mentally ill? Xiao Ryu's face squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying and said, This one had eyes but couldn't see. I wonder which inner city family's young master is this little brother from? Ning Fangrong said calmly, You're still not fit to address me as your brother. The Imperial City has a rule that divine Lord Realm martial artists are not to interfere with the outer city's matters. Are you slighting the city Lord Manor right now? Xiao Ryu was crying bitterly in his heart. He had just broken through to the divine Lord Realm and had not reported to the inner city yet. Originally, he wanted to slice through a knot with a sharp knife, directly unifying the three gangs before talking. This kind of thing, the inner city would also open one eye and close one eye, tacitly allowing it. After all, these people in the outer city were no different from ants in the eyes of the inner city. To Xiao Ryu, when he entered the inner city, he also needed the support of cultivation resources. Clearly, after consolidating the three gangs, the new Sun-Moon gang could provide him cultivation resources unceasingly. Except the ideal was very well endowed, but the reality was bony one. Who knew that he was so unlucky, running into someone who came out of the inner city when he just broke through? Xiao Ryu stammered and could not even complete his sentences. When he, Xiao, and Luoyu saw this scene, their faces revealed incomparably gloomy looks. Originally thought that they had a major backer now. In the end, the major backer had just risen and was smacked to death by someone with a slap. This inconspicuous little medicine shop, its background was really deep to the extreme. This La S actually called this divine Lord Realm powerhouse as Big Brother. Then her status was definitely extraordinary. However, it was such a La S who willingly became a maidservant who was ordered about inside this little medicine shop. Then Master Ye's background. Could it be that Master Yi was a Pale Tower's newly emerged genius alchemist? Coming to the outer city to hang a will grant all requests signboard was in order to train. The more everyone thought, the more reliable it felt. It seemed like only this explanation was the most logical. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan's image became incomparably tall. Although Ning Fangrong was the same as Xiao Ryu, both being first-layered Heaven Divine Lord Martial Artists, the Blee air emitting off his body was what Xiao Ryu did not possess. It was only to see him say coolly, "You go to the inner city's entrance and wait for me. Later, I'll bring you together into the martial tower and receive punishment." Xiao Ryu's expression changed, and he said in a panic, "This, Your Excellency, Ning Fangrong's brows furrowed, and he said unhappily, "What? You have a problem? To dare clamor about killing my Ning family's people. I have to admit that you're very brave." Xiao Ryu's entire body trembled, his legs turning soft, and he knelt down with a thud, crying out involuntarily, You're a member of the Ning family!" Yes, it's a euphemism for B. BS. The ideal is Big B. BS, but the reality is flat. Chapter 1551, Not What You Can Imagine. Chapter 1551, Not What You Can Imagine. The Ning family was a leviathan in the inner city. One should not look at how he broke through to the divine Lord Realm currently. If the Ning family wanted to kill him, it was merely as simple as Cruce. Plussing an ant. Divine Lord Realm? What the Ning family lacked the least was divine Lord Realm. Didn't they all see that this young man in front was already a divine Lord Realm powerhouse? Ning family. Could it be one of the inner city's two great, powerful families, the Ning family? What Ning family could there be still? Xiao Ryu is really unlucky. He just broke through to divine Lord Realm and actually provoked the Ning family. TSK, this situation turnaround is really too fast. Originally thought that the Sun-Moon gang will be on the rise now. Haha. The majority of the people were watching the show. Xiao Ryu was wildly tyrannical and highly oppressive. They could not bear the sight of it as well. Now, seeing Xiao Ryu got deflated. Each and every one of them also started gloating over his misfortune. Seeing Xiao Ryu's dead dog appearance, a hint of disdain flashed past in Ning Fangrong's eyes. If Xiao Ryu had a little backbone, he might regard him higher. However, he did not even have the thought of resisting. This kind of person was destined to not accomplish great things. However, this had nothing to do with him. Xiao Ryu actually dared to have killing intent towards his little sister. Then he would have to suffer the Ning family's wrath. If it were an ordinary person, then forget it. Yet, Xiao Ryu was even a divine Lord Powerhouse. Why, Your Excellency, the ignorant isn't to be blamed. I really didn't know your ident. One ties. If I knew, Give me 10 galls, and I also wouldn't dare deal a heavy blow toward this young lady. Xiao Ryu already completely broke down. That overweeningly arrogant appearance earlier was all gone now, just like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Ning Fangrong said coolly, "These words you go and explain to the Marshall Tower's elders. Give you 3 breaths of time, immediately disappear from my sight. 1, 2. Just as Ning Fangrong shouted until 2, Xiao Ryu already suddenly disappeared from where he originally was. When Xiao Ryu showed up, everyone thought that the South City's heaven changed. Who knew that in a blink it became like this? The moment Xiao Ryu left, Ning Fangrong turned to look at Yi Yuan and said with a frown, "You're called Yi Yuan, right? You actually dared to order my sister around like a maid. Do you know her One Tai?" Everyone was stunned. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that Master Yi did not come out of the Marshall Tower? Ning Fangrong's appearance seemed to be going to denounce him publicly for his crimes. Yi Yuan said coolly, "No matter who she is, if she wants to learn alchemy from me, they have to start from a medicine attendant." Ning Fangrong laughed in spite of himself and said, "Little sister learning alchemy from you? You're a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D, she's a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D2. Furthermore, her master is a 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D. What right do you have to teach her?" Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, shot Ning Fangrong a glance, and said coolly, "Is 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D, very impressive." Ning Fangrong's eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone turned cold as he said, "Young man, don't be ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Curing a poison doesn't mean that you can put on airs and look down on others." The method that Yi Yuan cured the poison had indeed amazed Ning Fangrong. But this was just a single facet. The might of a 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D was far from what 3-star alchemy G. Oh, DS could imagine. When Ning Siyu saw the smell of gunpowder gradually thicken, she hurriedly blocked in front of Ning Fangrong and said, "Big brother, you're not allowed to find trouble with Master Yi. It was me who pestered him endlessly and insisted on him taking me in as a little medicine boy." Ning Fangrong looked at his little sister with surprise. Looking at this appearance, if he really made a move, she would even help outsiders to fight it out with him. Recalling Ning Siyu's meek look from before, Ning Fangrong was incredibly shocked in his heart. This little sister of his feared nothing and no one. Even Master Xian, you could not do anything about her too. Now, she was actually so docile and obedient towards this young man. What kind of magical power did this young man have? Or was it that his little sister took fancy on him? With his little sister around, it looked like he could not touch this brat today. All right, looking on the account of your face, I won't make things difficult for him today. Follow me back, Ning Fangrong said. Ning Siyu shook her head like a rattling drum and said, "You go back. I want to learn pale refinement at Master Yi here." Ning Fangrong's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Nonsense! Your master is Master Xianyu, learning alchemy from an unknown boy. Where is my Ning family's face going to be put?" But Ning Siyu said, "I don't care. Either way, I'm not going back." "You," Ning Fangrong choked and said angrily, "Going back or not isn't up to you." But Ning Siyu glared fiercely and said, "You dare! If you were to forcefully bring me away, I'll tell father and mother all of your dirty laundry." Ning Fangrong was driven utterly crazy. The moment this La-S unruliness flared up, it really gave people a headache. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Leave." The moment these words came out, Ning Siyu and Ning Fangrong were both stunned. Ning Siyu was just about to say something when Yi Yuan continued. "I took you in because I was afraid that you had nowhere to go. Since your family member had come to find you, you go back with him then." "I don't want to go back." Ning Siyu simply refused. "Amen." Yi Yuan frowned, seemingly the tempo of going to fly off the handle. Ning Siyu got a shock and pursed her mouth and said unhappily, Go back then, go back. Be fierce for what? But you have to promise me, the next time I come, you're not allowed to turn me down. Yi Yuan nodded and said, You can come, but you must obtain the permission of your teacher. Even though you and I aren't master and disciple in name, there is the reality of master and disciple. Me teaching you alchemy goes against the moral principle. Hearing this, Ning Siyu's initial displeasure turned to joy and said, This is what you said. Yi Yuan nodded his head, considered to have tacitly agreed to it. Ning Fangrong stared at this scene, tongue-tied and his eyes wide, his head not quite wrapping itself around it. Siyu this la S. S was actually so submissive toward this boy. He said a sentence and was Reb. You, T, Ted up to the sky. But Yi Yuan said a sentence, and she did not even dare to talk back. Could it really be one object subduing another? How could he know that Ning Siyu was afraid that Yi Yuan would get really angry and never teach her alchemy henceforth? Ning Siyu just recently knew what was called heavens beyond heavens, and there was always someone better after following by Yi Yuan's side these few days. Her pride was beaten by Yi Yuan until there was not a patch of skin left whole. Yi Yuan already used his alchemy strength to thoroughly convince Ning Siyu. At the same time, she discovered the boundless charm of alchemy on Yi Yuan. Hence, she was very afraid that Yi Yuan would not teach her alchemy. Big brother, little Huan, let's go. Master Yi, you mustn't act shamelessly. I'll come over and find you in a few days. Ning Siyu said with a smile. Ning Fangrong gave Yi Yuan a very profound glance, turned around and left. Exiting Cinnamon Street, Ning Siyu suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at Ning Fangrong and said, Big brother, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. If you dare to have designs on Master Yi, I'll ignore you for the rest of my life. Ning Fangrong and stunned and laughed in spite of himself and said, You la SS. What the H-E-L L kind of bewitching potion did that boy feed you? You're actually so protective of him. Ning Siyu smiled and said, You won't understand. Master Ye's realm is completely not what you can imagine. Even Master, his elderly self, might not be able to compare to Master Yi too. One Master Yi is calling like expert Yi, not master and disciple. Chapter 1552, Ning Siyu Refining Pills. Chapter 1552 Ning Siyu Refining Pills. Outside of the pill tower, a young man came up to greet. Seeing the arrival of that person, Ning Siyu went up to greet him with a smile. Hee, second senior brother. Were you punished by Master again? This person was Ning Siyu's second senior brother, Ding Sun, an initial stage 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D-existence. Ding Sun was stunned and said, How do you know? Ning Siyu beamed widely and said, Divine essence, unsteady. One look and its excessive use of divine fire. Master punished you to practice fire control 100 times again, right? Ding Sun pouted and said, Little junior sister, you still have time to worry about me? Better worry about yourself. You went overboard this time. Ning Siyu smiled mischievously and said, Second senior brother, why don't we make a bet? Ding Sun said suspiciously, You la S, what lousy idea did you think of again? Ning Siyu smiled and said, I say that not only will Master not punish me, but he'll also even praise me greatly. Ding Sun laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, You la S, did you get delirious after going out for a few days? You actually ran away from home this time. Master will at least punish you with a close seclusion for 3 years. You actually said that Master he'll praise you? Ning Siyu said with a mischievous look. Just say whether you dare to bet or not. Ding Sun could not help laughing as he said, What item of senior brothers did you take fancy on again? But this time you can't possibly win. Ning Siyu grinned and said, If second senior brother you lose, then give me your blue voyage insight divine fire. Ding Sun's eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, Mischievous girl, your cerulean divine flame is much stronger than the blue voyage insight divine fire. What are you having designs on it for? Ning Siyu said, Don't need you to worry about that. You just say whether you dare to bet or not. If I lose, the heavenly sieve secret art that master bestowed on me the last time will be given to you. Ding Sun's eyes lit up and he said, For real? Even more real than real gold. Ning Siyu said with a smile. Ding Sun nodded and said, Okay. Second senior brother will bet with you. I don't believe that you can really escape master's punishment this time. Ning Fangrong did not make a sound the entire time, looking at his little sister rather surprisedly. He was the same as Ding Sun, uncertain where this lot SS confidence came from. Inside Ning Fangrong's mind, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly flashed across. Could it be related to that brat? Ning Fangrong denied this notion very quickly. How could this be possible? Inside the lobby, Master Xian, Yu currently had his eyes shut to rest. Hearing the commotion, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Girl, you still know to come back, huh? Master Xian Yu's voice was very awe-inspiring, sounding very angry, but there was a trace of excessive doting that inadvertently flowed out too. As the saying went, love hard, whip hard. Master Xian Yu was very satisfied with Ning Siyu, this final disciple, but also had a big headache. This girl's talent was a Stonies. Plussing, but she just did not work hard. Alchemy, this path, such superficialness was very hard to have accomplishments. Therefore, this time he planned on Punies. Plussing this la S properly, let her get her mind together. Ning Siyu giggled and dashed to Master Xian Yu's side with a lunge, pulled his arm up and said coquettishly, Master, I didn't go out this time to be naughty. It's going out to learn new skills. Master Xian Yu was just a sucker for this, but this time he decided to not fall for it. He must punish this girl, only to see him billow his beard and said with a cold snort, Learn new skills? I think that you became capable. Don't need to say anything. Immediately go to the Heaven Character number 3 room for close seclusion right now. You're not allowed to take a step out within 3 years. Hearing this, the corners of Ding Sun's mouth raised. This girl clearly underestimated Master's fury this time. That heavenly sieve secret art's rubbing. He had coveted it for a long time already. This time he finally got it, but Ning Siyu was not afraid at all. Swaying Master Xian Yu's arm, she said, Master, I really went out to learn new skills this time. If you don't believe me, I'll refine a medicinal pill for you to see right now. Xian Yu glanced at her and said with a cold smile, Hell, S. Even if you pull any tricks, you can't escape the punishment of confinement too. The smile on Ding Sun's face became even thicker. Ning Fangrong also beamed widely. Master Xian Yu was finally angered by this girl. Goodness, Master, I really went out to learn new skills this time. There's a very powerful fellow inside that miracle hand parlor in the outer city. I went this time to interact with him. Master, if you don't believe, Siyu will refine a medicinal pill for you to see. If you still want to punish me after seeing it, Siyu will accept the punishment obediently. Ning Siyu said, Xian, you did not believe Ning Siyu's words at all. That little medicine shop, he already investigated it before. It was an unremarkable little medicine shop almost closing down. What expert could there be still? This girl was clearly playing tricks. But he still said, All right, you try refining a medicinal pill. I want to see what you learned these few days. You have got to be kidding. Merely a few days' time. How much improvement could her alchemy skills have? Even though Ning Siyu, this girl's talent, was exceedingly high, a short few days' time, it was also not possible to make much progress. Before long, Ning Siyu brought a pile of spirit medicines to the pill refining room. Xian Yu's gaze swept and could not help saying rather surprisedly, You're going to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill? But you never succeeded once before. Ning Siyu smiled smugly and said, It's because I never succeeded once before that it can demonstrate my improvement. Xian Yu pursed his mouth and declined to comment. He did not believe that after a few days' time, Ning Siyu would be able to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. But after Ning Siyu started refining the pill, Xian Yu discovered something off. He discovered that a kind of change happened to Ning Siyu. This kind of change was focus. Ning Siyu's disposition was being too hyper. When refining pills, it was very hard to calm down. But this time, Ning Siyu was unprecedentedly focused. Every movement, Ning Siyu completed it very on point, working with the greatest care. However, with the Pa-S, Sage of Time, the shock on Xian Yu three people's faces became thicker and thicker. In the past, when Ning Siyu refined pills, it was very easy to lose control in the second half and have various situations occur. But this time, she gradually entered an optimal state, her condition getting better and better. Finally, Ning Siyu lightly cried, "Condense." The medicinal pill formed. When the last step was completed, Ning Siyu actually had a feeling of being beside herself with joy. This kind of feeling had never happened before in her alchemy career. She really did it, being imperceptibly influenced in the miracle hand parlor these few days. She obtained tremendous improvement, especially when Yi Yuan cast the Chaos Heavenly Star art at that time. It brought her into a mysterious realm, letting her obtain tremendous harvests. Seeing Master and second senior brothers' incomparably shocked looks, Ning Siyu had a smug look. "Master, second senior brother, open the furnace and take a look then. I'm very much looking forward to it too." Ning Siyu smiled and said. Xian Yu's palm shook. A medicinal pill flew out of the medicine cauldron. The four people looked at that medicinal pill in the jade box, faces all revealing extremely shocked looks. Even Ning Siyu herself also felt that it was unbelievable. She had long expected that she made progress and should be able to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. But she completely did not think that she could actually perform so well. Chapter 1550, 3 Tao Realm. Chapter 1550, 3 Tao Realm High-Grade Meridian Heaven Heart pill. Regarding this result, Ning Siyu was simply satisfied to the extreme. Although in front of Yi Yuan, a high-grade Meridian Heaven Heart pill could be refined until not even dregs remained, she was still very satisfied with her result. But in Xian Yu's and Ding Xin's eyes, it was completely different. They all knew that before running away, Ning Siyu still repeatedly failed to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. Her running away was not unrelated to this. But how many days had it been? She actually directly refined out a high grade. Could it be that this La S really went out to learn new skills? Seeing her master's shocked expression, Ning Siyu was rather pleased with herself. "Master, you look, isn't my improvement very big? I didn't bluff you, right?" Ning Siyu smiled brilliantly and said. After the astonishment, Xian Yu said in surprise, "Girl, tell Master, what on earth did you do? Why is your improvement actually so great in a short few days' time?" Ning Siyu said smugly, "Because of Master Yi. You don't know, Master Yi is really too cool when refining pills. I've never witnessed before a person refining pills could actually refine until others become intoxicated." Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, Ning Siyu started spewing forth unceasingly, not stinting with words of praises in the slightest. "Hang on, this Master Yi that you mentioned, who is he?" Xian Yu interrupted Ning Siyu's ecstasy and asked. Ning Fangrong clasped his hands and said, "Master, it's like this." Ning Fangrong briefly recounted the matter of the South City's miracle hand parlor. Yi Yuan challenging 5 great forces alone, surprising Xian Yu repeatedly, especially when mentioning that Yi Yuan refined the heavenly blood marrow-changing pill and helped Huang Qian be reborn anew. Xian Yu was inexplicably shocked in his heart. The purple quill marrow extermination, he naturally knew it. This poison was incurable, but it was actually treated by a junior. I didn't expect that the South City actually produced such a figure. Xian Yu sighed emotionally. Ning Siyu looked at Xian Yu's expression and said with a smile, "Master, did you have the thought of accepting a disciple stirred?" Xian Yu did not hide it either, saying with a smile, "It's you, La SS, who's astute." "That's right, such a genius. If he were taken away by others, that would be too much of a pity." Although it sounded very impressive, Xian Yu did not see it with his own eyes after all. With his status as high-rank 4-star Alchemy G.O.D. taking in a 3-star Alchemy G.O.D., wasn't it more than enough still? Ning Xiu giggled and said, "Master, rest assured. Body can take him in." "Amen? How so?" Xian Yu said in puzzlement, "Master, you look." Ning Xiu took out those 2 Gale celestial stone pills. Xian Yu's gaze turned sharp and he exclaimed, "Divine grade Gale celestial stone pill. This was refined by him?" Ning Xiu nodded her head, pointed at the Gale celestial stone pill, and said, "This is his first time refining. This one was his second time refining." Xian Yu took those 2 medicinal pills from Ning Xiu's hand, his expression becoming incomparably solemn. Nothing could reflect the alchemist's level more than medicinal pills. He discerned these 2 medicinal pills' extraordinariness with a glance. Carefully looking it over, Xian Yu suddenly said, "First time refining. Could it be that this young man already reached the legendary Dao realm? No, this is impossible. I've never heard before that a 3-star Alchemy G.O.D. can reach the Dao realm." Ning Xiu and Ding Sun both had puzzled looks and said, "Master, what's the Dao realm?" Xian Yu said, solemnly, "The level of alchemists has always been divided based on the rank of the divine pills they could refine. But apart from this, there's still a mysterious and profound realm. That's the Dao realm. The path of making sense is extensive and profound and, body dares to say that they can refine all medicinal pills. Even 4-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. also have rank 3 divine pills that they can't refine, let alone talk about rank 4 divine pills. But once one reaches the Dao realm, then their understanding of alchemy Dao will be exceedingly profound and can unleash the properties within spirit medicines to the greatest extent. This kind of person, no matter what medicinal pills he refined, it would be accomplished with high proficiency." Recalling Yi Yuan's pill refinement, Ning Xiu could not help but be in strong agreement and said, "According to what Master said, he's really like this. It seems like ordinary medicinal pills. As long as he takes action, it will be divine grade. Only when refining the Gale celestial stone pill was there a tiny bit of flaw, refining a heaven grade." The corners of Xian Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He still wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple earlier, but now he completely dispelled this notion, taking in an alchemist who was probably in the Dao realm as a disciple. One shouldn't look at how he was a 4-star Alchemy G.O.D. He really did not have the qualifications. Putting aside that he was just a 5-star Alchemy G.O.D., even 5-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. similarly did not have the qualifications. Because such an existence, as long as there was no accident, once they stepped into divine Lord realm, as long as they became familiar with the properties of 4-star spirit medicines, then he was the strongest 4-star Alchemy G.O.D. This kind of people's understanding of alchemy was completely not what he could imagine. This guy was totally a great G.O.D. So incredible. A 3-star Alchemy G.O.D. can actually be formidable to such a degree? Ding Sun completely could not comprehend this kind of existence. In his view, 1 star was one world. 4-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. were stronger than 3-star Alchemy G.O.D.S. He had never heard before that a 3-star Alchemy G.O.D. could actually be powerful to the point where even his master was afraid of. Xian Yu also took a hit and said with a sigh, "According to what I know, only alchemists that reach the heavenly emperor realm and infinitely approaches the great Dao can have possibility of comprehending alchemy Dao. Reaching the Dao realm. 3-star Dao realm, it's unheard of. If his future road is walked solidly, perhaps he can reach the realm of the medicine ancestor." Hiss! The 3 people present all sucked in a cold breath. Xian Yu's speculation was a little too frightening. Medicine ancestor was an existence that they simply could not imagine, virtually rivaling Tao ancestors. This young man who popped out of G. Oh, D knows where could actually reach that kind of realm. Just thinking about it felt inconceivable. No can do. This boy, I must meet him. La S. Later you go and find this Yuan. Just say that Master wants to interact with him, Xian Yu said suddenly. Ning Xiu had never seen before her master like this. Even when facing the Lord of the Pill Tower, he was calm and collected too. Yes, master, Ning Xiu answered. Also, the Pill Tower's compet. 1. Tie-in will be starting soon. This period of time, you go over to his side more. You must build a good relations. I plus P with him. This has tremendous benefits to you. Xian Yu said. Ning Xiu hugged Xian Yu and said gleefully, Hee, master is so good. You're the most open-minded. Second, senior brother, hand over your divine fire. Ning Xiu looked at Ding Sun and said with a smug look. Ding Sun smiled bitterly. He indeed still lost. But he did not renege either, forcing the Blue Voyage Insight divine fire out of his body and giving it to Ning Xiu. This divine fire was already not very useful to him. He suddenly thought of something and said with uncertainty, You wanted this Blue Voyage Insight divine fire. Is it to give it to that Master Yi? Ning Xiu smiled and said, second senior brother is indeed clever. That guy is already a 3-star alchemy G. Oh, D, and actually still uses rank 2 divine fire. How unsightly. Ding Sun's Zibe, ALLS nearly popped out. That guy called Yuan was truly too freakish, right? He used a rank 2 divine fire to refine a divine grade Gale celestial stone pill? Chapter 1550 for you, miscalculated. Chapter 1550 for you, miscalculated. Wu Feng sat in the hall, his smile seemingly radiant. Huang Haoren and Hao Qian sat on the right-hand side, appearing very fluid. Teared. Although Huang Qian was saved, this 50 million went down the drain for Wu Feng. Most importantly, it was a major loss of face. Huang Haoren understood Wu Feng very well. He cared about face too much. Normally it was still fine, but if someone threatened his Tli as the South City's #1 alchemist, he definitely would not show leniency. But this time, Yi Yuan's power face-smacking thoroughly made a name for himself. But Huang Haoren did not expect that Wu Feng's mood today seemed to be pretty good still. Oh, Haoren, do you think that I blame you because of this matter? Wu Feng said with a ghost of a smile. Huang Haoren blushed with shame and said, Master, you followed me for so many years. Could I still not know your feelings for Huang Qian? Otherwise, do you think that I'd invite Master to take action and come and diagnose him? Wu Feng said with a smile. Huang Haoren hurriedly said, Haoren received Master's kindness and will never be able to repay it. Haoren's life is Master's. Wu Feng nodded and said, For Huang Qian to be able to recover, I'm happy for him as well. You don't need to think too much. This matter isn't your fault. Huang Haoren said, Master, this 50 million divine essence stones, I'll definitely think of a way to return to you. Wu Feng laughed loudly and said, Why are you so stubborn? Huang Haoren bowed and said, Master, if I don't return you these divine essence stones, Haoren will have trouble sleeping and eating. Wu Feng smiled as he walked over, patted Huang Haoren's shoulder and said, Really can't do anything about you. Forget it. If you want to return a favor, it's also not impossible. Hearing this, Huang Haoren's mind eased up, but heard Wu Feng's tone gradually turn cold as he said, Then use your life to pay it back. Huang Haoren's entire body trembled, suddenly raising his head and looking at Wu Feng. Suddenly he felt his chest tighten, all the blood in his body becoming stagnant. His divine essence gradually solidified and his consciousness also began to blur. Master, Huang Haoren looked at Wu Feng in disbelief. He knew that he was poisoned. There was poison inside the tea, just now. Wu Feng's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Humph! Nice job." This old man became the entire South City's laughingstock now. Either way, this life of yours was saved by this old man too. Returning to this old man now, you have no objections, right? Huang Qian's heart suddenly twinged, and he shouted, "Second uncle, you can't die. Wu Feng, you mother f*** cur. My second uncle is so loyal to you. You actually want to poison him to death." Huang Qian swayed, already somewhat unsteady on his feet. He drank the tea just now too, and was clearly poisoned as well. The toxicity was very strong. Huang Haoran's eyes had already started to turn dim. He used all of his strength to push Huang Qian out and said, "Ji go. Find and master Yi." Wu Feng sneered and said, "You look, your heart is already at master Yi there, still loyal to me? But too bad." Huang Qian drank that cup of tea too. "He's the same as you, both unable to escape death." Huang Qian's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, hot tears pouring out of his eyes, and his teeth gritting until it rattled. The divine essence within his body suddenly revolved, his entire person rus. Plussing at Wu Feng like an arrow that left the bow. Wu Feng was caught off guard, not expecting that Huang Qian could actually still revolve divine essence. However, Wu Feng's strength was too powerful in the end. It was far from what Huang Qian could compare to. Boom! In a haste, the two people exchanged a palm. Huang Qian immediately wildly sprayed fresh blood in the air, flying out backward, while Wu Feng was also shaking until his vital energy and blood was tumbling, and was actually powerless to chase after for a moment. Huang Qian's eyes were full of tears as he wailed, "Second uncle, I seem to be fine and can last until master Yi there. You rest assured, I'll definitely avenge you." Huang Qian discovered that even though he was dizzy, his entire person was only somewhat unwell. His symptoms did not seem as severe as Huang Haoran's. Hearing this, a hint of relief showed in Huang Haoran's eyes, his face revealing a trace of a faint smile. He got it. It must be Master Ye's heavenly blood marrow-changing pill, making Huang Qian be reborn anew. His resistance to poison also increased greatly. That was why. "Master, you miscalculated." Finished saying this sentence, Huang Haoran's closed his eyes forever. "Second uncle." Huang Qian's eyes welled up with tears, shouting until his throat turned hoa. "R.S.E. Master Yi, you see what I brought you." Ning Siyu held her palm out. A faint blue flame appeared in her palm. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Siyu rather surprisedly. He said, "You specially got this for me?" Ning Siyu smiled slyly and said, "Accurately saying, it's we won it together." She briefly recounted the matter of winning against second senior brother, making Yi Yuan smile. "You had a good intention. This divine fire, I'll accept it, cancel out the divine essence stones you owe me." Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The faint blue flame came to his hand obediently. Ning Siyu's pupils constricted. This guy's fire-controlling art had simply reached the acme of perfection. A foreign divine fire was actually so docile when reaching his hands. But she felt something off very soon and said, "Hey, a divine fire is just worth 4,000,000 divine essence stones? You're robbing me." Yi Yuan glanced at her and smiled, but his palm moved. The Blue Voyage Insight divine fire was directly stripped by Yi Yuan, leaving behind just a tiny little tongue of flame. One should not underestimate this tongue of flame. This was where the essence of the divine fire lay. Then Yi Yuan's palm flipped. The cleansing sandal, sacred flame, suddenly rose. His palm merged together again. The cleansing sandal, sacred flame, directly swallowed that little CLU's. Tara, fire up. Ning Siyu opened her eyes wide and said indignantly, "Why will you actually use your rank 2 divine fire to devour a rank 3 divine fire? You're wasting G. Oh, D's good gift." She finally managed to get Yi Yuan this rank 3 divine fire. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually directly destroyed it? Ning Siyu was so angry. Even if you wanted to raise a fire, it should also be using rank 2 to raise rank 3, right? This guy actually did exactly the opposite. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How can that divine fire of yours compare with my cleansing sandal's sacred flame? In terms of pill refinement, I really can't find any more suitable than it. Furthermore, it followed me for close to 100 years and accompanied me through life and death countless times. I can't bear to swap it out too. Devouring the fire essence, it should be able to evolve to rank 3. Ning Siyu was a little surprised. Why were these words said in such an elderly person's tone? This guy was merely 100-odd-year-old. So why did he behave like he was several tens of thousands of years old, being an old man? Fine then, whatever makes you happy. Ning Siyu shrugged her shoulders and said, "Just a rank 3 divine fire." It was nothing to Ning Siyu. Right at this time, 3 figures entered the miracle hand parlor. An old man with a sage-like appearance, a fatty who was like a round ball, and there was also a very beautiful girl. "Shopkeeper, I heard that this place will grant all requests. Is this true?" The old man with a sage-like appearance asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper said with a proud look, "That's of course. You go and inquire about it, this land of South City, who doesn't know our miracle hand parlor's master Ye's name." The moment these words came out, the 3 people's faces changed. "What did you say? Your presiding alchemist here is also called Yi Yuan?" the old man exclaimed. Chapter 1555, Give me a proper lesson. Chapter 1555, Give me a proper lesson. Ha ha ha, you guys finally came. When Yi Yuan saw little Fatty, he immediately gave him a bear hug. Not seeing him for a long time, Yi Yuan was extremely excited. Ning Siyu clicked her tongue in wonder, looking by the side. In her eyes, Yi Yuan had always had the demeanor of a master. She did not expect that he actually still had such a side. Xie Jingyi was agitated until his face was somewhat flushed, and he said, "Good brother, I missed you to death." "Be big brother, Yi." Liang Wanru was a little shy but very happy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Young sister Wanru, your improvement isn't small." "Haha." Liang Wanru smiled and said, "Isn't it still all thanks to the medicinal pills, big brother, you left for me? Otherwise, with Wanru's talent, how can I break through so fast?" At this time, Liang Wanru already broke through to the heaven glimpse deity realm. It could be said Estonies. plus Ingly fast already. Yi Yuan had long explained to Liang Wanru that they should address each other as siblings. Even though the sincere feelings in Liang Wanru's heart had yet to fade, she could only accept this fact. By the side, Xiao Feng marveled endlessly and said with a bitter smile, "This old man really didn't expect that it was you, this punk, who opened this miracle hand parlor. Thinking back now, apart from you, who else dares to claim to grant all requests?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "It was an action that couldn't be helped too. The conditions for entering the inner city are too harsh. As a last resort, I can only make the commotion a little bigger and draw you guys over." Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Your commotion isn't small. Right now, in the inner city, many major forces all know that the outer city will grant all requests already." Ning Siyu's eyes swiveled around. Only then she understood that it turned out Yi Yuan hanging this signboard was actually in order to draw these 3 people over. The first time she saw Yi Yuan, she felt that this guy was unbelievably arrogant. But getting to know him, she discovered that Yi Yuan was not that kind of arrogant people, and she could not help being somewhat curious why Yi Yuan would hang such a show-off signboard. She did not expect that it was actually to draw his friends out of the inner city. Ning Siyu could not help being somewhat speechless. Only Yi Yuan, this kind of big shot, could use this kind of whimsical method to attain his objective, right? If it were somebody else, clearly inside a city, but the inner city and outer city could stop them for all their lives. When Yi Yuan challenged 5 major factions alone, it was really cool to the max. The Yi Yuan at that time gave her a feeling. That was invincibility. Alchemy Dao was invincible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is also something that can't be helped. You guys know, I'm actually very low profile." Hearing this, the 3 people could not help rolling their eyes. Xiao Feng billowed his beard and glared as he said, "You punk, you nearly turned Wumeng capital city upside down. You actually still dare to say that you're low profile." "Haha, that was an accident." Yi Yuan laughed and said, Xiao Feng was just making a joke and did not continue to make fun of Yi Yuan regarding this matter. He knew that Wumeng capital city's incident was not Yi Yuan's fault. Yi Yuan's high profile was completely forced out. But your nerves are really great to actually dare secretly return to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Qin Shao still has some power in the Martial Tower. You got to be careful. Once the matter of your returning is known by him, he'll definitely think of ways to deal with you, Xiao Feng said. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, "His dog life, I'll claim it sooner or later. Even though I can't deal with him right now, for him to want to kill me again, he can't do it." Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. It looked like Yi Yuan had quite a few fortuitous encounters again, drifting around outside these few years. Only then did Xiao Feng discover that Yi Yuan's realm already broke through to the origin deity realm. This cultivation speed was a little too fast, right? When he left back then, he was just at the initial stage, Heaven Glimpse realm. In merely 10 years from start to end, he actually directly broke through a major realm. Hoo-hoo, you punk can't be gauged with common sense. All right, since we found you, go to the inner city together with us then. Xiao Feng laughed and said, with the myriad treasure tower strength, letting Yi Yuan enter the inner city was naturally a cinch. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No hurry, the reason I urgently use this kind of method to meet you guys is actually that there's still something more important." Xiao Feng said puzzledly, "What is it?" Yi Yuan took out a jade box and set it to Xie Jingyi, saying, "Fatty, this is my promise to you. Today I can fulfill it." Xie Jingyi's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, Could this be? He suddenly recalled that back then, when he had just woken up, Yi Yuan told him that he would definitely find a way to help him restore his divine sea. At that time, Yi Yuan did not care about it all. Thinking that Yi Yuan was just consoling him, that was why he would say so. Was it possible that this guy really did it? How was this possible? These few years, Xiao Feng even found the myriad treasure tower's 4-star alchemy G.O.D. to help diagnose him, but nobody could do it. His divine sea was virtually completely wasted, unable to recover at all. Xiao Feng even spent a huge price inviting the Pill Tower's elder to take action, and could not get his wish too. These few years, Xie Jingyi was actually very decadent, becoming a cripple. This was not a life that he wanted. He lost his family, lost the person he loved. Now, even his cultivation was gone. This made him almost despair. These few years, he practically drowned his sorrows in alcohol every day. When Xiao Feng saw him like this, he was powerless too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Good brother, you only became like this because of me. Not treating you, I'll feel uneasy for all my life. Don't be so agitated. Hoo-hoo, it's also thanks to you, I guess, that I improved a step further in Alchemy Dao." The muscles on little Fatty's face were quivering. On the one hand, it was because of excitement. On the other, it was because he was moved. Getting such a brother, what else did he need? But the Xiao Feng by the side trembled all over and said in disbelief, You really did it? Actually, me bringing Xie Jingyi here today is just wanting to try our luck. You punk! Which step did you walk until in Alchemy Dao? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know either, but I seem to have stepped into another realm. As for the specifics, I can't say for sure too. Xiao Feng sucked in a cold breath. He knew that when Yi Yuan was at the grotto profound deity realm back then, his understanding towards Alchemy Dao was already incomparably profound. Stepping into another realm now, what kind of inconceivable world was that? Alchemists who knew Tao realm existed were just in the small minority. Master Xian, you only heard of this realm under a very coincidental situation too. Even Dustless did not know about the Tao realm, this state. However, the Ning Xiu by side was incomparably certain at this time, and this other state was Tao realm. She did not expect that this guy really stepped into Tao realm. This guy was too heaven-defying. Doesn't matter. Since I caught you, this brat, you have to give me a proper lesson this time. After breaking through to 4-star Alchemy G, D, I feel that it's hard to trudge along. It's very difficult to have breakthroughs again. Just nice, can find you, boy, to clarify my doubts. Xiao Feng said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Haha, Brother Xiao is too modest. We definitely should discuss things. Fatty, you go into seclusion then. This heart, healing, heavenly mark pill can definitely help you recover to your peak state. Us brothers will challenge the pugilistic world again. Hearing Yi Yuan talked about it heroically, little Fatty also felt his heart stir, recalling the deed of slapping the little demoness back then. Chapter 1556. So what if picking a quarrel with you all? Chapter 1556. So what if picking a quarrel with you all? Ning Xiu stared at Yi Yuan, the confused look in her eyes becoming thicker and thicker. She discovered that the things Yi Yuan said, she actually understood less and less. What this guy talked about was it really rank 3 alchemy knowledge. But opposite of Yi Yuan, Xiao Feng had an appearance of learning with an open mind, but his gaze became brighter and brighter, feeling a sense of enlightenment. The agreed-upon interaction became a one-sided clarification of doubts now. At the same time, he was also shocked to the extreme in his heart. Several decades had already passed since the two people had an exchange the last time. He discovered that now he was already completely unable to exchange with Yi Yuan on an equal footing. What Yi Yuan talking about was another realm, giving him a feeling of beholding a great mountain. However, he had a feeling of becoming enlightened all of a sudden right now. Some problems encountered these few years, under Yi Yuan's answering, became transparent. You, kid, are really remarkable. In a short several decades, you actually made such great progress. We are already unable to talk as peers, Xiao Feng said speechlessly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also didn't expect that ever since stepping into another realm, there's a feeling of looking down from a high place. Many things that I didn't understand in the past, I can have it at my fingertips now. Regarding this, Xiao Feng had his breath taken away, and he said, I really don't know what kind of realm can let you improve until this point. Looks like this old man can't just look forward blindly. According to what you say, the things that this old man left out in the realms before are seriously too many. Seeing that Xiao Feng understood to some extent, Yi Yuan smiled and said, building a high-rise building, the foundation has to be deep. Otherwise, it will be a rootless weed and may collapse at any time. Regardless of whether alchemy or martial arts, the logic won't change. Xiao Feng deeply felt that way too and said, what my younger brother said is true. This old man will mend the pen after the sheep have been stolen when I go back. 1. The two people were just talking when little Fatty pushed open the door and entered. Xiao Feng looked over, his eyes involuntarily turning sharp. An upheaval change seemed to have occurred to little Fatty's entire person. The decadence on his face was swept clean away, his essence, energy, and spirit having a whole new outlook. Especially his eyes, it became sharp and radiant, becoming like a different person from before. The only thing that did not change was that round figure. And little Fatty's realm also rose rapidly, his realm breaking through to half-step origin deity. Just one more step and he could break through to origin deity realm. Seeing this scene, even Xiao Feng was unbelievably shocked. This heart-healing heavenly mark pill that Yi Yuan took out was simply an uncanny work of the G. Oh, DS! Yi Yuan, this medicinal pill of yours is really too incredible. After I refine it, I simply have a feeling of being remolded anew. Little Fatty said with an excited look. This feeling of being filled with power was truly long lost. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's of course. This heart-healing, heavenly mark pill's ingredients are extremely valuable. Even so, I collected 10 sets of spirit medicines too and refined 10 divine-grade heart-healing heavenly mark pills, picking out the one with the best quality and saving it for you." A divine-grade divine pill, the quality would have a minute difference too. Toward his own good brother, Yi Yuan naturally would not be stingy. When he was at the fiend race, he made use of his relations. HI+P with the fiend medicine hall and fan family, and immediately collected 10 sets of heart-healing, heavenly mark pills spirit medicines. If not for the materials being too precious, he even wanted to refine 100 divine-grade divine pills, picking out the best one among them. Little Fatty had a touched look and said, "Good brother." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, right, you comprehend the law of wind. Later, I'll find you refine a few wind language pills. It should be a cinch for you to break through to the origin deity realm." The wind language pill was the Gale Celestial Stone pill's weak version. It could help Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists comprehend the law of wind. Xiao Feng and Ning Xiu were both speechless. With such a brother, breaking through was so effortless. Dao realm alchemists were really too frightening. As long as Yi Yuan was given sufficient spirit medicines, he could even create an origin deity realm army within a short 100 years. And Master Yi! Right then, a shout came from outside the door. Immediately after, it was a burst of footsteps. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, bringing everyone out to the lobby. In the lobby, Huang Qian's entire person was collapsed in a pool of blood, not an unscathed spot from head to toe. A large group of people ahead surrounded the entire hall until not even water could seep through. "Go, bring the person over for me." The one at the front was a half-step divine, Lord Powerhouse, who did not place Yi Yuan in his sights at all. This person was called Guozing, A.N.G., Dei Hall's #1 protector, his strength formidable. As for Xiao Feng, he did not release his realm pressure. That person could not see through his depths at all. A subordinate received the order and went, and was going to bring Huang Qian away. "Master, Yi, save me." Huang Qian used all of his strength and shouted to Yi Yuan. Bang! Yi Yuan raised a foot, and that subordinate immediately flew out, half dead. Guozing, A.N.G's gaze turned cold, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Punk, don't think that you can be C.O.C.K.Y. by treating a few patients. This person is our Dei Hall's important criminal. Now we're going to capture him back. If you dare to poke your nose into what isn't your business, I'll tear down this little medicine shop of yours today." Guozing, A.N.G. naturally knew about this Miracle Hand Parlor's foundation. It was said that there was even a divine Lord Realm Powerhouse who took action that day. Furthermore, it was even a member of the Ning family. It was just that member of the Ning family seemed to be very hostile towards the Miracle Hand Parlor. They naturally could not be their backer. Therefore, he did not place the tiny little Miracle Hand Parlor in his sights at all. Even if Xingguan came, he did not fear in the slightest too. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. Bending down to check Huang Qian's injuries, his brows involuntarily knitted together. Huang Qian's injuries were very severe. Furthermore, he was even poisoned with a potent poison. If it were other alchemists, they would definitely be at the end of their ropes already. Yi Yuan moved like lightning, tapping a few times on Huang Qian's body, then fished out a healing medicinal pill and a detoxification pill, and stuffed them into Huang Qian's mouth. Huang Qian's expression eased up and he directly fainted away. When Guozing, A.N.G. saw that Yi Yuan completely ignored him, he could not help burning with fury. This punk was indeed as rampant as in the rumors. "Kid, I think that you're refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Do you really think that by hanging a signboard you can pick a quarrel with my Dei Hall? Ha! Just nice. Xingguan isn't around today. I'll take care of you. This condescending brat first. Guizing. A. N. Ji laughed coldly and directly grabbed at Yuan. A measly initial stage origin deity. Wouldn't he mow him down with a snap of a finger? Bang! He was brought down in a snap of a finger. In midair, Guo Wingyu. A. N. Ji sprayed fresh blood wildly, directly knocking into several subordinates before barely managing to stabilize his figure. He scrambled to his feet. His gaze that looked toward Xiao Feng was full of shock. A powerful aura instantly filled the entire hall. That was the aura of a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. At this instant, all of Guizing, A. N. Ji's tyrannical aura completely became dim. Wasn't it said that the Ning family divine Lord Realm already returned to the inner city? Where did another divine Lord Realm powerhouse pop out from? Just what background did this little medicine shop have? Xiao Feng's expression was slightly dark as he said, "A measly day hall. So what if picking a quarrel with you all?" One, make up for things.